Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin the zombie apocalypse, I want to ask for your support by subscribing to the channel. Your subscription is very important to me and helps me a lot, so please subscribe to support me. Maybe that way I can stay alive a little longer. Now let's go to day 0, how it all began. Tom said they'd found the 3 of them on the trail attacking hikers, and when rangers had tried to intervene, they'd turned their attention to the rangers instead, moving with a kind of mindless determination that was deeply unsettling. One ranger had a bite wound on his forearm, shallow but ragged, and he was getting a rabies shot as a precaution. I stared through the window at the figures inside and felt something cold settle in my gut, a premonition I couldn't name but recognized from my time in the service. That sense of wrongness that came before ambushes and IEDs. These people weren't high, weren't suffering from some temporary psychosis. Something had broken inside them, something fundamental that turned humans into predators. Jenny appeared beside me and said the weird thing was that the victims, the ones who'd been bitten, were showing signs of fever now despite the antibiotics, their temperatures spiking to dangerous levels. The clinic doctor wanted to transport them to a real hospital in Fresno, but the ambulances were delayed. Something about a traffic accident on Highway 140. I asked about the hikers who'd witnessed the attack, and Jenny said they'd given statements then left, most of them shaken and eager to get out of the park. One woman had taken video on her phone, shaky footage of the attackers lunging at people, but Jenny said it was too disturbing to watch, too visceral. I spent the next hour helping Tom coordinate with county law enforcement, filling out incident reports, trying to wrap my head around what had happened. The sheriff's deputies arrived around noon, 2 guys in tan uniforms who looked skeptical until they saw the attackers in the storage room. They decided to transport the 3 afflicted individuals to county lockup, said they'd get psychiatric evaluations and medical care. It took 6 of us to move them, the attackers fighting every step despite the zip ties on their wrists, their strength seeming impossible for their emaciated frames. When we finally got them into the back of the sheriff's van, I felt relieved, like we contained something dangerous, but that feeling didn't last. By evening, the news was spreading through the Park Service radio network, reports of similar incidents at other locations in Yosemite and in the surrounding Stanislaus National Forest. Hikers attacking hikers, campers going berserk in the night, people who'd seemed fine 1 hour turning violent and incoherent the next. The CDC was mentioned, something about a potential viral outbreak, but details were scarce and conflicting. Tom called a meeting of all available rangers, and we gathered in the administration building as the sun set over the valley, painting the granite cliffs gold and crimson. He told us to be vigilant, to report any suspicious behavior, to avoid physical contact with anyone showing signs of illness. He didn't say the word quarantine, but it hung in the air between us. I drove back to my station that night under a sky blazing with stars, the Milky Way, a river of light above the dark shapes of the mountains. The radio played classic rock, Tom Petty singing about refuge, and I tried to convince myself that whatever was happening would blow over, that the authorities would handle it, that by morning things would return to normal. But when I reached my cabin, I found myself checking the locks on the doors and windows, something I hadn't done in years, and I pulled my old service rifle from the closet, a civilian AR-15 I'd bought after leaving the Army, and laid it on the kitchen table. The weight of it felt familiar, comforting in a way that disturbed me. Sleep came in fragments that night, interrupted by dreams of Afghan villages where civilians turned into enemies without warning, where you couldn't tell who wanted to kill you until they were already swinging a machete. I woke at dawn with sweat cooling on my skin and checked my phone to find a dozen missed calls and text messages. The cell service in the high country was spotty, but when I finally got through to Jenny, she sounded panicked, her words tumbling over each other. The 2 bite victims from yesterday had died in the clinic overnight. their fevers spiking to impossible levels, their bodies convulsing until their hearts gave out. The doctor had pronounced them dead around 3 a.m., but an hour later they'd started moving again, had climbed off the examination tables and attacked a nurse who'd come to check on them. The nurse was in critical condition, her throat torn open, and the reanimated corpses were loose somewhere in Yosemite Village. I told Jenny I was on my way and hung up, my hands shaking as I loaded magazines for the rifle. 30 rounds of .23 ammunition that I'd bought for target shooting but never imagined using for anything else. The drive down to the valley felt longer than it should have, every curve in the road revealing new horrors. I passed a campground where tents were torn open, sleeping bags scattered and stained with blood. No sign of the campers. I passed a ranger truck parked sideways across the road, doors open, radio crackling with unanswered calls. I passed a family station wagon wrapped around a pine tree, steam rising from the crumpled hood. And when I slowed down, I saw movement in the back seat, small shapes that might have been children, but moved wrong, too jerky and spastic. Yosemite Village was in chaos when I arrived. Tourists running in every direction, screaming, dragging luggage and children. The parking lots were jammed with vehicles trying to escape, horns blaring, people shouting. I saw a ranger I didn't recognize stumbling between cars, his uniform torn, his face pale and slack. And when he turned toward me, I saw the bite wounds on his neck, saw the way his eyes had gone milky and dead. I accelerated past him, weaving between abandoned vehicles, following the sound of gunfire toward the clinic. Rangers and park police were forming a perimeter, their service pistols drawn, and I counted at least a dozen figures shambling toward them, some in hiking clothes, some in ranger uniforms, all moving with that same horrible determination. I parked the truck and grabbed the rifle, feeling the familiar weight settle into my hands, muscle memory from years of training taking over. Tom was there, his face gray with shock, and he barely glanced at me as I approached. He said the dead were walking, said it without irony or disbelief, just stating a fact that should have been impossible. The CDC was supposedly sending a team, but communications were breaking down. Cell towers overloaded, internet spotty. The park superintendent had ordered a full evacuation, but the roads were clogged, people fighting each other to get out, and now the infected were spreading faster than anyone could track. I asked Tom what he needed, and he said shooters, anyone who could aim, because the infected didn't stop unless you destroyed the brain. He'd learned that the hard way when a ranger had put 3 rounds center mass into an attacker, and the attacker had kept coming, kept reaching with broken fingers until Tom had finally put a round through its skull. I felt something shift inside me then, a gear clicking into place, the part of me that had learned to kill in Afghanistan, waking up from its long sleep. I moved to the perimeter line and raised the rifle, sighting through the scope, on a figure that had once been a middle-aged woman in a floral blouse, her chest torn open to reveal the pale curve of ribs, her jaw working soundlessly as she lurched toward us. The rifle kicked against my shoulder and the woman's head snapped back. Brain matter sprang across the asphalt, her body collapsing like a marionette with cut strings. The sound of the shot echoed off the granite walls, and for a moment everything seemed to freeze, everyone turning to stare at me. Then the moment broke, and the other rangers started firing, pistols cracking in rapid succession, and more infected dropped, their bodies twitching and still. But for every one we killed, 2 more appeared, emerging from buildings, from the trees, from vehicles where they'd been hiding or feeding. I saw a little girl in a pink jacket stumble into view, her face covered in blood, and I hesitated for just a second before Tom's voice cut through my paralysis, screaming at me to shoot. And I did. I put her down because she wasn't a little girl anymore, just a thing wearing her skin. The fight lasted maybe 20 minutes, but felt like hours, my world narrowing to the scope sight and the trigger pull, the mechanical process of target acquisition and elimination. Empty brass casings piled up around my boots, and my ears rang from the gunfire, the smell of cordite thick in my nostrils. When it finally stopped, when the last infected body hit the ground, I counted 37 corpses scattered across the village center, and I knew that was just the beginning. Tom was on the radio demanding backup, demanding National Guard, demanding someone with authority to tell him what the fuck was happening. But the responses were scattered and incoherent. Reports of outbreaks in Fresno, in Sacramento, in cities up and down California. Jenny found me as I was reloading, her hands shaking so badly she could barely hold her pistol. She said the clinic doctor was dead, killed when the reanimated patients had broken out and most of the medical staff had fled. The park superintendent had evacuated to Mariposa along with his family, leaving Tom in charge of whatever remained. I asked about the other ranger stations, and Jenny said communications were down with most of them. The last report from Glacier Point mentioned infected hikers attacking the tourist facilities there before the radio went silent. I felt the weight of the situation settling onto my shoulders. The realization that Yosemite, this place I'd thought of as refuge, was turning into a killing ground. We spent the next hour trying to organize some kind of defensive position, moving vehicles to block roads, setting up firing lanes, gathering what weapons and ammunition we could find. Most of the Rangers had basic firearms training, but nothing like what I'd received in the Army, and I found myself falling into the role of tactical advisor, positioning people where they'd have clear sight lines and cover. We were maybe 15 Rangers still functional, plus a handful of park police and maintenance workers who'd stayed behind. And I knew that wasn't enough to hold any position for long. The smart thing would be to evacuate, to get out while the roads were still passable, but Tom was insistent that we had a duty to help any remaining visitors, to maintain some kind of order until proper authorities arrived. That afternoon, we heard the helicopters, military Blackhawks flying low over the valley, their rotor wash sending dust and debris swirling. They didn't land, just circled and flew on, heading toward what I assumed were other emergency situations. I tried to feel hopeful, tried to believe that meant help was coming, but the knot in my gut only tightened. The sky was hazy with smoke from fire somewhere to the west, and the radio brought news that was increasingly catastrophic. Highway 140 had been closed after a massive pileup involving hundreds of vehicles, infected attacking trapped motorists, the whole thing turning into a slaughter. Highway 41 from Fresno was reportedly the same, and Highway 120 over Tioga Pass was already snowed in for the season, which left us effectively cut off. As evening approached, we started seeing infected emerge from the forest in larger groups, dozens of them at a time, drawn by the sound and movement of our defensive position. They came from the direction of the campgrounds, from the hotels, from the valley floor, a shambling horde of what had been park visitors and staff. I recognized some of them. A man who'd asked me for directions 2 days ago, a woman who'd been taking photos at Tunnel View, a teenager who'd been part of a youth group. They were all dead now, their bodies animated by something that consumed everything human about them, leaving only hunger. We fought through the night, the muzzle flashes creating strobing light that threw grotesque shadows across the granite walls. My rifle barrel grew hot enough to burn skin, and I went through magazine after magazine, rationing my ammunition as carefully as I could while still making every shot count. The infected didn't seem to feel fear or pain, didn't retreat when we cut them down, just kept coming in waves that tested our perimeter again and again. Some of them were fast, recently turned, their bodies still strong and coordinated. Others were slower, their flesh already rotting, limbs stiff and awkward. I learned to prioritize the fast ones, take them down first before they could close the distance and overwhelm our position. Around midnight, Tom took a bite on his hand when an infected got too close, its teeth sinking through the flesh between his thumb and forefinger before he managed to blow its head off. He stood there staring at the wound, blood dripping onto his boots, and I saw the realization hit him, saw his shoulders slump with the weight of inevitability. He said he had maybe hours, based on what we'd observed with other victims, and he wanted to make them count. I told him we'd figure something out, knowing it was a lie, and he gave me a tired smile that said he knew it too. He kept fighting, kept coordinating our defense, his hand wrapped in a bandage that slowly turned red. By dawn, we'd lost 5 Rangers, either killed outright or bitten and then killed before they could turn. Our ammunition was running critically low, and the infected seemed endless, more arriving every hour, drawn from deeper in the park. I realized we were hearing it now. The outbreak, a constant background noise of moans and screams and breaking glass that echoed through the valley. Tom's fever started around 7 a.m., his skin going clammy and pale, his movements becoming sluggish. He called me over and pressed his service pistol into my hand, told me to do it before he turned, told me he didn't want to be one of them. I wanted to refuse, but I'd seen enough to know there was no other option, no miracle cure coming to save him. I took Tom out behind the administration building where the others wouldn't see, where his last moments could have some privacy and dignity. He sat down with his back against a pine tree and lit a cigarette, his hands shaking so badly he could barely get it to his lips. He told me to take care of the others, told me the Park Service wouldn't forget what we'd done here, though I suspected the Park Service might not exist anymore. When he started coughing blood, I raised the pistol, and he nodded, closing his eyes, and I pulled the trigger, the shot echoing across the empty valley. I stayed there for a minute, looking at his body, thinking about the first time we'd met when I'd applied for the ranger position, how he'd taken a chance on a veteran with PTSD and a spotty work history. When I returned to the perimeter, Jenny was in charge by default, the most senior ranger left alive. She was holding up well considering, barking orders, redistributing ammunition, but I could see the exhaustion in her eyes, the way her hands trembled when she thought no one was looking. We had maybe 100 rounds of rifle ammunition left, less for the pistols, and the infected were massing again for another assault. I suggested we retreat to the high country, up to Tuolumne or beyond, where the terrain might slow them down and we'd have a better chance of surviving. But Jenny said there were still civilians trapped in various locations around the park, people who'd gone into the wilderness before the outbreak and didn't know what was happening. I wanted to argue, but I understood her position, understood the duty she felt to protect and serve, even when protection seemed impossible. We organized a quick reaction force, 5 of us, including myself, and set out in 2 parked trucks toward the last known location of a hiking group that had checked in 3 days ago from the High Sierra camps. The drive took us up through areas of stunning beauty, autumn foliage brilliant against gray granite, waterfalls cascading down cliff faces, and it felt surreal to be hunting zombies through this landscape, to be carrying a rifle through what should have been paradise. We found the hiking group at Vogelsang High Sierra Camp, or what was left of them. The camp was a collection of canvas tent cabins in a high alpine meadow, normally a peaceful spot where hikers could rest and resupply. Now it was a charnel house, bodies scattered across the meadow, the tents torn and collapsed, blood soaked into the grass. Some of the bodies were moving, crawling or stumbling, and we put them down with methodical efficiency, conserving ammunition where we could by using improvised weapons, rocks, and camp tools. I found a young couple in one of the tents, both infected, both tangled together in a sleeping bag, and I had to separate them before I could finish them. The woman had a wedding ring, and in her pack I found a photo album, pictures of their ceremony 6 months ago, smiling faces full of hope and promise. On the way back down, we encountered more infected, a group of maybe 20 that had been following the trail up from the valley. We didn't have the ammunition for a prolonged fight, so I made the call to abandon the trucks and move on foot through terrain the infected couldn't easily navigate, up steep granite faces and across boulder fields. My ranger training kicked in. My knowledge of every trail and game path in this section of the park, and I led our group higher into the mountains, into areas accessible only to experienced climbers. The infected followed for a while, but eventually fell behind, their decaying bodies unable to handle the altitude and the technical climbing required. We reached a small backcountry ranger station near Glen Allen late in the afternoon, a log cabin that had solar panels and a water supply from a nearby stream. It felt like sanctuary after the horrors of the valley, and we collapsed inside, checking our wounds, counting our remaining ammunition. We had maybe 50 rounds total, enough for one more serious fight if we were careful and lucky. Jenny tried the radio and got nothing but static, tried her cell phone and got no signal. We were cut off, isolated at 10,000 feet, surrounded by wilderness that had turned hostile. That night I stood outside the cabin watching the sky, looking for signs of aircraft or help, but seeing only stars. The temperature had dropped below freezing, and my breath came out in white plumes. And I thought about all the people who were dying down in the valley, in the cities, across the country. I thought about the virus, how it spread, wondering if this was the end of everything human civilization had built. The military would respond eventually, would probably quarantine the whole region, might even use tactical nukes if the outbreak couldn't be contained. I'd seen enough in Afghanistan to know how quickly things could deteriorate when authority broke down, how fast humans could turn savage. Jenny joined me after a while, wrapped in a sleeping bag, her face illuminated by the cabin lights behind us. She asked if I thought anyone would survive this, and I told her the truth, that I didn't know, that survival probably depended on getting away from population centers, finding remote locations where the infected couldn't reach. She said she had family in Los Angeles, parents and a younger brother, and she'd been trying to call them for 2 days with no success. I told her not to think about it, to focus on what we could control, but I knew she was already grieving, already accepting that they were probably dead or worse. The next morning we discovered we weren't as isolated as we'd hoped. A group of maybe 30 infected had found the trail to our location, probably drawn by the lights from the cabin, and they were spread out across the meadow below us, shambling upward with patient inevitability. We didn't have enough ammunition to take them all down, so I made the decision to move higher, toward Tuolumne Pass, where we could potentially cross into the next drainage basin. We packed what supplies we could carry, mostly food and water, and abandoned everything else, including the rifles, when they ran dry. I kept my Glock with 2 magazines, 15 rounds that would have to be enough. The climb was brutal. Technical sections that required ropes and climbing gear we didn't have. And one of our group fell. A young ranger named Carlos who slipped on wet granite and tumbled 200 feet into a ravine. We couldn't recover his body, couldn't even get close without risking more casualties, so we kept moving, driven by necessity and fear. The infected followed us for a while, but eventually lost the trail, unable to navigate the steep rock faces. We crossed over the pass around noon, exhausted and hypothermic, looking down into a valley that showed no signs of human presence, no smoke from campfires, no hiking trails worn into the earth. We descended into that valley and found a cave system that provided shelter from the wind and weather. It became our home for the next 3 days, while we regrouped and tried to figure out our next move. Jenny's feet were developing frostbite from her inadequate boots, and another ranger, a woman named Sarah, had an infected cut on her arm that was showing signs of sepsis, though thankfully not the zombie virus. We rationed our food ate one small meal a day, drank snowmelt that we boiled over small fires we built deep in the caves to hide the smoke. At night, I lay awake listening to the wind and wondering if we were the last people alive in Yosemite, if the whole world outside had already fallen. On the fourth day, we saw the helicopter, a civilian model painted white with blue trim, flying low over the ridgeline to the east. We ran out of the cave waving and shouting, but it didn't see us, disappeared over the mountains heading south. Jenny thought it might have been a rescue operation, or maybe evacuating someone important, and we debated whether to try signaling the next one if we saw it, or if that would just draw infected to our location. I said we should stay hidden, that anyone flying helicopters in this nightmare was probably either military or wealthy enough to have private security, and neither would stop to pick up random survivors. That afternoon, we heard gunfire in the distance, sustained automatic weapons fire that lasted maybe 10 minutes, then cut off abruptly. It came from somewhere to the north, maybe 5 miles away, and we debated whether to investigate. Jenny wanted to check it out, thought there might be other survivors who could help us, but I argued against it, said that whoever had been fighting was probably dead now, overrun by infected or out of ammunition. We compromised by sending Sarah and another ranger to scout while the rest of us stayed at the cave, and they returned before dark with news that changed everything. They'd found a research facility built into a granite cliff face, camouflaged and hidden, accessible only by a narrow trail that wound through a maze of boulders. The facility was modern, expensive-looking, with satellite dishes and solar panels and security fences topped with razor wire. There were bodies scattered around the entrance, men in tactical gear carrying high-end weapons, and signs of a firefight with infected that had resulted in a mutual massacre. Sarah said the facility doors were open, shot to hell, and there was no sign of survivors, but the lights were still on inside, powered by generators or batteries, and we might find supplies, maybe even weapons and communication equipment. I didn't like it. The whole setup screamed military or corporate black site, but we were desperate enough that I agreed to check it out. We moved as a group, 5 of us total, approaching the facility in the late afternoon when the light was failing and shadows pooled in the valley. The trail was indeed difficult to follow, designed to be hidden from aerial surveillance, and I wondered what kind of research required this level of secrecy. When we reached the entrance, I saw the bodies Sarah had mentioned, maybe a dozen men in matching black tactical gear, their faces obscured by balaclavas. They'd been heavily armed, carrying FN SCAR rifles and what looked like MP7 submachine guns. But the infected had overwhelmed them through sheer numbers, bites, and scratches covering their bodies. I took one of the SCAR rifles, checked the magazine and found it still had 23 rounds, then grabbed 2 more from other bodies. The facility entrance led into a corridor carved directly from the granite, walls smooth and artificial, lit by LED strips that gave everything a cold blue tinge. There were security cameras pointing at us, but I saw no indication they were actively monitored, no alarms or automated defenses triggering. We moved deeper, clearing rooms one by one, finding labs and offices and sleeping quarters, everything high-tech and expensive, but also hurried and abandoned. In one lab, I found containment suits hanging from hooks, the kind you'd see in CDC Biosafety Level 4 facilities, and on a whiteboard someone had written Solanum, Phase 4, Containment Breach, in red marker. Jenny photographed it with her phone, though we had no way to send the image anywhere, and we searched through file cabinets and computers looking for answers. Most of the computers were password protected, but one terminal had been left logged in, and when I accessed the files, I found project documentation that made my blood run cold. The facility belonged to Sterling Biotech, a private company that had been conducting illegal viral research in the wilderness. developing what they called regenerative pathogens that could supposedly cure degenerative diseases by triggering rapid cellular regeneration. The Solanum virus was their flagship project, a modified rabies variant combined with other genetic material designed to activate dormant survival mechanisms in human cells. But something had gone wrong. The virus had mutated beyond their ability to control, and instead of curing disease, it had created the infected, the walking dead that were now consuming the world. I found emails from someone named Adrian Sterling, the CEO, ordering the research team to continue testing despite safety concerns, threatening to fire anyone who went to the authorities. He'd chosen Yosemite specifically because he believed the wilderness would contain any potential outbreak, that nature would act as a natural quarantine. When the first infections occurred among hikers who'd unknowingly encountered test subjects, Sterling had sent in private military contractors to retrieve biological assets and eliminate witnesses. But by then, it was already too late. The virus had spread through the park, into the surrounding communities, into California's population centers. Jenny was reading over my shoulder, and I heard her breath catch when she reached the part about witness elimination. Sterling had ordered the deaths of dozens of people who might have known about the facility or the research, park rangers included. Some of the bodies we'd found at the entrance wore ranger uniforms under their tactical gear, and I realized they'd been killed by Sterling's mercenaries, executed for knowing too much. The rage that filled me then was clean and focused, the same rage I'd felt in Afghanistan when I'd seen civilians murdered by warlords and corrupt officials. Sterling had created this nightmare and then tried to cover it up, and in doing so, had unleashed hell on earth. We gathered everything useful from the facility: weapons and ammunition, food supplies, medical kits, and a satellite phone that still had battery charge. Jenny tried calling out, but the networks were overloaded or shut down, every attempt resulting in busy signals or automated messages. I found schematics showing Sterling Biotech had multiple facilities scattered across the western United States in Montana, Oregon, Nevada, all of them conducting similar research. There were references to military contracts and government oversight, suggesting this project had official backing at some level, which meant the authorities had known about the risks and allowed it to continue. We spent the night in the facility, taking turns on watch, and I lay awake thinking about Sterling, imagining him safe in some bunker while the world burned because of his greed and arrogance. In the morning, I found a document that mentioned Sterling's personal location, a luxury compound built on the south face of Half Dome, accessible only by helicopter or technical climbing. The document was dated 2 weeks ago and mentioned Sterling would be monitoring the situation from that location, which suggested he might still be there, hiding in his fortress while people died from his creation. I told Jenny what I'd found, and she said we should focus on survival, on getting out of the park and finding help. But I couldn't let it go. Sterling had to answer for what he'd done, had to face justice, even if that justice came from my hands. Jenny saw the determination in my eyes and sighed, said she'd known men like me in the service, men who couldn't walk away from a mission no matter the odds. She was right about that, and I appreciated that she didn't try to stop me, just asked what my plan was and how she could help. The plan was insane, a technical climb up the southwest face of Half Dome that even experienced climbers avoided, but it was the only approach Sterling wouldn't expect or defend heavily. I'd done some rock climbing in my time as a ranger, enough to know the routes and the risks, though nothing as challenging as what I was proposing. Jenny said she'd come with me, along with Sarah, who had climbing experience from her time in the Pacific Northwest, and we'd leave the other 2 rangers at the facility to hold it as a fallback position. We spent a day preparing, gathering climbing gear from the facility's equipment cache, practicing on nearby rock faces, planning the route that would take us 1,500 feet up sheer granite. We set out before dawn 2 days later, moving through terrain that showed signs of infected activity, bodies scattered along trails, camping equipment torn and scattered. The base of Half Dome was a scene of devastation, tourist facilities destroyed, the cable route up the normal hiking path clogged with corpses both infected and not. We avoided the cables and started our technical ascent on the southwest face, roping together and moving slowly, carefully, every handhold tested before committing weight. The granite was cold and rough under my fingers, and the exposure was terrifying. 1,000-foot drops opening up below us as we climbed higher. It took us 8 hours to reach the point where Half Dome's face began to flatten out, where we could traverse toward the summit along a narrow ledge. My hands were bloody from gripping sharp holds, and my muscles screamed with exhaustion. But we were close now. Close enough that I could see the compound Sterling had built. A modernist structure that looked like it belonged in Malibu, rather than on top of a granite monolith. The compound had walls and fencing, security cameras, and what looked like automated weapon systems. But they were all pointed outward, designed to repel threats coming up the normal hiking routes, not climbers ascending from the technical face. We waited until dark to make our final approach, using night vision equipment we'd taken from the Sterling facility. The compound was lit up like a Christmas tree, generator sounds humming in the cold air, and through windows I could see people moving around inside, at least a dozen figures. Most were probably security staff, but I spotted Sterling himself through a telescope, standing in what looked like a command center, watching monitors that showed news feeds from around the country. He looked calm, comfortable, like he was observing a science experiment rather than the apocalypse he'd created. Getting over the fence required patience and timing, waiting for the automated systems to cycle through their patrol patterns, then moving during the blind spots. Sarah almost triggered a motion sensor, but I caught her in time, and we dropped into the compound's inner courtyard without raising an alarm. The compound was laid out like a luxury home, all glass and steel and expensive furniture, and I felt a surge of hatred for the casual opulence while people died screaming in the valleys below. We moved through the structure methodically, clearing rooms, eliminating security guards with suppressed gunfire, trying to keep noise to a minimum. The compound had maybe 15 security personnel, well-trained and well-armed, but they weren't expecting an assault from inside their perimeter. We used surprise and violence of action, tactics I'd learned in the Army, hitting hard and fast before they could organize a response. I took down 3 guards in the kitchen, 2 in the hallway, a 1 in the garage who'd been checking vehicles. Jenny handled herself well, moving with professional competence, and Sarah proved to be a better shot than I'd expected. Within 20 minutes, we'd secured the compound's living areas and were approaching the command center where Sterling had barricaded himself with his remaining security. The command center door was reinforced steel, designed to withstand assault, and I knew we didn't have the equipment to breach it properly. But the compound's architecture was all glass walls and open spaces, designed for aesthetics rather than defense, and I found a position where I could see into the command center from an adjacent room. Sterling was there with 4 guards, all of them armed with automatic weapons, and he was shouting into a satellite phone, demanding extraction, demanding the military send helicopters to pick him up. Through the glass, I could read his lips, hear fragments of his conversation, and I understood he'd been trying to flee but couldn't, because the airspace over California had been locked down by federal order. I considered my options, considered the fact that Sterling was behind reinforced barriers and had guards willing to die for him, considered that a prolonged siege would drain our limited ammunition. Then I thought about all the people who died because of his arrogance. Tom and Carlos and the couple in the tent, and the little girl in the pink jacket. And I decided that reinforced doors didn't mean shit when you could use psychology. I used the compound's intercom system to speak directly into the command center, identifying myself as a ranger, telling Sterling I had evidence of his illegal research and his orders to eliminate witnesses, telling him the world would know what he'd done. Sterling's response came through the intercom, his voice smooth and confident despite the circumstances. He said I didn't understand the bigger picture, that Solanum was meant to cure cancer and Alzheimer's and every degenerative disease that plagued humanity. He said the outbreak was an unfortunate accident, a statistical anomaly that couldn't have been predicted, and that Sterling Biotech had been working on containment protocols when terrorists had infiltrated the facility and released the virus deliberately. He claimed he was the victim, that extremists opposed to genetic research had sabotaged his noble work, and that if I helped him reach the authorities, he'd ensure I received full credit for my heroism. I laughed, the sound bitter and harsh, told him I'd seen the emails, read the project documentation, knew exactly how many people he'd ordered killed to protect his secrets. He went quiet for a moment, then his tone changed, became colder, more calculating. He said that if I killed him, I'd be throwing away my only chance at a cure, that Sterling Biotech had backup research teams working on antiviral treatments, that his death would doom humanity to extinction. He was lying, I could tell from the desperate edge in his voice. But I let him keep talking, let him think he was convincing me, while I positioned Sarah and Jenny to cover the command center exits. Sterling made his move 20 minutes later, trying to escape through a hidden passage that led to the compound's helipad. His guards came out first, weapons raised, and we cut them down in a brutal 15-second firefight that left the hallway full of smoke and spent brass. Sterling himself appeared in the doorway, hands raised, trying to surrender. But I wasn't interested in prisoners. I'd seen too much, lost too much, and the rage inside me demanded payment. I told Jenny and Sarah to secure the compound, then I grabbed Sterling by his expensive shirt and dragged him toward the edge of Half Dome. He fought, screaming and pleading, offering me money and resources and anything I wanted. But I kept moving, pulling him through the compound doors and out onto the granite summit. The night air was freezing and clear, stars overhead like chips of ice. And below us the valley spread out in darkness punctuated by fires. Hundreds of fires burning where civilization had collapsed. I forced Sterling to look at it, forced him to see the destruction his greed had caused, and I asked him if it had been worth it, if his research had been worth this hell. He tried to speak, but I wasn't finished, telling him about Tom and every other person who died, because he couldn't accept that some knowledge wasn't worth pursuing, that some risks weren't worth taking. I told him about the families torn apart, the children infected, the world ending in blood and horror because he thought he was smart enough to play God. He was crying now, mascara running down his face, and I felt no pity, no mercy, only a cold satisfaction that he would finally face consequences for his actions. I walked him to the edge of Half Dome, where the summit drops away into nothing, where tourists used to pose for photos, never realizing the horror that would come. Sterling begged one final time, promised he could fix everything if I just gave him a chance, and I thought about all the chances he'd already had, all the warnings he'd ignored, all the people he'd sacrificed for profit. I thought about the Rangers' motto, to preserve and protect, and I realized that sometimes protection meant eliminating threats before they could cause more harm. I released him, and he stumbled backward, arms windmilling. Then he was falling, his scream dopplering down into the darkness until it cut off with an impact I felt rather than heard. I stood there for a long moment, watching the place where he disappeared. Then I turned and walked back into the compound where Jenny and Sarah were waiting. We spent the night in Sterling's compound, ate his food, drank his expensive whiskey, and tried to process what we'd become, what the world had forced us to become. Jenny found the satellite phone Sterling had been using and got through to some kind of emergency military command center. Spoke with an officer who said they were coordinating evacuations from remote areas, but resources were stretched impossibly thin. The officer said most of California was lost, the infected numbering in the millions now, spreading faster than containment efforts could keep up. He said the government had authorized tactical nuclear strikes on major metropolitan areas to create fire breaks, that Sacramento and Fresno were scheduled to be hit within 48 hours. I asked about Yosemite, and the officer said the entire Sierra Nevada region was considered compromised, that they were planning to use a strategic warhead to sterilize the park and prevent further spread into Central California. When I protested, said there were still survivors here. He told me to move east as fast as possible, cross the Sierras into Nevada before the strike window opened. He gave us coordinates for an evacuation point near Carson City, where military helicopters would be picking up refugees, said. It was our best chance, maybe our only chance. The call ended, and we sat in silence, processing the fact that our home, this place we'd fought to protect, was going to be erased from existence. We left the compound at first light, rappelling down Half Dome's face in a controlled descent that took half the time climbing had, driven by urgency and fear. The valley below was thick with infected now, thousands of them packed into what had been Yosemite Village, their moans echoing off the granite walls. We avoided them by moving through high terrain, following game trails and rock scrambles that kept us above the masses. Our goal was Tioga Pass, the high route over the Sierras that would get us into Nevada. But first we had to retrieve the other rangers we'd left at Sterling's hidden facility. The return journey took 2 days of hard travel through landscape that was simultaneously beautiful and horrifying. We passed campgrounds where hundreds of infected milled aimlessly, drawn together by instinct or stimulus we couldn't determine. We passed a tour bus that had gone off the road and crashed into a grove of sequoias, its passengers now wandering the forest, their skin gray and rotting, their clothes hanging in tatters. We saw a black bear feeding on a corpse, and when we got close, the bear raised its head, and I saw that its eyes were clouded, that it had been infected too, that the virus could apparently jump species. I put it down with a burst from the scar, not wanting to face the nightmare of infected wildlife joining the hordes. At the facility, we found our 2 companions dead, killed by infected that had somehow found the hidden entrance, their bodies torn apart and scattered. Sarah broke down crying, and Jenny had to physically pull her away, remind her that we couldn't stay, couldn't afford to grieve right now. We gathered what supplies we could carry, destroyed what we couldn't with thermite grenades from the facility armory, then made our way toward Tuolumne Meadows and the road to Tioga Pass. The high country was relatively clear of infected, the altitude and cold slowing them down. But we moved carefully, knowing that even one encounter could end everything. Tioga Pass Road was blocked by abandoned vehicles and makeshift barricades, evidence of people who'd tried to escape and failed. We found bodies frozen in their cars, some infected, some not. Families who died together trying to flee the nightmare. The pass itself was already showing signs of early winter, snow covering the ground, the temperature well below freezing even at midday. We had adequate cold weather gear from Sterling's compound, but we were exhausted, running on adrenaline and desperation. Our bodies pushed beyond normal limits. We crossed into Nevada on the evening of the 3rd day, descending from the mountains into high desert country that looked relatively untouched by the outbreak. There were fewer people out here to begin with, less chance for the virus to spread, and we felt a brief moment of hope that maybe some parts of the country had escaped. That hope died when we reached the evacuation coordinates and found only bodies, military and civilian, scattered around what had been a helicopter landing zone. Something had gone wrong here. a massacre, or a last stand, and we were too late. Sarah wanted to stay, wait for another rescue, but I knew the nuclear strike was coming soon, and we needed to put distance between ourselves and ground zero. We moved east into the desert, following highways that were mostly empty, passing through small towns that looked abandoned or overrun. Near Fallon, we encountered a group of survivors barricaded in a casino, maybe 30 people trying to hold out against infected that pressed against their defenses. They had food and water, but were low on ammunition, and when I offered to help, they accepted gratefully, but I said we couldn't stay, that we were trying to get clear of the strike zone. The casino survivors told us the government had been broadcasting warnings about the nuclear option, that people had hours at most to evacuate major population centers. They'd heard rumors that Los Angeles was already gone, hit by multiple warheads that had turned the basin into radioactive glass. San Francisco was burning, overrun by millions of infected, and the military had abandoned Northern California entirely, pulled back to defensive lines in Oregon and Arizona. One woman said she'd heard the virus had spread to Europe and Asia, that this was a global extinction event, but another survivor said that was just panic talk, that the rest of the world was fine and only America was affected. We rested at the casino for a few hours, ate hot food for the first time in days, then continued east. I wanted to get at least 200 miles from Yosemite before the strike, wanted enough distance that even a worst-case scenario wouldn't kill us with radiation. Jenny was limping badly now, her frostbite turning into something worse, and Sarah had developed a cough that worried me, though she insisted it was just dust and cold air. We commandeered a working truck from the casino parking lot and drove through the night, radio scanning through dead stations, occasionally catching fragments of emergency broadcasts that painted a picture of civilization in free fall. Around 3 a.m., we saw the flash on the western horizon, a second sun rising where Yosemite had been. White light that burned into our retinas, even from 150 miles away. The shockwave reached us maybe 30 seconds later, rattling the truck, sending a wall of dust and debris rolling across the desert. I pulled over and we got out, stared at the mushroom cloud rising into the stratosphere, its top flattening against some upper atmospheric layer, its base glowing orange and red. The cloud was enormous, easily visible from this distance, and I knew that everything I'd known in Yosemite, every trail and valley and granite peak, was gone now, vaporized or melted or crushed under billions of tons of displaced rock. Jenny stood beside me, and I heard her sobbing quietly, mourning not just the park, but everything it represented, the idea that nature could provide refuge from human evil. Sarah was silent, staring at the cloud with dead eyes, and I wondered what she was thinking, whether she saw it as an ending or a beginning. I felt something break inside me then, some last connection to the person I'd been before all this, before the dead walked and the world burned. I'd killed Sterling, but it didn't matter. His death had been meaningless revenge that changed nothing. The virus was still spreading, the infected still multiplying, and humanity was losing the war. We drove until the truck ran out of gas somewhere near Austin, Nevada, then continued on foot, following the highway east. Other refugees passed us going both directions, some fleeing toward what they thought was safety, others wandering aimlessly with nowhere left to run. We saw military convoys moving supplies and troops toward defensive positions, saw helicopters overhead marking targets or searching for survivors. The infrastructure was breaking down, gas stations empty, stores looted, law enforcement nowhere to be found. People were forming gangs, armed groups that controlled territory and resources, and we had to fight our way through several checkpoints where desperate men tried to rob us. Sarah died near Ely, her cough turning into pneumonia. her body finally giving out after days of brutal travel and exposure. We buried her beside the highway under a cairn of stones, and Jenny said some words from her Catholic upbringing, though I doubted God was listening anymore if he ever had been. It was just the two of us now, survivors without a destination, refugees from a place that no longer existed. Jenny's frostbite required medical attention we couldn't provide, and I knew she was slowly dying, infection spreading through her foot and ankle, her fever climbing despite the antibiotics we'd scavenged. We reached Salt Lake City 5 days after the nuclear strike, found it overrun with infected, the Mormon temple standing amid chaos and fire. The Utah National Guard was making a stand along Interstate 80, trying to prevent the infected from spreading further east, but they were fighting a losing battle. We watched from the hills as zombies overwhelmed defensive positions, as soldiers ran out of ammunition and resorted to hand-to-hand combat, as the line broke and the infected flooded through. I wanted to help, but Jenny couldn't walk anymore, and I couldn't carry her and fight simultaneously. So we hid and watched human civilization bleed out. That night, Jenny told me to go on without her, said she was only slowing me down, that I deserved a chance to survive. I told her we'd make it together, or not at all, but she just smiled and shook her head, said she'd been a ranger long enough to know when it was time to stop fighting. In the morning, she was burning with fever, delirious, and when I checked her foot, I saw the gangrene had spread past her knee, that she'd developed sepsis and had hours at most. She asked me to make it quick, like I'd done for Tom, and I wanted to refuse, but I couldn't let her suffer through a slow death. I held her hand while she cried and told me about her family, about the brother in Los Angeles who'd wanted to be an astronaut, about her parents who'd immigrated from Mexico with nothing and built a life through sacrifice and hard work. She said she was glad she'd met me, glad she'd had a chance to fight for something that mattered, even if we'd lost. When her breathing became labored, I put the pistol to her temple, and she squeezed my hand one last time. And I pulled the trigger, and then I was alone. I stayed with her body for a day, unable to move, unable to process the magnitude of everything we'd lost. Eventually infected found my position, and I had to move. Had to leave Jenny behind with just a shallow grave covered in rocks. I continued east, no longer fleeing toward safety, but just fleeing, a survivor without purpose or direction. I saw the infected spreading across the landscape like a tide, an unstoppable wave of corpses that consumed everything living. I saw military units making last stands, saw cities burning, saw the United States of America tearing itself apart from within. Somewhere in Wyoming, I encountered a functioning military checkpoint, actual organized resistance with heavy weapons and fortified positions. The soldiers were professional and disciplined, creating a defensive line meant to hold against the infected tide. I tried to enlist, tried to offer my skills and experience, but the commanding officer said they didn't need more fighters. They needed the infected to stop spreading, and that wasn't happening. He said the virus had reached the East Coast now, had jumped to other continents through air travel before quarantines could be implemented, that every model showed human extinction within 6 months. I asked if there was a cure in development, and the officer laughed bitterly, said Sterling Biotech's research notes had been recovered but made no sense to virologists, that the virus was too complex, too adaptive, that even if they developed an antiviral, it would take years to produce and distribute, years we didn't have. He said the president and most of Congress were dead, that the military chain of command had fractured into regional forces, that global communication was breaking down as satellites went unmaintained and power grids failed. He said I should find somewhere remote, somewhere the infected couldn't easily reach, and try to survive as long as possible, that there was nothing else left to do. I took his advice and moved into the Rockies, found an abandoned fire lookout tower that I fortified as best I could. I had enough supplies to last maybe a year if I was careful, and I spent my days watching the world die through binoculars. I saw the infected spreading through valleys below, saw the occasional helicopter flying over presumably carrying VIPs to whatever bunkers they'd prepared. I saw forest fires burning unchecked, saw storms rolling through without weather services to predict them, saw autumn turn to winter, and wondered if I'd live to see spring. The isolation drove me to write this account, to document what happened in Yosemite, to testify that Sterling and his greed and arrogance had destroyed civilization. I don't know who will read this or if anyone will, but I feel compelled to record the truth, to make sure someone knows that the Solanum virus wasn't an accident or an act of terrorism, but the predictable result of unchecked corporate power and institutional corruption. I think about Tom and Jenny and Sarah and everyone else who died trying to hold back the tide, and I wonder if our resistance meant anything, if we delayed the inevitable by even a day. From my tower, I can see smoke rising from Denver, 100 miles south, and I know that's where the infected are massing now, consuming the last major population center in this region. The military checkpoint in Wyoming went silent 3 weeks ago, overrun or abandoned, and I've heard no radio transmissions in days. The satellites are failing one by one, their orbits decaying, and soon there'll be no way for survivors to coordinate or communicate. I wonder how many of us are left, scattered across the world, waiting in our towers and bunkers and hidden caves for the infected to find us. Sometimes I think about Sterling falling from Half Dome, his scream cutting through the night air, and I wonder if he understood, in those final seconds, what he'd done, if he felt anything resembling remorse or regret. More often, I think he died the way he lived, convinced of his own righteousness, believing that others simply couldn't comprehend his vision. I think about the families in Yosemite who'd come to see natural wonders and found only death, about the rangers who died, protecting visitors who were already doomed, about the whole elaborate structure of civilization that had seemed so permanent and proved so fragile. The infected are slower in winter, their decaying bodies stiffening in the cold, but they never stop completely. I see them sometimes, individuals or small groups shambling through the snow below my tower, drawn by instinct toward any sign of life. I have enough ammunition to hold them off for now, enough supplies to survive through March if I'm careful. But after that I'll have to move, scavenge, expose myself to dangers that might prove fatal. I've accepted that I'm probably going to die, that survival is a temporary condition in this new world, and strangely that acceptance brings a kind of peace. I think humanity's story is ending, not with a bang, but with countless small whimpers, each survivor's death marking the slow extinguishment of consciousness from Earth. Maybe some isolated communities will persist, islands or mountain settlements that manage to maintain defenses against the infected. But the world as we knew it is gone. The cities are graveyards, the highways clogged with the dead, the infrastructure collapsing as power plants run out of fuel and water systems fail. Nature will reclaim everything eventually, forests growing through the ruins of skyscrapers, animals adapting to a world without human dominance, and perhaps the infected will finally decay into nothing, leaving a planet cleansed of both the virus and the civilization that created it. I've stopped making plans beyond the next day, stopped thinking about futures that won't exist. I eat my rations, maintain my weapons, watch the valleys for infected, and remember the people who didn't survive. I remember Tom giving me his pistol and asking for mercy, Jenny holding my hand as I ended her suffering, Sterling falling into darkness, Sarah coughing her last breaths beside a highway in Nevada. I remember the tourists who'd come to Yosemite seeking beauty and adventure, the families who'd thought they were safe in nature's embrace, the rangers who died doing their duty when duty became meaningless. The truly horrifying thing is how fast it all collapsed, how quickly centuries of civilization crumbled once the foundation cracked. Within 2 weeks of the first outbreak, most of California was gone. Within a month, the federal government had ceased to function. Within 2 months, global supply chains had disintegrated and regional warlords were emerging from the chaos. The virus itself was terrifying, but the speed of societal breakdown was even worse. The way humans turned on each other, the way authority evaporated, the way every social contract dissolved under pressure. We'd built our world on assumptions of continued order, and those assumptions proved fatally optimistic. I wonder sometimes if there was a moment when it could have been stopped, when aggressive action might have contained the outbreak before it reached critical mass. If Sterling had been honest about the infection instead of covering it up, if the government had mobilized faster, if people had been willing to accept draconian quarantines, maybe we could have survived. But human nature made containment impossible, our desire for freedom and commerce and normalcy overriding rational caution. And by the time everyone understood the threat, it was already too late. Sterling's private research facility was just the catalyst, the spark that lit kindling we'd been piling up for decades. The radio crackles sometimes with automated emergency broadcasts, the same messages repeating endlessly from facilities where no human remains to update them. They tell me to stay indoors, to avoid contact with infected individuals, to wait for government assistance that will never come. They tell me vaccination programs are being developed, that the military is establishing safe zones, that order will be restored. All lies or obsolete information, recordings playing to an audience that no longer exists. I've stopped listening except on nights when the isolation threatens to break me, and I need the sound of human voices, even if they're ghosts speaking from the grave. I've been thinking about Adam and Eve lately, the biblical story of humanity's fall from grace, and wondering if that's what we're living through, the end of our paradise and the beginning of something darker. Sterling played the role of serpent, offering forbidden knowledge of biological manipulation, promising godlike power over life and death. We took the apple, pursued the research despite the risks, convinced we could control what we created. Now we're cast out, exiled from the garden of civilization into a wasteland of our own making, and there's no going back, no redemption arc, just the slow extinction of our species. My supplies are running lower than I'd like, the winter lasting longer than anticipated. I've been rationing carefully, but I'll need to scavenge soon, descend from my tower into the valleys where the infected wait. There's a small town about 10 miles north that might have unopened stores or houses with canned goods in basements. I've been watching it through binoculars, counting the infected that shamble through its streets, trying to determine if a scavenging run is feasible or suicidal. The odds aren't good, but starvation isn't any better, and at least fighting the infected gives me some agency over my death. I've written instructions on the wall of the tower, explaining what happened in Yosemite, identifying Sterling Biotech as responsible for the outbreak, warning anyone who finds this place about the Solanum virus and its transmission vectors. I've included details about the nuclear strike and the government's failed containment efforts, creating a record for archaeologists or aliens or whoever inherits Earth after we're gone. It's probably pointless. Probably no one will ever read it. But the act of writing helps me feel like I'm doing something purposeful, like I'm fulfilling my ranger duty to preserve and protect, even when there's nothing left to preserve. The infected below my tower have increased in number recently, drawn by something I can't identify. Maybe they sense my presence. Maybe they're following migration patterns as winter drives them toward lower elevations. Either way, my window for a safe descent is closing. I've prepared my gear, loaded my weapons, said my goodbyes to the ghosts that haunt my memory. Tomorrow I'll go down into the town, and either I'll return with supplies, or I won't return at all. Either outcome seems acceptable at this point, survival or release, continued struggle or final rest. I think about the sequoias that used to stand in Yosemite, trees that had lived for thousands of years, that had survived ice ages and droughts and fires. They were monuments to resilience, proof that life could persist through almost anything. But even they couldn't survive what we'd created. The nuclear strike that destroyed the park would have vaporized them instantly, turned their ancient wood into ash and plasma. Nothing survived that blast. Not the granite domes, not the waterfalls, not the valleys that had taken millions of years to carve. Sterling's compound on Half Dome was atomized, his body along with it, but that seemed like insufficient punishment for what he'd done. Sometimes I imagine alternative timelines where I made different choices, where I convinced Tom to evacuate earlier, where I never went after Sterling and focused only on escape, where I saved Jenny by getting her proper medical care. But those are fantasies, comforting lies, I tell myself. The truth is that nothing I did mattered in the larger scope, that individual actions were meaningless against the scale of the catastrophe. Sterling would have died in the nuclear strike even if I hadn't thrown him from Half Dome. Jenny would have died from her injuries even with a hospital. Tom was doomed the moment the infected bit his hand. We were all doomed from the moment Sterling released his virus, all just playing out the end game of human civilization. The infected have reached my tower, their hands scraping against the wooden walls, their moans filling the night air. There are maybe 50 of them, more than I anticipated, and I realize my scavenging run is no longer optional. I have to leave now or be trapped here until I starve. I've packed what I can carry, abandoned what I can't, and I'm writing this final entry by flashlight as the infected press against the door. I don't know if I'll survive the descent, don't know if there's anything in the town worth surviving for, but staying here means certain death, so I'm choosing motion over stasis, action over resignation. If someone reads this, know that we tried, that people like Tom and Jenny and Sarah fought against the darkness even when victory was impossible. Know that Sterling Biotech and corporations like it prioritized profit over safety. The government oversight failed catastrophically, that the systems we trusted to protect us were rotten with corruption and greed. Know that the Solanum virus could have been contained if people in power had acted honestly and decisively, that this extinction was preventable, but wasn't prevented because institutional interests outweighed human welfare. Know that the world ended not because we lacked the knowledge or resources to save ourselves, but because we lacked the wisdom and courage to use them properly. The door is cracking now, the infected throwing themselves against it with mindless persistence, and I can see their fingers reaching through gaps in the wood. I've set up my last stand at the top of the tower stairs, where the narrow passage will funnel them toward my rifle sights, where I can make each round count. I have maybe 200 rounds of ammunition remaining and 50 infected outside, odds that would have seemed insurmountable before I learned to kill the dead. I'm not afraid anymore. Fear burned away somewhere between Yosemite and here, replaced by a calm acceptance that this is how things end. Fighting to the last breath, making the darkness work for every inch of ground. I can hear something else now, under the moans of the infected. A sound that might be engines, might be helicopters, might be my imagination creating false hope. The door is breaking, splinters flying, dead hands pushing through, and I'm raising my rifle, settling my breathing, finding my center the way my drill sergeants taught me 20 years ago. The first infected pushes through the door, and I put a round through its brain. And then another appears, and I drop it too. And then they're flooding through, and I'm firing on automatic now, burning through magazines, the tower filling with smoke, and the smell of cordite and rotting flesh. They keep coming, and I keep shooting. Mechanical repetition, target acquisition and elimination. No thought required. My rifle runs dry, and I switch to my pistol. Then to a hunting knife I took from Sterling's compound. Then to my bare hands when the knife breaks off in an infected skull. They're on me now, pulling me down, teeth seeking flesh. And I feel something tear in my shoulder. Feel hot blood running down my arm. I'm still fighting, throwing punches that shatter decaying bone, kicking at knees that snap like twigs. But there are too many and I'm too tired, and this is how it ends, drowning in a tide of corpses at the top of a fire lookout tower in the Colorado Rockies. The sound I heard was helicopters, military or maybe private, and they're overhead now, their searchlights illuminating the tower and the mass of infected surrounding it. I hear gunfire, heavy caliber, and infected bodies start exploding around me. Precision shots from door gunners who know what they're doing. The pressure releases slightly, and I manage to crawl backward, putting my back against the tower wall, watching as the helicopters circle and clear the infected from the structure. Someone is rappelling down from one of the aircraft, a figure in tactical gear carrying medical supplies. And I want to tell them to leave me, to save their resources for someone who isn't infected. But my voice won't work anymore. The medic reaches me and checks my wounds, sees the bite on my shoulder and the scratches on my arms. And I watch his expression change behind his visor. See the moment he realizes I'm already dead, just not finished dying yet. He injects me with something, morphine probably, and the pain starts to fade, replaced by a warm fog that makes everything seem distant and unimportant. He's talking into his radio, reporting casualties, requesting extraction priority. And I want to tell him not to bother, but the fog is thickening and my thoughts are scattering. I'm being lifted now, carried by strong hands toward one of the helicopters. And through the fog, I see other survivors. People rescued from other isolated positions, their faces hollow with exhaustion and trauma. The helicopter banks away from the tower, and I get a final view of the mountains, the forests, the valleys spreading out below. All of it infected now. All of it lost. The medic is still talking, saying something about quarantine facilities and experimental treatments. But I know the truth. Know that I have hours or maybe days before the fever takes me and I become one of them. The helicopter flies east through the night, away from the Rockies, away from the spreading infection, toward some facility that probably can't save me, but will try anyway. I close my eyes and think about Yosemite, about the granite faces and sequoia groves and alpine meadows that existed for millions of years before humans arrived and lasted less than a century after we learned to manipulate life at the cellular level. I think about Sterling falling through darkness, about Tom asking for mercy, about Jenny's last smile, about Sarah coughing beside a Nevada highway. I think about all the people who died trying to stop what couldn't be stopped, who fought against the inevitable with courage and dignity and futile heroism. The morphine is pulling me under now, consciousness slipping away, and I feel something like peace, like resolution, like the end of a very long patrol. The medic is checking my vital signs, and I hear him curse, hear him call for a crash cart. But it's too late. I'm already gone, falling into darkness like Sterling fell from Half Dome. My last thought is a hope, irrational and desperate, that somewhere someone survived, that humanity didn't end completely, that the darkness didn't win. But I don't believe it, can't believe it, not after everything I've seen. The infected are spreading, the virus is evolving, and the cities are burning. And we're done. Finished, extinct, except for the timing. The helicopter touches down somewhere and doors open, and voices shout instructions, and I'm being rushed through corridors that smell of disinfectant and fear. They're putting me on a table, cutting away my clothes, examining my wounds, and I hear someone say it's too late. The infection is already systemic. There's nothing they can do. I'm strapped down now, restrained, and I understand they're keeping me alive long enough to study the virus, to learn from my dying. And I want to be angry, but I'm too tired, too far gone. The fever is building, my body temperature spiking, my vision tunneling down to nothing. My heart stops around dawn according to the monitors, flatlines for maybe 3 minutes, and then it starts again, not beating, but twitching, arrhythmic and wrong. My eyes open, but I'm not behind them anymore. The virus has consumed everything that made me Nathan Black, has turned my brain into a command center for hunger and hunting. The restraints hold my body but barely, my muscles straining with impossible strength, my jaw snapping at empty air. The scientists watching through reinforced glass take notes and record observations and try to extract some knowledge that might save humanity. But there's nothing to learn, no weakness to exploit, just the virus doing what it was designed to do, turning life into unlife, transforming humans into carriers. I exist like that for days or weeks, time meaningless, chained to a table in a research facility somewhere in America or maybe abroad. Other infected are brought in, studied, dissected, their bodies yielding secrets that don't matter because there's no infrastructure left to develop cures, no pharmaceutical companies functioning, no global supply chains to distribute treatments. The scientists work anyway, driven by professional obligation or personal obsession, and maybe they'll discover something important. Maybe they'll crack the viral code and save the future. But I doubt it. Stirling designed Solanum too well, made it too adaptive, too resilient, and now it's his legacy, his gift to humanity, extinction wrapped in scientific achievement. The facility falls eventually, overrun by infected who've breached the perimeter, and in the chaos I'm freed from my restraints. Join the horde that consumes the scientists and guards and everyone else still alive. We pour out into a world that's already ours. A world of empty cities and silent highways and forests reclaiming streets and buildings. There are still survivors, hidden in bunkers and towers and ships at sea. But they're running out of supplies, running out of hope, and eventually they'll emerge or starve. And either way, they'll join us, add their bodies to the endless parade of the infected. The virus spreads across continents, across oceans on ships that drift with zombie crews, across islands that thought themselves safe. Within a year, there are more infected than living humans. Within 2 years, the ratio is 10 to 1. Within 3 years, humanity exists only in isolated pockets too small to matter. The infrastructure collapses completely. Power grids failing, water systems breaking, all the complex systems that supported civilization grinding to a halt. Nuclear reactors melt down untended. Chemical plants leak toxins, dams burst from lack of maintenance, and the environmental damage compounds the biological nightmare. I shamble through this ruined world without awareness or comprehension, just another infected among millions, hunting whatever living creatures remain. Sometimes I pass through places that trigger fragmentary memories, neural ghosts of who I used to be, and I see granite mountains and sequoia forests and feel something that might be loss or longing. But those feelings don't last, can't last, because the virus has erased everything except the hunger, has reduced human consciousness to its most primitive drives. I'm a plague walker now, Stirling's creation, Tom's warning, Jenny's fear made flesh. and I'll keep walking until my body falls apart, or the world ends, or some future species evolves to replace us. The last human dies alone in a research station in Antarctica, the final holdout against the infection. And with his death ends 10,000 years of human civilization, ends agriculture and writing and art and science and philosophy and everything we built from the moment we learned to make fire. The infected remain, millions of us wandering a world we can't understand. And eventually we'll decay and stop moving, and the earth will be silent except for the wind and the animals and the waves. And maybe that's better. Maybe a world without humans is a world without Sterling and without biological weapons and without the arrogance that nearly destroyed the planet even before the virus. Maybe our extinction is nature's immune response, eliminating a species that had become a planetary cancer. But I can't think these thoughts anymore because I'm not thinking, not really, just responding to stimuli, following movements, seeking meat. The part of me that was Nathan Black, that survived Afghanistan and Yosemite and everything after, is gone now, dissolved into viral protein chains and synaptic misfires. The part of me that threw Sterling from Half Dome and held Jenny while she died and wrote desperate messages on tower walls is lost, irretrievable, as extinct as the civilization that created it. All that remains is shambling flesh, animated by Solanum, walking through seasons and years, a memorial to human hubris carved in rotting tissue. And so the world turns, the sun rises and sets, the seasons cycle from summer to winter and back again, and the infected walk until they can't walk anymore, and then they lie where they fall and decay back into soil. It takes decades, but eventually the last infected collapses, its body too degraded to continue. And then there are no more humans, living or dead, just a planet slowly healing from the wound we inflicted. The cities crumble, the roads disappear under vegetation, the monuments erode, and in 1,000 years archaeologists from some other world might land here and wonder what we were, what we achieved, what we destroyed. They'll find Sterling's facilities if they're thorough, find the research notes and the genetic sequences and the evidence of our final mistake, and maybe they'll learn from our failure, or maybe they'll repeat it in their own way, because intelligence always seems to outpace wisdom. I rot near the ruins of Denver. My body collapsed on a street that used to have a name I can't remember, surrounded by others like me, a mass grave of plague walkers who walked until they couldn't anymore. The crows come first, then the insects, then larger scavengers, all of them immune to solanum, or maybe it's already burned out, consumed its hosts and died with them. My flesh feeds beetles and nourishes grass and becomes part of the ecosystem again, completing the cycle, returning nutrients to soil that will grow forests that will cover this city and erase the memory of what happened here. This is how humanity ends, not with bombs or climate change or resource depletion, but with a virus designed to heal us that instead destroyed us. This is Sterling's legacy, a dead world populated by corpses that walked for a while, then stopped walking. This is what comes from playing God without wisdom, from prioritizing profit over safety, from believing that human intelligence can conquer nature rather than exist within it. This is the price of our arrogance, extinction so complete that future species won't know we existed, won't find enough evidence to piece together our story, won't understand that we had civilization and threw it away chasing immortality. The last of my consciousness flickers out somewhere in the endless darkness, a final spark of awareness that recognizes the irony, the bitter joke that Sterling wanted to cure death and instead created something worse than death, a state of undead existence that mocked everything he'd hoped to achieve. And then even that spark is gone, and there's nothing. Just silence. Just the wind over empty land. Just the patient process of geological time erasing our mistakes. The plague has ended not because we defeated it, but because we ran out of hosts and the world continues without us, indifferent to our loss, moving through cosmic time as it always has, as it always will. Now let's move on to the next story. The first weird thing I noticed was the smell. It came in with the morning tide on September 23rd, a Monday that started like any other. I was outside checking the fog signal when I caught it on the wind. Something rotten and chemical, like spoiled seafood mixed with hospital antiseptic. I figured one of the fishing boats had dumped bad catch offshore, which happens sometimes when the guys miscalculated their haul. But the smell persisted for days, getting stronger when the wind came from the northeast. I mentioned it to Pete Davidson, who ran a lobster boat out of Cape Elizabeth and sometimes stopped by the lighthouse to shoot the breeze. Pete was in his 60s, weathered and tough as the barnacles on the rocks, and he'd been fishing these waters his whole life. "You smell that too?" he asked when he showed up that Wednesday, earlier than usual. His boat was tied up at the small dock near the lighthouse, and he looked troubled. "It's been getting worse. A couple of the guys pulled up traps yesterday and found dead lobsters inside. Wow, just rotting away. Not normal dead either. They looked diseased, covered in some kind of fungus or slime. Tommy Chen from Portland brought in a haul 2 days ago, and half his crew got sick, throwing up, fever. They're in the hospital now." I frowned, leaning against the railing of the lighthouse gallery. "Coast Guard been notified?" "Yeah, they sent a patrol boat out, took water samples. Nobody's saying much, but word is they found something in the water. Some kind of contamination." Pete spat over the railing into the rocks below. "Russians, probably. Been a lot of trawlers in our waters lately, big industrial ones. Fish and Wildlife's been tracking them, but can't do much unless they cross into territorial waters. Some of us think they're dumping something, poisoning the fishing grounds to drive us out." I'd heard rumors about Russian fishing operations encroaching on American waters, but it had seemed like just another geopolitical headache, the kind of thing that got settled through diplomatic channels or Coast Guard patrols. "You really think they'd poison the water?" Pete shrugged. "I think they'd do whatever makes them money. Russian mob controls most of the seafood export from their side. They see our industry as competition. Wouldn't be the first time they played dirty." He checked his watch. "Gotta run. Just wanted to warn you. If you see anything strange out there, call it in, yeah? And maybe stay out of the water for a while." After Pete left, I stood in the gallery for a long time, scanning the horizon with my binoculars. The Atlantic was choppy, whitecaps visible in the distance, and I could see a few boats heading back to port earlier than they should have been. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. It was like the feeling I'd get in the Coast Guard when we'd intercept a suspicious vessel, that prickling at the back of your neck that said danger was close, even if you couldn't see it yet. I went back inside and turned on the VHF radio, switching through the maritime channels. There was more chatter than usual. Boats calling in reports of contaminated catch, sick crew members, strange debris floating in the water. The Coast Guard station at South Portland was coordinating with the CDC and the EPA, but nobody seemed to have answers yet. That evening, Emily called. "Dad, have you been watching the news?" "No, why?" "There's something going on with the fishing industry. We've had 12 fishermen admitted in the last 2 days, all with similar symptoms. High fever, vomiting, severe dehydration, and they're getting aggressive. Really aggressive. 2 of them had to be sedated and restrained. The CDC is sending a team up from Atlanta." She sounded worried, which wasn't like her. Emily had seen plenty of sick people in her work, and she didn't rattle easily. One of them bit a nurse. Like, really bit her. Took a chunk out of her arm. Security had to pull him off. He's in isolation now, and the nurse is in observation. They're calling it some kind of neurological infection. Pete said some of the crews were getting sick. They think it's in the water. Maybe, or something they're catching. The patients keep talking about being on their boats when they started feeling sick, and most of them had contact with contaminated fish or shellfish. Dr. Reeves thinks it might be some kind of novel pathogen, maybe a prion disease or a mutated virus. We're supposed to use full PPE when treating them now. She paused. Dad, maybe you should come stay with me for a few days. If there's something in the water... I'm fine, honey. I'll stay out of the ocean, I promise. But I need to keep the lighthouse running. People depend on it. I know, but... She sighed. Just be careful, okay? And call me if anything weird happens. After we hung up, I couldn't shake the unease settling in my gut. I went through my evening routine mechanically, checking the light rotation, monitoring the weather reports, making dinner. But I kept the VHF radio on, and I kept hearing more reports. A fishing boat had radioed for help 20 miles out. Crew incapacitated, vessel adrift. The Coast Guard had dispatched a cutter, but the last transmission had been garbled, something about the crew attacking each other. Another boat had limped into Kennebunkport with half the crew dead and the other half in some kind of delirium. The harbor masters up and down the coast were advising vessels to stay in port until further notice. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah in her hospital bed during those last weeks, wasting away while the cancer ate her from the inside. I saw Emily as a little girl, laughing on the beach while Sarah and I watched her build sandcastles. And I saw the dark water of the Atlantic, hiding whatever poison was spreading through it, reaching for the shore like a creeping shadow. When I finally fell asleep around 3 a.m, I dreamed of drowning men clawing at the surface of the water, their eyes milky white and empty, their mouths open in silent screams. The next morning, Thursday, I woke to the sound of sirens, multiple emergency vehicles, the wailing echoing across the water from Portland. I grabbed my binoculars and went outside, scanning toward the city. I could see smoke rising from somewhere near the waterfront, thick and black. The VHF radio crackled with emergency traffic, Coast Guard and police coordinating some kind of response at the fish market. I tried calling Emily, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I left a message asking her to call me back, then spent the next 2 hours pacing and monitoring the radio. When she finally called back around noon, she sounded exhausted. Dad, it's bad. Really bad. One of the fishermen we had in isolation last night, the one who bit the nurse, he died around 4 a.m. Cardiac arrest, multiple organ failure. But then, about 15 minutes later, he got up. Just sat up on the gurney like nothing had happened, except he wasn't breathing. No pulse, no respiration. But he was moving. He attacked the orderly who tried to check on him, and by the time security got there, he'd bitten 2 more people. They managed to get him locked in the room, but now the nurse he bit yesterday is showing the same symptoms. High fever, aggression, and her pupils are dilated to the point where you can barely see the iris. She's not responding to verbal commands anymore. My blood ran cold. What do you mean he got up? Emily, people don't just get up after they die. I know what it sounds like, but I'm telling you what I saw on the security footage. We're calling it some kind of postmortem muscle spasm or electrical activity in the nervous system. But it doesn't make sense. And it's spreading. Every person who's been bitten is developing the same symptoms within hours. The CDC team arrived this morning, and they're setting up a containment protocol. But, Dad, I think we're dealing with something completely unprecedented here. Her voice dropped to a whisper. One of the CDC doctors said it looks like a weaponized pathogen, like something designed in a lab. Jesus Christ, are you safe? Are they evacuating the hospital? Not yet. They're isolating the infected patients in a secure wing and restricting access. I'm not allowed in that area anymore, thank God. But people are starting to panic. There are rumors spreading through the city. Social media is going crazy. And the police have cordoned off the fish market because apparently there was an incident there this morning. Multiple casualties. She took a shaky breath. I have to go. My shift starts in 10 minutes. But Dad, please, if you see anything strange, anything at all, you call 911 immediately and stay away from anyone who looks sick. The rest of Thursday passed in a blur of increasingly alarming radio traffic and news reports. By evening, the story had gone national. Every major network was covering the mysterious illness affecting the main fishing industry, with speculation ranging from toxic algae bloom to terrorist attack. The government was being tight-lipped, but leaked reports suggested that federal agencies, including the FBI and Department of Homeland Security, were investigating possible sabotage of the fishing grounds. There were interviews with fishermen describing the strange slime they'd found on their catch, the way the dead fish seemed to twitch and move, even hours after being pulled from the water. One grizzled captain from Booth Bay Harbor claimed he'd seen something in the water, something large and wrong moving beneath the surface. But the news anchors treated it as the ramblings of a traumatized man. I kept trying to call Emily throughout the evening, but she wasn't answering. Around 10 p.m., I finally got a text from her. Lockdown at hospital. Situation deteriorating. 23 infected now. Don't come to Portland. I love you. I stared at that message for a long time, my hands shaking. 23 infected in less than 2 days. And that was just at one hospital. I turned on the television and flipped through the channels until I found local news. The anchor looked pale and frightened, even through the professional makeup and forced composure. We're getting reports of violent incidents at multiple locations throughout the greater Portland area. Maine Medical Center has been placed under quarantine, with National Guard units establishing a perimeter. Residents are advised to stay indoors and avoid contact with anyone displaying symptoms of the infection, which include high fever, aggressive behavior, and possible psychosis. The governor has declared a state of emergency and is requesting federal assistance. The camera cut to shaky cell phone footage of what looked like the Portland waterfront. People were running, screaming, and in the background I could see figures moving with an unnatural, jerking gait, chasing the fleeing crowds. The footage was dark and grainy, but for just a moment the camera focused on one of the figures. It was a man in fishing gear, his clothes torn and stained with what looked like blood and seawater. His face was gray and slack, mouth hanging open, and his eyes were completely white, the pupils and irises gone. He was pursuing a woman with terrifying single-mindedness, ignoring the people trying to stop him, and when 2 men tackled him to the ground, he twisted around and sank his teeth into one man's shoulder. The screaming intensified, and then the footage cut out. The anchor reappeared, visibly shaken. We want to warn viewers that the footage you just saw has not been verified, and we cannot confirm the nature of the attacks. However, Portland police are asking residents to shelter in place while they assess the situation. Do not attempt to approach anyone displaying violent or erratic behavior. Medical professionals are working to understand the source of this outbreak, but at this time, there is no known treatment. The broadcast cut to a press conference with the Maine governor, a thin woman with gray hair pulled back in a tight bun, flanked by officials from various agencies. As of 8 p.m. tonight, we have confirmed 147 cases of infection across Cumberland, York, and Sagadahoc counties, the governor said, reading from a prepared statement. The illness appears to spread through bodily fluids, particularly through bites or scratches. We are coordinating with the CDC, the Department of Defense, and federal law enforcement to contain the outbreak and identify its source. Preliminary findings suggest that the pathogen may have been introduced through contaminated seafood products originating from offshore fishing operations. We are working with the Coast Guard to track down vessels that may have been involved. She looked directly at the camera. I want to be clear. This is a rapidly evolving situation, and we are taking every possible measure to protect public safety. However, the most important thing right now is that people follow quarantine procedures. Stay home. Lock your doors. Do not have contact with infected individuals. Help is coming. But I'd been in the Coast Guard long enough to read between the lines. When officials started talking about containment and tracking vessels, when they mentioned the Department of Defense and federal law enforcement, it meant they knew more than they were saying. It meant they suspected this wasn't an accident. And the way she'd phrased it, contaminated seafood products originating from offshore fishing operations, suggested they had identified a source, or at least a vector. I went back to the VHF radio and started scanning through all the maritime channels, including some of the less official ones that fishermen used to communicate when they didn't want Coast Guard oversight. What I heard made my blood freeze. There were reports of a large foreign trawler operating just outside the 12-mile limit, a massive vessel flying a Russian flag and conducting what appeared to be dumping operations. Several boats had tried to approach it to document the activity, but the trawler had aggressive security, armed men on deck who fired warning shots to keep other vessels away. One lobsterman claimed he'd managed to get close enough to see barrels being rolled off the stern, barrels with biohazard symbols on them. I grabbed my own camera, a high-end Canon with a powerful telephoto lens that I used for wildlife photography, and headed up to the lighthouse gallery. The visibility was good, clear skies, and a waning moon providing enough ambient light. I scanned the horizon systematically, sector by sector, looking for any unusual vessel activity. It took me almost an hour, but eventually I spotted something about 15 miles out, right at the edge of where I could distinguish details even with the telephoto lens. It was a large ship, definitely a commercial trawler based on the silhouette, and it was moving slowly parallel to the coast. I snapped several photos, adjusting the ISO and shutter speed to compensate for the low light, and managed to capture the vessel's profile and what looked like Cyrillic letters on the hull. As I photographed the ship, I saw something else that made my stomach drop. There were smaller boats approaching it from the south, speedboats moving fast across the dark water. They pulled alongside the trawler, and even from this distance I could see figures moving on deck, what looked like a transfer of some kind. Cargo or personnel, I couldn't tell, but it was clearly a rendezvous, and clearly something they didn't want observed. I kept shooting, burning through my memory card, documenting everything I could see. The speedboats eventually pulled away and headed toward shore, and the trawler changed course, heading northeast toward deeper water. I went back inside and downloaded the photos to my computer, zooming in on the hull markings. The name on the ship was in Russian, but I could make out enough to run it through an online translator. Vladivostok Pride. A quick search told me it was registered to a company called Volkov Maritime Industries, owned by a Russian oligarch named Dmitry Volkov. The company had been sanctioned multiple times for illegal fishing practices and environmental violations, but continued to operate through a network of shell companies and flags of convenience. There were photos of Volkov online, a heavy-set man in his 50s with cold eyes and an expensive suit, posing on the deck of his personal yacht. The articles described him as ruthless and connected to organized crime, someone who'd built his fortune through intimidation and corruption. I copied all the photos to a thumb drive and tried to figure out who to send them to. The Coast Guard was overwhelmed with emergency response. The FBI was probably involved, but I didn't have a direct contact there. I settled on emailing them to the Regional Coast Guard Intelligence Office with a detailed description of what I'd observed, then made backups and hid the thumb drive in my safe. If Volkov was behind this, if he deliberately contaminated the fishing grounds as an act of economic terrorism or sabotage, then I'd just documented evidence of it, which meant I might have just painted a target on my back. I tried calling Emily again, but still no answer. The last news update at midnight reported that the quarantine zone around Maine Medical Center had expanded, with military vehicles blocking all access roads. The National Guard had been activated and was establishing checkpoints throughout Portland. There were unconfirmed reports of infected individuals escaping the hospital and attacking people in the surrounding neighborhoods. The death toll was at least 37, but that number was hours old and almost certainly too low. Social media was flooded with videos and eyewitness accounts, people barricading themselves in homes and businesses, families trying to flee the city and being turned back at checkpoints. The phrase zombie virus was trending on Twitter, despite official denials and attempts to control the narrative. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the lighthouse gallery with the VHF radio crackling and my binoculars scanning the water, watching for any sign of the trawler returning or more suspicious activity. Around 3 a.m, I saw lights to the south, near Peaks Island. Lots of lights, emergency vehicles, and what looked like military helicopters. The radio traffic confirmed it. There had been an outbreak on the island, and they were evacuating residents while trying to contain infected individuals. The ferry terminal at Portland was shut down, and Casco Bay Island Transit had suspended all service. People were trapped on the islands, or trapped on the mainland, and the infection was spreading faster than anyone could track. Friday morning brought worse news. The infection had reached South Portland, Scarborough, and Cape Elizabeth, my own town. I heard sirens on the mainland, saw smoke rising from multiple locations, and the local emergency alert system started broadcasting evacuation orders for coastal communities. But where were we supposed to go? The highways north were jammed with traffic, and the National Guard was turning people back from the quarantine zones. The official story was that they were setting up safe zones and screening centers, but the subtext was clear. They were trying to stop the infection from spreading inland, and they'd use force if necessary. I loaded my Remington 870 shotgun and my Glock 19, both of which I'd kept from my Coast Guard days, and packed a go bag with food, water, first aid supplies, and warm clothing. I'd done enough disaster response training to know that when things went to hell, the prepared survived. I topped off the fuel tanks for the lighthouse generator and the backup system, then did a final check of all the equipment. If I had to abandon the lighthouse, I wanted to leave it in working order for as long as possible. That light might be the only thing keeping ships away from the rocks once this got worse, and I had a feeling it was going to get much worse. Around 10 a.m., Pete Davidson showed up again, this time with 2 other fishermen I recognized from around Cape Elizabeth. They looked scared and exhausted, carrying rifles and grim expressions. "Tommy, we need your help," Pete said as soon as I opened the door. "The town's falling apart. The police station got overrun an hour ago. There's infected everywhere, and they're not stopping. We put down 3 of them already, and they don't go down easy. You gotta destroy the brain or sever the spine, just like in the fucking movies." He laughed, but it was a bitter, desperate sound. "We're gathering survivors at the Fort Williams Park, the old military installation. Stone walls, defensible position, only a few access points. We've got maybe 40 people there so far, and we're trying to get everyone out of the residential areas before the infected find them." "What about the National Guard, the military?" "They're stretched too thin. Portland's a war zone, and they're trying to hold the line there. We're on our own out here." Pete looked back toward the road, where I could hear screaming in the distance. "Your daughter, Emily, is she okay?" "I don't know. She's at Maine Medical Center, and it's under quarantine. I haven't been able to reach her since last night." My voice cracked a little. "I need to go get her." "Tommy, you can't. The roads are blocked, and even if you got through, you'd never make it into the hospital. The best thing you can do is survive, and hope she does too." Pete gripped my shoulder. We need someone with military experience, someone who knows tactics and can help organize a defense. That's you. Come with us to Fort Williams. Help us keep people alive. When this settles down, when the government gets control, then you can find your daughter. But right now, we need you. I wanted to refuse, wanted to grab my truck and drive straight to Portland no matter what stood in the way. But Pete was right. I'd be throwing my life away on a suicide run, and Emily would want me to help people if I could. So I nodded, grabbed my go bag and weapons, and followed Pete and the others back to their truck. As we drove away from the lighthouse, I took one last look at the beam cutting through the morning sky. I wondered if I'd ever see it again. Fort Williams Park was chaos organized through sheer determination. The old military installation dated back to the early 1900s, and while most of it was ruins now, the stone walls and bunkers still provided good defensive positions. The survivors had barricaded the main entrance with cars and debris, leaving only a narrow gap that could be guarded. Inside, families huddled in the old fortifications, children crying, adults looking shell-shocked and terrified. Pete introduced me to the others who'd taken charge. Linda Harrison, a former Marine who ran a hardware store. Jack Chen, a police officer who'd escaped when the station was overrun. And Father Michael O'Brien, a Catholic priest who was trying to keep people calm and organized. "We need to secure the perimeter and do a head count," I said, falling back into the command voice I'd used in the Coast Guard. "Anyone with military or law enforcement experience, I want you on the walls watching for infected. Everyone else, we need to inventory supplies, set up a medical area, and establish sanitation facilities. This might be temporary, or it might be home for a while. Either way, we prepare for the long term." For the next several hours, I threw myself into organizing the survivors, grateful for something to focus on besides my terror for Emily. We set up watch rotations, designated sleeping areas, and created a central supply depot. Jack Chen had managed to bring a police radio from the station before it fell, and we used it to monitor emergency traffic. The news was universally bad. Portland was lost, overrun by infected, with the National Guard falling back to establish a new containment line along I-295. The infection had spread to Biddeford, Westbrook, and Brunswick. There were reports of similar outbreaks in other coastal towns all the way from Kittery to Bath, suggesting multiple points of contamination or an incredibly fast-spreading pathogen. "It's in the water supply," Linda said grimly. "Has to be. The infection started with fishermen, but it's spreading too fast to be just person-to-person transmission. Anyone who drank tap water in the last few days might be carrying it." That thought was terrifying because it meant potentially thousands of people were already infected and just hadn't shown symptoms yet. I looked around at the 43 survivors we'd gathered, wondering how many of them were ticking time bombs. "We need to screen everyone," I said. "Anyone with fever, anyone who's been bitten or scratched, anyone showing behavioral changes, we isolate them immediately." "Isolate them where?" Father O'Brien asked. He was a small man with thinning hair and kind eyes that had seen too much suffering in the last 24 hours. "We can't just lock them up and leave them to turn into those things." "We can and we will," I said harshly. "I've seen what happens when one infected person gets loose in a confined space. They'll kill everyone before anyone realizes what's happening. We isolate them humanely, keep them comfortable, but we keep them away from the others. And if they turn—" I pulled my Glock and checked the magazine. "We do what has to be done." Nobody argued. We set up a quarantine area in one of the old bunkers, a stone chamber that could be sealed with a heavy metal door. 3 people were showing possible symptoms: an elderly man with a fever, a woman who'd been scratched during an escape from her home, and a teenage boy who was acting paranoid and aggressive. We moved them to the bunker with blankets, water, and assurances that we'd check on them regularly. The woman was crying, begging us not to leave her alone, and her husband fought us until Linda had to physically restrain him. It was brutal and heartbreaking, but necessary. As the sun set on Friday evening, the sound of gunfire from Portland intensified. We could see helicopters circling over the city, searchlights sweeping the streets below. There were explosions, too, big ones, like they were using heavy ordnance to try to clear concentrations of infected. The radio traffic included military jargon I recognized from my Coast Guard days, terms like target-rich environment and unrestricted engagement and scorched earth protocol. They were losing the battle, and they knew it. Around midnight, we heard screaming from the quarantine bunker. The teenage boy had turned, and he'd attacked the elderly man before anyone could react. By the time Jack Chen and I got the door open, the boy was crouched over the old man's body, tearing at his throat with his teeth. The woman was backed into a corner, hysterical, covered in blood spatter. I didn't hesitate. I raised the Glock and put 2 rounds into the boy's head. He collapsed instantly, and the sudden silence was deafening, except for the woman sobbing. We dragged the bodies outside and burned them, a grim necessity when we didn't have the resources for burial and couldn't risk leaving infected corpses anywhere near the living. The woman was checked for bites and scratches, cleaned up, and moved to a new isolation area by herself. She'd have to stay there for at least 48 hours to make sure she wasn't infected. The elderly man's wife was inconsolable, and Father O'Brien spent hours sitting with her, praying and offering what comfort he could. I stood watch on the wall, staring out at the darkness beyond our makeshift fortress, and wondered if Emily was still alive. Saturday morning, Pete found me on the wall looking haggard. There's a group of refugees trying to reach us from Cape Elizabeth Center, maybe 20 people. They're being pursued by infected, probably 50 or more. They need covering fire to make it to the entrance. We mobilized everyone who could shoot, setting up firing positions along the wall overlooking the approach road. Through binoculars, I could see the refugees running, stumbling, some helping others who'd fallen. Behind them, the infected were a horrifying mass of gray-skinned, lurching figures, moving with that terrible jerking gait. Some were slow, shambling along like the classic movie zombies. Others were fast, sprinting with unnatural speed, their bodies seeming to ignore pain or exhaustion. I recognized some of them, neighbors, shopkeepers, people I'd known for years, now reduced to mindless predators driven by an insatiable hunger for living flesh. "On my mark," I shouted. "Aim for headshots. Conserve ammo. Fire!" The volley of gunfire echoed across the park, and infected started dropping. But for everyone we killed, 2 more appeared. The refugees were still 100 yards from the entrance when the first of them went down, an infected leaping onto a woman's back and dragging her to the ground. Her screams lasted only seconds before being drowned in tearing sounds and the wet gurgle of blood filling her lungs. The other refugees kept running, unable to help her, driven by primal survival instinct. We kept firing, dropping infected, trying to thin the horde enough for the survivors to make it through. I saw Pete take down 3 with precise shots, his hunting rifle cracking like thunder. Linda was beside me with an AR-15, methodically working through targets with the discipline of a trained Marine. The refugees reached the entrance, squeezing through the narrow gap, while Jack and 2 others held it against the pursuing infected. One of the infected got through, a woman in a shredded postal worker uniform, and she lunged at the nearest refugee, a young girl, maybe 12 years old. I swung the Glock around and fired, the round catching the infected woman in the temple and snapping her head to the side. She dropped, and Jack shoved the gap closed with a section of metal fencing, sealing us in while the infected threw themselves against the barrier outside, clawing and gnashing their teeth. We'd saved 17 of the 20 refugees. 3 had been lost during the run. The survivors collapsed inside the fort, gasping for breath, several with bite wounds and scratches that meant they were already infected. We isolated them immediately over their protests and the desperate pleas of family members. One man, a construction worker named Derek, begged us not to separate him from his wife, who had been bitten on the arm during the escape. "Please, she's all I have left. Don't take her from me." "I'm sorry," I said, and I meant it. "But if she turns, she'll kill you and everyone else here. We can't risk it." "Then let me stay with her in quarantine. If she turns, I'll do what needs to be done." I looked at Jack, who shrugged. His choice. So Derek went into the quarantine bunker with his wife Linda and 2 other bitten survivors. We gave them a pistol with 3 rounds, enough for what might need to happen, and locked them in. The weight of it was crushing. The knowledge that we'd just condemned 5 people to either a slow death from infection or a faster death by their own hand. But the alternative was worse. And in this new world, there were no good choices, only terrible ones and slightly less terrible ones. By Saturday afternoon, Fort Williams held 68 survivors, and we were running low on everything: food, water, medical supplies, ammunition. Pete volunteered to lead a scavenging run to the nearby homes and businesses, taking 5 others with him. I wanted to go, but they needed me at the fort to coordinate defense. I watched them leave, armed and alert, moving in a tight formation down the road. They were gone for 3 hours, the longest 3 hours of my life, and when they came back, only 4 returned. Pete wasn't among them. "He saved us," said Marie, one of the women who'd gone on the run. She was in her 30s, a school teacher with blood on her clothes and trauma in her eyes. "We got cornered in a grocery store, and Pete stayed behind to hold them off while we escaped. He told us to run and to get the supplies back here. I heard gunfire for a while, and then it stopped." She broke down crying, and Linda wrapped her arms around her. Pete had been my friend for 8 years, a good man who'd helped me through the darkest days after Sarah died. And now he was gone, probably torn apart by infected or turned into one himself. I added him to the growing list of people I'd lost, a list that might already include my daughter. The grief threatened to overwhelm me, but I pushed it down, locked it away. I could mourn later if I survived. Right now, people needed me to be strong. The scavenging run had brought back food, bottled water, and medical supplies, but not nearly enough for almost 70 people. We'd need more runs, more risks. And the infected were getting thicker around the fort, drawn by the noise and lights and the presence of prey. Saturday night, we fought off 3 separate attacks, each one larger than the last. The infected learned, adapted, working together to try to breach the barriers. They stacked bodies to climb the walls, pushed against weak points in coordinated rushes, even used crude tools to batter at the gates. It was terrifying to watch, to see that spark of problem-solving intelligence behind the milky white eyes. Whatever this virus was, it didn't just destroy the mind. It rewired it, turned humans into something else, something designed to hunt and kill. Sunday morning, the screaming started in the quarantine bunker. Derek's wife had turned during the night, and Derek had kept his promise. We found him sitting on the floor, covered in blood, the pistol in his lap, and 3 bodies around him. He'd shot his wife, then the other 2 infected, then himself. The bullet had entered under his chin and exited through the top of his skull, killing him instantly. Linda threw up when she saw it, and even Jack, who'd been a cop for 15 years, looked shaken. We burned the bodies like we'd burned the others, adding Derek to the list of people who'd sacrificed everything to protect the living. By Sunday afternoon, we'd lost the radio contact with the outside world. The police radio went dead, and the VHF maritime channels were silent. Either the infrastructure had collapsed, or the batteries at the repeater stations had died. We were cut off, blind, with no idea what was happening beyond our walls. The only information came from refugees who occasionally managed to reach us, and the stories they told were apocalyptic. Portland was a burning ruin. The National Guard had retreated to Augusta, and the infection had spread to New Hampshire and Massachusetts. The entire Atlantic seaboard was falling, one city after another, as the virus spread faster than any response could contain it. That night, as I stood watch on the wall, I heard engines in the distance, boat engines, powerful ones, coming from the ocean. I grabbed binoculars and scanned the dark water, and what I saw made my blood run cold. There were 3 speedboats heading toward shore, running without lights, and they were packed with armed men, not infected, living, breathing humans with assault rifles and body armor. They pulled up to the rocky beach below the fort, and I counted at least 15 men disembarking, moving with military precision. "We've got incoming," I shouted. "Armed hostiles from the water." The survivors scrambled to defensive positions, but we were outnumbered and outgunned. The attackers spread out, taking cover behind rocks and debris, and someone shouted in accented English, "Thomas Cole, we know you are here. Come out, and we will let the others live." My stomach dropped. They were here for me, because of the photos, because I documented Volkov's trawler dumping contaminated material in the fishing grounds. I'd become a witness that needed to be eliminated. "Who are you?" I shouted back. "We work for Dmitry Volkov. You took pictures of his ship, pictures that could cause problems. Give us the camera, the photos, all evidence, and we leave. Refuse, and everyone dies." Linda looked at me, her face pale. "What pictures?" I quickly explained about the trawler, the photos I'd taken, the evidence I'd documented. "They're behind this. Volkov contaminated the fishing grounds, started the outbreak. I don't know if it was intentional or if something went wrong, but he's responsible for everything that's happened." "Then we don't give them anything," Jack said. "We give them those photos. They'll kill us anyway to cover their tracks." The attackers didn't wait for an answer. They opened fire, and the fort erupted in chaos. Bullets slammed into the stone walls, ricocheting with sparks and whines. We returned fire, and I saw 2 of the attackers go down, but the rest pressed forward, using the darkness and their superior equipment to advance. One threw a grenade, and the explosion ripped through our supply depot, sending debris and shrapnel everywhere. People were screaming, bleeding, dying. Father O'Brien took a bullet to the chest and went down, and Linda was hit in the leg, the bone shattering. I realized we couldn't win this fight. We were pinned down, outmatched, and within minutes they'd breached the walls. "Fall back," I shouted. "Everyone to the lighthouse." It was over a mile from Fort Williams to Portland Head Light, a mile through darkness and infected territory. But it was our only chance. The survivors grabbed what they could and ran, abandoning the fort, leaving behind the dead and dying. I stayed at the rear with Jack, providing covering fire as the attackers pressed forward. We made it maybe 200 yards before the infected noticed the commotion and converged on us. Suddenly, we were caught between Volkov's men and the walking dead, a nightmare sandwich that seemed designed to ensure none of us survived. "Split up," I yelled. "Make for the lighthouse, stay off the roads, move through the woods." The group fractured, people running in different directions, some making it, others being pulled down by infected or cut down by gunfire. I saw Marie, the school teacher, get tackled by 2 infected. Her screams lasted only seconds. I saw Derek's teenage son try to fight off 3 attackers and fail, his body riddled with bullets before he hit the ground. The death toll climbed with every second, and I felt a crushing guilt that these people had trusted me, followed me, and were now dying because I documented evidence of Volkov's crime. I ran through the woods with Jack beside me, both of us firing behind us to keep the infected and Volkov's men at bay. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but I kept moving. The lighthouse was ahead, its beam cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. We burst out of the tree line and sprinted across the open ground, and I could see other survivors converging on the lighthouse from different directions. Maybe 15 had made it out of the 70 who'd been at Fort Williams. The rest were dead or lost in the chaos. I unlocked the lighthouse door and ushered everyone inside, then slammed it shut and threw the heavy bolt. The walls were thick stone, designed to withstand Atlantic storms, and they'd hold against small arms fire. But we were trapped now, besieged, with limited supplies and no way out. I led everyone up to the keeper's house section, barricaded the connecting doors, and took stock. Jack was bleeding from a grazing shot to his shoulder. Linda was unconscious from blood loss, her shattered leg bound with a makeshift tourniquet. 3 others had been bitten during the escape. 12 were uninjured but terrified, looking to me for answers I didn't have. "We can't stay here," someone said. "They'll surround us, starve us out." "The Coast Guard," I said, grasping at straws. "If I can get a signal out on the VHF radio, reach a cutter offshore, maybe they can evacuate us." I went to the radio room and powered up the equipment, scanning through frequencies, sending out distress calls. For 20 minutes there was nothing but static. Then finally, a response. "This is Coast Guard Cutter Seneca. I copy your distress call. Who am I speaking with?" "Chief Petty Officer Thomas Cole, retired, operating Portland Head Light. I have 15 civilians under siege by hostile forces, requesting immediate evacuation." There was a pause. "Cole, this is Commander Riley. I served with you on the Hamilton. What's your situation?" I quickly explained everything. The outbreak, the trawler, Volkov's men hunting me for the evidence. Riley listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he swore softly. "We've been hearing rumors about a Russian operation, but nobody could pin it down. If you've got photos proving Volkov's involvement, that's the break we need. But I can't authorize an evacuation. The entire coast is under military quarantine, and we've got orders to prevent any vessel from leaving or entering without authorization. The outbreak has reached epidemic status, and they're considering nuclear options." Nuclear options. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. "Commander, there are innocent people here. Children. We're not infected." "I believe you, Tom, but I have my orders. The best I can do is relay your information to command and see if they'll make an exception. Hold tight and keep your radio on. I'll get back to you." The connection went dead, and I sat there staring at the radio, feeling the weight of hopelessness settle over me. Nuclear options meant they were going to destroy everything, wipe the slate clean to stop the infection from spreading. And we were right in the blast zone. Jack found me sitting there. "What did they say?" "They're considering bombing the coast, probably with nukes, to stop the outbreak." His face went pale. "Jesus Christ! When?" "I don't know. Soon, probably. We need to get off the coast, head inland as far as we can go." "And how do we do that with Linda unconscious, 3 people bitten, and Volkov's goons outside?" I didn't have an answer, but I wasn't going to just sit here and wait to die. I grabbed my weapons, checked my ammunition, 12 rounds left for the Glock, 6 for the shotgun, and headed to the gallery to assess the situation outside. Through the binoculars, I could see Volkov's men had set up a perimeter around the lighthouse. positioned in cover with fields of fire that would cut down anyone trying to escape. The infected were still out there too, drawn by the gunfire and commotion, forming a secondary ring of death beyond the armed men. We were completely surrounded. Then I saw the speedboats on the beach, and an idea formed. If I could get to one of those boats, take it out to sea, I could reach the Seneca or another Coast Guard vessel, deliver the evidence directly. It was insane, a suicide mission, but it was the only option I could think of. I went back downstairs and found Jack. "I'm going out there." "That's insane." "I'm going to steal one of their boats and make for the Coast Guard cutter. If I can get the evidence to them, Volkov won't be able to cover this up. The whole world will know what he did. And you'll be dead before you make it 10 feet from the door." "Maybe. But if I don't try, we're all dead anyway." I pulled out the thumb drive with the photos and put it in a waterproof case. "If I make it, I'll send help. If I don't, you take this and find another way. Promise me." Jack took the case, his jaw set. "You're a stubborn son of a bitch, Tom. Coast Guard training? We don't leave people behind and we don't give up." I shook his hand, hugged him briefly, and headed for the door. I waited until just before dawn, when the darkness was deepest and Volkov's men might be tired and less alert. I unlocked the door, took a deep breath, and burst out running in a low crouch, heading not for the boats, but toward the rocks and the water's edge. Gunfire erupted behind me, bullets kicking up sand and stone splinters. But I was moving erratically, making myself a hard target. I dove behind a boulder, caught my breath, and assessed. 2 of Volkov's men were closing on my position, moving with tactical precision. I waited until they were close, then popped up and fired the shotgun twice, the booming blast dropping both of them. Then I was running again, making for the beach. An infected lunged at me from the left, a woman in a torn business suit, her face a mask of gore and hunger. I didn't have time to shoot, so I used the shotgun as a club, the stock crushing her skull with a sickening crack. She went down, and I stumbled over her body, nearly falling. More infected were converging, drawn by the noise. More gunfire from Volkov's men who were shooting at me and the infected with equal fervor. The beach was a war zone, and I was running through the middle of it. I reached the speedboats, vaulted into the nearest one, and fumbled with the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I shoved the throttle forward, the boat leaping away from the shore. Bullets stitched across the water around me, and I heard the engine sputter as one round punched through the cowling. But the boat kept moving, picking up speed, carrying me away from the lighthouse and into the open ocean. I looked back once and saw the lighthouse beam still rotating, cutting through the smoke and chaos, a defiant symbol of hope in a dying world. The Seneca was 12 miles offshore, and I pushed the speedboat to its limits, the hull pounding over the waves. Behind me I heard more engines, and I looked back to see 2 of Volkov's boats in pursuit. They were faster, better maintained, and they were gaining. I zigged and zagged, trying to present a difficult target, but they had better weapons and better shooters. Rounds slammed into the boat, punching through fiberglass and metal. The engine coughed, lost power, and I realized that they'd hit the fuel line. The boat started to slow, and panic surged through me. I was going to die out here, and Volkov would win. But then I saw lights ahead, the Seneca cutting through the water toward me, and I heard the distinctive thump of a heavy machine gun opening up. The Coast Guard cutter was engaging Volkov's boats, tracers arcing across the water, and one of the pursuing speedboats exploded in a ball of fire. The other one tried to turn and flee, but the Seneca's guns tore it apart, shredding it to floating debris. My boat was dead in the water now, sinking from multiple hull breaches. I grabbed the waterproof case with the thumb drive and jumped overboard, the cold Atlantic hitting me like a hammer. The water was maybe 50 degrees, cold enough to cause hypothermia in minutes. I swam toward the Seneca, my muscles screaming, my body already starting to go numb. I could see crew members on deck, throwing lines, shouting encouragement. I grabbed a line and felt myself being pulled up, hauled onto the deck, where I collapsed, gasping and shivering. Commander Riley was there, wrapping me in a thermal blanket. "You crazy bastard! I should put you on report for that stunt." "I've got the evidence," I managed through chattering teeth. "Photos of Volkov's trawler. Proof he contaminated the water." "We'll get it to command. But Tom, you need to know. The order came through an hour ago. They're hitting the coast with tactical nukes at 0800, 2 hours from now. Everything from Kittery to Brunswick is being evacuated if possible, but most areas are too overrun. They're riding off the entire coast to stop the outbreak from spreading inland. My daughter, she's at Maine Medical Center in Portland." Riley's face fell. "Tom, Portland's already gone. The quarantine failed yesterday. The infection spread into the surrounding areas, and they couldn't contain it. I'm sorry." I felt something break inside me, a fundamental part of my soul shattering into pieces. Emily was gone. My beautiful daughter, my last connection to Sarah, gone. I wanted to scream, to rage, to make someone pay for it. But all I could do was sit there on the deck of the Seneca, wrapped in a thermal blanket, and watch the sun rise over the coast I'd called home for 8 years. The Seneca's captain, a severe woman named Torres, took the thumb drive and immediately transmitted the photos and my statement to Joint Base Charleston, where Northcom was coordinating the response to the outbreak. Within 30 minutes, we had a response. The evidence confirmed what intelligence agencies had suspected, that Dmitry Volkov had orchestrated the contamination as an act of economic terrorism aimed at crippling the American fishing industry. The plan had gone catastrophically wrong. When the T-virus he'd obtained from rogue bioweapons, researchers proved far more infectious and devastating than anticipated. Instead of just killing fish and ruining the industry, it had sparked a zombie apocalypse that was now consuming the entire Northeast. "They're authorizing a targeted strike on Volkov," Riley told me. "He's aboard his personal yacht 30 miles offshore, probably trying to flee to international waters. Command wants to take him out before he can escape, and they want someone who can identify him positively. That's you." I didn't hesitate. "I'm in." The Seneca altered course, racing northeast at flank speed, and 90 minutes later we spotted the yacht. It was massive, a 200-foot luxury vessel flying a Russian flag and escorted by 2 armed trawlers. The captain of the Seneca called for the yacht to heave to and prepare for boarding, but Volkov's response was to open fire with deck-mounted heavy weapons. The Seneca returned fire, and suddenly we were in a naval engagement, shells and bullets crisscrossing the water. One of the trawlers took a direct hit and began to list, burning and sinking. The other tried to ram us, but the Seneca was faster and more maneuverable, evading and hammering it with the main gun until it too was disabled. That left the yacht, and it was trying to run. The Seneca pursued, firing shots across its bow, but Volkov refused to stop. "Helicopter approaching from the north," someone shouted, and I looked up to see a military helicopter screaming toward us. It was a Navy SH-60 Seahawk, and it came in fast and low, launching a missile that streaked across the water and slammed into the yacht's stern. The explosion was massive, and the yacht's engines died instantly. The vessel began to list, taking on water. "Boarding party, go," Captain Torres ordered, and I was in the rigid hull inflatable boat with Riley and 6 armed Coast Guardsmen, racing toward the stricken yacht. We pulled alongside, grappling hooks securing us to the rail, and climbed aboard. The deck was chaos, crew members running everywhere, some trying to launch lifeboats, others firing at us with small arms. We returned fire, putting down anyone who posed a threat, and fought our way toward the bridge. I found Volkov in the main salon, a luxurious room with leather furniture and expensive art, now filling with water and smoke. He was trying to reach a safe, presumably to destroy evidence or recover something valuable, and he turned when I entered, his face a mask of rage and fear. He was holding a pistol, and he raised it toward me, but I was faster. I fired the Glock 3 times, center mass, and he went down. But he wasn't dead, not yet. I crossed the room and kicked the pistol away from his hand, then stood over him. "You did this," I said. "You killed thousands of people. You killed my daughter." He coughed blood, his eyes glassy. "Business. Just business. American industry too strong. Needed to weaken it. Virus was supposed to kill fish, that's all. Not my fault it mutated." "Tell that to the dead," I said, and shot him in the head. The yacht was sinking fast, and we had to abandon it, leaving Volkov's body to go down with his ship. As we pulled away in the inflatable, I watched the yacht roll and slip beneath the waves, taking with it the man who destroyed the world. It felt hollow, though. Killing Volkov didn't bring Emily back. It didn't save the thousands who died. It was just revenge, and revenge changed nothing. The Seneca retreated to a safe distance as the deadline approached. At exactly 0800 hours, the sky to the west lit up with multiple brilliant flashes, and the horizon erupted in massive mushroom clouds. The tactical nukes were small by Cold War standards, maybe 10 kilotons each, but there were 6 of them, spaced along the coast, from Kittery to Bath. Portland Head Light, Fort Williams Park, Cape Elizabeth, Scarborough, Portland itself. Everything was engulfed in fire and blast waves that flattened buildings and vaporized anything living. The shock wave reached us even 12 miles out, a wall of pressure that made the Seneca shudder and heel over. The sound followed seconds later, a rolling thunder that seemed to last forever. When the clouds cleared enough to see, there was nothing left. The coast was a smoking ruin, fires burning everywhere, the land scoured clean by nuclear fire. The outbreak had been cauterized, burned out of existence along with everyone and everything in the blast zones. The military had sacrificed an entire region to stop the infection from spreading, and it had worked, at least in the short term. The quarantine line held, and the infected were destroyed by the thousands. But it wasn't enough. Reports came in over the following days as the Seneca patrolled the contaminated waters. The infection had already spread beyond Maine. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, even parts of Vermont and New York had confirmed cases. The virus was in the water supply, in the food chain, spreading through every possible vector. The government tried to contain it, established new quarantine zones, deployed the military to enforce checkpoints and curfews. But it was like trying to hold back the ocean with sandbags. The infected kept coming, and the living kept dying. I stayed on the Seneca for 2 weeks, helping with rescue operations and supply runs to isolated survivor groups. We pulled dozens of people from coastal islands and offshore platforms, refugees who'd escaped the bombs but were stranded without food or water. We also found infected, lots of them, washed ashore on beaches from Nova Scotia to Cape Cod. Corpses reanimated by the virus and driven by hunger to claw their way out of the water and onto land. The T-virus survived in seawater, dormant but viable, and it was spreading through the ocean currents, reaching new coasts, new countries. The outbreak had gone global. Commander Riley got orders to transport survivors to a refugee center in Virginia, one of the few places still secure, and I went with them. The center was a sprawling tent city surrounded by fences and guard towers, thousands of displaced people living in squalor and fear. I registered, got a cot in a tent with 20 other refugees, and tried to figure out what to do next. I had no home, no family, no purpose. The lighthouse was gone, vaporized in nuclear fire. Emily was dead. Sarah was dead. Pete was dead. Everyone I'd cared about was gone, and I was left with nothing but guilt and survivor's remorse. I volunteered for work details, anything to stay busy, to avoid thinking. I helped distribute food, dig latrines, build reinforced barriers. The refugee center was constantly under threat from infected that wandered in from the surrounding countryside, and the military was stretched thin trying to protect multiple sites. There were attacks nearly every night, and people died despite the fences and guards. The virus continued to spread, and the quarantine zones continued to shrink as more areas were overrun. 3 months after the Maine coast was bombed, the refugee center was evacuated. The infection had reached Richmond, and the military was pulling back to establish a new defensive line along the Appalachian Mountains. We were loaded onto trucks and transported west, a convoy of desperate refugees fleeing the advancing zombie horde. I sat in the back of a truck with strangers, watching the landscape pass by, seeing abandoned towns and burned-out cities, evidence of the outbreak's inexorable spread. The world was ending, and we were just prolonging the inevitable. The convoy was attacked near Roanoke. Infected swarmed out of the woods, hundreds of them, and the military escort fought desperately to protect us. But there were too many, and the line broke. Trucks were overrun, people dragged screaming from the vehicles and torn apart. I grabbed a rifle from a fallen soldier and fought, putting down infected until the magazine ran dry, then switching to a bayonet and fighting hand to hand. Blood and gore covered me. My muscles screamed from exhaustion, but I kept fighting because that's all I could do. When it was over, half the convoy was dead or missing, and the survivors continued west in a much smaller column. We reached the Appalachian Defensive Line, a massive fortification being constructed across multiple states. But it was clear that it wouldn't hold. The infected were evolving, adapting, learning. They coordinated attacks, used rudimentary tactics, and showed an eerie intelligence that suggested the virus wasn't just destroying the brain, but reprogramming it for predation. Scientists tried to develop a cure or a vaccine, but the virus mutated too quickly, and every attempt failed. The world's governments collapsed as infrastructure failed, and populations were decimated. The United States fractured into isolated enclaves, each one fighting a losing battle against the infected. I ended up in a fortified community in the Tennessee mountains, a few hundred survivors trying to build something resembling civilization. We grew crops, raised livestock, and defended our walls against constant attacks. I trained the younger members in combat and survival, passing on my Coast Guard experience, and I led expeditions to scavenge supplies from abandoned towns. It was a hard life, brutal and unforgiving. But it was life. Years passed. The infected continued to dominate the lowlands, spreading across continents, overwhelming every attempt at resistance. The human population was reduced to scattered pockets in remote areas, mountains, islands, anywhere the infected found difficult to reach. I grew older, grayer, carrying the weight of loss and trauma like a physical burden. I thought about Emily every day, wondering if she'd suffered, hoping she'd died quickly. I thought about Sarah and Pete and all the others, the thousands who'd died, because one man's greed and ambition had unleashed a plague that ended the world. I'm writing this account in my 60s now, sitting in a watchtower overlooking the Tennessee Valley. The infected are still out there, still spreading, still evolving. There is no cure, no hope of reclaiming the world we lost. Humanity survived, barely, but we're a shadow of what we were. The great cities are ruins, monuments to our hubris. The oceans are dead zones, the coasts uninhabitable. The T-virus persists, carried by wind and water, lurking in the environment, ready to infect anyone who lets their guard down. I think about Portland headlights sometimes, about that beam cutting through the darkness, a promise that someone was watching, someone still cared. The lighthouse is gone now, obliterated, but I try to keep that promise alive. I watch over this community, protect these people, maintain the defenses. It's not much, but it's what I can do. It's what I have left. The zombies won. Volkov's virus consumed the world, and we're just living in its shadow, scavenging among the ruins, waiting for the day when the infected finally overwhelm even our remote refuges. Some people hold on to hope, talk about rebuilding, about finding a cure. I don't discourage them, but I don't believe it either. I've seen too much, lost too much. I know how this story ends. The lighthouse is dark, the coast is poisoned, and the dead walk the earth. That's the world now, and that's the world that will remain until the last human falls and the infected inherit what's left. I survived, but I'm not sure if that's a blessing or a curse. Most days it feels like the latter, but I keep watch anyway, because that's what we do. That's what I was trained for, and maybe, just maybe, that light still means something, even if it's only burning in memory. A small defiance against the darkness that's consumed everything else. The beam keeps turning in my mind, and I keep standing on the wall, and I keep fighting, because the alternative is to surrender, and I'll be damned if I give Dmitry Volkov and his virus the satisfaction of seeing me quit. The zombies won. But we're still here. And as long as we're still here, still breathing, still fighting, then maybe that counts for something. Maybe that's enough. It has to be, because it's all we have left. Now let's move on to the next story. I screenshot the article about the containment breach and the CEO's photo, then opened my email and started drafting a message to an old Army contact who worked in biological threat assessment at Fort Detrick. Captain Sarah Chen and I had served together in Iraq, analyzing potential chemical and biological weapons sites, and she owed me a favor from when I'd kept her ass out of a court-martial after a classified operation went sideways. If anyone could tell me whether Helix Biotech was doing something dangerous, it would be her. Before I could finish typing, my phone rang again. This time it was Carlos, and his voice had lost its usual calm. "Marcus, you need to come down here right now. Juan's back, but something's wrong with him. Really wrong. He's not responding when we talk to him, and he's just standing in the infected section pulling at the vines with his hands. Maria's trying to get him to leave, but he won't even look at her. Boss, his eyes don't look right." I was moving before he finished talking, grabbing my keys and heading down the stairs. The morning had turned hot, that dry Napa heat that baked everything by mid-August, and I could feel sweat starting on my back as I jogged down the hill toward the eastern vineyard block. I could see a cluster of people gathered at the edge of the infected area, and as I got closer, I made out Maria Rodriguez standing about 20 feet away from her husband, one hand covering her mouth, tears running down her face. Juan was in the middle of the infected rows, and Carlos hadn't been exaggerating. There was something fundamentally wrong about the way he moved. His motions were jerky, uncoordinated, like someone controlling a puppet with tangled strings. He was tearing at the vines with both hands, pulling off leaves and grapes and crushing them against his face and chest, smearing the white fungal growth all over himself. His work shirt was soaked with sweat and stained with the residue, and even from a distance I could see that the white patches were spreading across his exposed skin, particularly on his hands and forearms. "Juan!" I called out, trying to keep my voice calm and authoritative, using the command tone I'd learned in the Army. "Juan, buddy, I need you to step away from the vines and come over here." He didn't respond, didn't even turn toward my voice. Instead, he tilted his head back and made this sound, this low moaning that didn't sound human, more like an animal in pain. His jaw was working like he was trying to chew something, but his mouth was empty except for thick saliva that dripped down his chin. The skin on his face looked waxy, almost translucent in the bright sunlight, and I could see dark veins spreading out from his eyes and mouth in a spiderweb pattern. Maria started forward, but I grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "Don't," I said firmly. "Something's wrong with him, and we don't know if it's contagious. Carlos, call 911. Tell them we need an ambulance and that the patient may have the same infection they've been seeing at the hospital. Miku." Carlos pulled out his phone, but before he could dial, Juan suddenly turned toward us. His eyes were wrong, completely wrong. The whites had gone yellowish, and his pupils were dilated so wide there was barely any iris visible. But it was the expression, or lack of it, that made my blood run cold. There was nothing there, no recognition, no personality, just empty hunger. He started walking toward us with that same jerky gait, and I noticed that he wasn't blinking. Not at all, just staring with those ruined eyes. "Everyone back," I ordered, herding the small group of workers away from Juan. "Back to the parking lot now." Most of them listened, but Maria was frozen, staring at her husband. "Juan, please," she whispered. "It's me. It's Maria. Come back to me." Juan's mouth opened wider than it should have been able to, and he made that moaning sound again, except this time it was louder, more aggressive. Then he lunged forward with surprising speed, arms outstretched and fingers hooked like claws. I barely had time to react, years of combat training taking over as I stepped in front of Maria and caught Juan's reaching hands. His skin was hot to the touch, almost burning, and I could feel the sticky residue of the fungal growth coating his palms. He was strong, much stronger than he should have been for someone who was clearly sick. We struggled for a moment, and then he tried to bite me, snapping his teeth at my face with that animal aggression. I twisted his arms and used his momentum to spin him around, getting behind him in a control hold I'd learned in combatives training. His body was rigid with unnatural tension, every muscle locked tight, and he kept trying to twist back toward me, kept trying to bite any part of me he could reach. "Get something to restrain him," I shouted at Carlos, who was standing there with his phone still in his hand, looking terrified. "Rope, zip ties, anything!" Carlos snapped out of it and ran toward the equipment shed while I struggled to hold Juan. The man was thrashing like he didn't feel pain, didn't care that he was hurting himself in the process. I could hear Maria sobbing behind me, and other workers were pulling her away, getting her to safety. My arms were burning with effort, and I knew I couldn't hold him much longer. The fungal residue from his skin was soaking into my shirt, and I could feel it warming against my chest. Could smell that wrong hospital smell getting stronger. Carlos came running back with a length of rope and two of our other workers, Miguel and Tom. Together, we managed to get Juan's arms tied behind his back, then his legs bound at the ankles. Even restrained, he kept writhing and moaning, kept trying to move toward us. His eyes never left me, tracking my movements with that horrible, empty stare. Up close, I could see that the white fungal growth was spreading visibly, tiny threads emerging from his pores and reaching outward like the world's most disgusting time-lapse video. The ambulance arrived 15 minutes later, and the paramedics took one look at Juan and called for backup. They approached him in full protective gear, masks and gloves and face shields, treating him like he had Ebola. While they were loading him onto a stretcher, one of the paramedics, a woman in her 30s with kind eyes above her mask, came over to me. "Were you in physical contact with him?" she asked. "Yeah. I had to restrain him," I said, showing her my hands where the fungal residue had left that oily sheen. "He tried to attack his wife." She looked at my hands for a long moment, then up at my face. "You need to come with us. Anyone who had direct contact needs to be evaluated." This is the fourth case we've transported today with similar symptoms, and the hospital is implementing containment protocols. I started to argue, but then I thought about Jennifer, about the fear in her voice, and I nodded. Let me tell my people what's happening. I'll follow you in my truck. I walked back to where Carlos had gathered the workers in the parking lot, about 15 people in total, all of them looking scared. I'd known most of them for years. They were family, not just employees, and I hated seeing that fear in their eyes. Everyone needs to go home, I told them. Stay there until we know what's going on. If any of you start feeling sick, fever, confusion, muscle aches, anything unusual, go to the emergency room immediately. Tell them you work at Webb Vineyards and that you may have been exposed to the same infection Juan has. Carlos, close the vineyard until further notice. No one goes into the infected sections for any reason. Carlos nodded, but he looked like he wanted to say something else. Marcus, what is this? What's happening? I looked back at the white patches spreading through my vineyard, at the ambulance loading Juan's writhing form, at Maria being comforted by other workers, and I told him the truth. I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out. The drive to Queen of the Valley Medical Center took 20 minutes, following the ambulance through increasingly busy streets. Napa was a city of about 80,000 people, but it felt like the whole population was out on the roads. Traffic was heavier than normal, and I saw more emergency vehicles than usual. Police cars and ambulances, and even a fire truck racing past with lights and sirens going. Something was happening, something bigger than just what was going on at my vineyard. The hospital parking lot was chaos. People were pouring in, some walking, some being helped by family members, some on stretchers. I saw a woman stumbling through the automatic doors with that same jerky gait Juan had, being chased by 2 security guards. The whole scene had an apocalyptic quality to it, like something from a disaster movie, except this was real and happening in my hometown. I found Jennifer in the emergency department, and she looked like she hadn't slept in days. Her dark hair was pulled back in a messy bun, and there were stress lines around her eyes that I'd never seen before. She grabbed my arm the moment she saw me and pulled me toward a decontamination area that had been set up in what used to be a staff break room. Strip down, she ordered, all business. Everything goes in the biohazard bag. Then you shower with this antibacterial soap for at least 5 minutes. I'm serious, Marcus. Every inch of skin that might have been exposed. I did as she instructed, and the hot water felt good after the stress of the morning, but it couldn't wash away the sense of dread that was settling over me. Through the shower curtain, I could hear Jennifer moving around, and when I came out wrapped in a hospital gown, she had a blood pressure cuff and a thermometer ready. 98.7, she said, checking the thermometer. That's good, normal. Blood pressure is a little elevated, but that's probably just stress. Any symptoms? Fever, confusion, tremors, nausea? No, I feel fine, I said. Jennifer, what the hell's going on? The city looked like a war zone driving over here. She sat down on one of the plastic chairs and put her head in her hands for a moment, and when she looked up, I saw exhaustion and fear warring on her face. We've had 63 patients admitted in the last 24 hours with similar symptoms. Started with agricultural workers, but now we're seeing family members, people who had contact with the infected. It spreads through direct contact. We think through bodily fluids, maybe through the fungal spores themselves. The incubation period seems to be anywhere from hours to a couple days. What happens to them, I asked, though I was pretty sure I already knew the answer from what I'd seen with Juan. The fungus seems to infect the central nervous system, Jennifer explained, her doctor voice steady but strained. It causes massive inflammation in the brain, particularly in areas that control aggression and basic motor functions. Within 12 to 48 hours of infection, patients lose all higher cognitive function. They become violent, aggressive, and they seek out other people to attack. The infection is transmitted through bites primarily, but also through any exchange of fluids. We've lost 2 nurses and a security guard who were exposed. Lost? The word came out harder than I intended. 1 died from the infection. The other 2 are showing symptoms. She stood up and walked to the window, looking out over the parking lot where more ambulances were arriving. Marcus, this is bigger than Napa. We're getting reports from Sonoma County, from Sacramento, from the East Bay. Wherever Helix Biotech had field trials, wherever their test crops were growing, the fungus is spreading. And it's not just in the plants anymore. It's in people. It's adapting to human hosts. That's when the pieces fully clicked into place in my mind. All the intelligence training I'd received coming together to form a picture I really didn't want to see. This isn't an accident, I said slowly. Helix Biotech didn't just lose containment. They were testing something on agricultural land without proper safety protocols. They contaminated the soil with an experimental fungal agent, and now it's jumped to humans. Jennifer turned back to me, and I could see that she'd already reached the same conclusion. The CDC is sending a team, but Marcus, they might not get here in time. This thing is spreading exponentially. Every person who gets infected has the potential to infect dozens more. The math is terrifying. We could be looking at complete social collapse within days. There was a commotion outside the door, shouting, and the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. Jennifer's pager went off and she glanced at it, her face going pale. Code black in the main ward. That means containment breach. I have to go. Marcus, you should leave. Go home, gather supplies, prepare for the worst. I'll call you when I can. She was moving before I could respond, and I was left standing there in a hospital gown while the sounds of chaos grew louder outside. I got dressed quickly in the clean clothes Jennifer had left for me, jeans and a t-shirt from the hospital gift shop. Then I made my way toward the exit. The hallways were packed with people, patients and families, and medical staff, all trying to navigate the crisis. And the fear was palpable, thick enough to taste. I saw my first real glimpse of what this infection did to people when I passed by one of the observation rooms. Through the window, I could see a man strapped to a bed, thrashing against the restraints with inhuman strength. His skin had that same waxy, translucent quality I'd seen on Juan, and the white fungal growth was spreading across his face and arms in thick patches. His eyes were yellow and empty, and his mouth was opening and closing, biting at the air like he could taste flesh that wasn't there. A doctor and 2 nurses were trying to sedate him, but even through the thick glass, I could hear his moaning, that terrible sound that bypassed rational thought and went straight to the primal part of my brain that recognized a predator. I got out of the hospital as fast as I could and stood in the parking lot trying to process everything I'd learned. The sun was high now, the temperature climbing into the 90s, and the air felt wrong, too still, too heavy. Around me, people were arguing with hospital staff, crying, talking frantically on phones. An old man collapsed near his car, and I watched as his wife and son tried to help him up, their faces twisted with fear and grief. My phone buzzed with a text from Sarah Chen, my contact at Fort Detrick. Got your email. Need to talk ASAP. Call me on this number. Followed by a number I didn't recognize. I walked to my truck and sat in the driver's seat with the AC running while I dialed the number. She picked up immediately. Marcus Webb, you beautiful bastard. I was hoping you'd contact me. What the hell are you doing in Napa right now? I live here, I said, confused by the urgency in her voice. Why? What do you know about Helix Biotech? There was a pause, and I could hear her moving, a door closing, the sound of traffic in the background like she'd stepped outside. Marcus, Helix Biotech is a shell company. The real funding comes from a classified military research program that was shut down 5 years ago after it was deemed too dangerous. The project was called Cordyceps Enhancement Initiative, and it was focused on developing biological weapons based on parasitic fungi. The goal was to create an agent that could incapacitate enemy forces by compromising their central nervous system and turning them into aggressive, mindless attackers. Like zombies, except real and based on actual science. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, feeling the blood drain from my face. "Sarah, it's here. The fungus is here, and it's spreading. People are getting infected. My sister's hospital has dozens of patients, and it's getting worse by the hour." "I know," she said quietly. "We're tracking the situation from here. Marcus, the thing you need to understand is that this program was shut down because they couldn't control it. The fungal agent they developed was too aggressive, too adaptable. It was supposed to target specific neurological pathways in humans, but in testing, it kept evolving, kept finding new ways to spread and infect. They buried the research, destroyed most of the samples, and classified everything above top secret. But someone kept a sample. Someone restarted the research under civilian cover at Helix Biotech. Who? I demanded. Who would do this? The CEO, Victoria Sterling. She was one of the lead researchers on the original military program. When it was shut down, she went into the private sector and founded Helix Biotech with funding from sources we're still trying to track. Our analysts think she was trying to weaponize the fungus for sale to foreign governments or terrorist organizations. But something went wrong. She must have been conducting field trials, testing the agent on crops to see if it could be delivered through agricultural systems, and the containment failed. I sat there in my truck, watching people stream into the hospital, watching the world start to fall apart, and I felt rage building in my chest. Someone had done this deliberately. Someone had unleashed a biological weapon on American soil, on my home, for money or power or whatever the hell motivated people like Victoria Sterling. "Where is she now?" I asked, keeping my voice level with effort. "Unknown. Helix Biotech's facility in American Canyon went dark 3 days ago. No communication, security perimeter established by what we think is a private military contractor. We've got satellite imagery showing movement in and out of the facility, but we can't get authorization to raid it without concrete evidence of wrongdoing. The company has too many powerful friends, too many lawyers. By the time we cut through the red tape, this thing will have spread beyond containment." "Then we don't wait for authorization," I said. "I'm going to the facility. I'm going to find evidence of what they've done, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows that Victoria Sterling caused this." "Marcus, no. You're a civilian now. You can't just—" "I was Army intelligence for 8 years," I interrupted. "I know how to infiltrate a secure facility, how to gather evidence, and how to stay alive while doing it. And Sarah, I'm already exposed. I had direct physical contact with an infected person. If I'm going to turn into one of those things, I'd rather die doing something useful." She was quiet for a long moment, and I could hear her breathing, could almost hear her mind working through the possibilities. "Okay," she finally said. "Okay, but you listen to me, Marcus. This fungus is unlike anything we've dealt with before. It's not a virus, not a bacteria. It's a living organism that hijacks the host's nervous system and uses their body as a vehicle for spreading to new hosts. Once someone is fully infected, there's no bringing them back. The person they were is gone. All that's left is the fungus wearing their body like a suit. You understand what that means?" "It means they're already dead," I said. "And it means I don't hesitate if I have to defend myself." "Good. Now listen carefully. The fungus spreads through spores in the air, through bodily fluids, and through direct contact with contaminated materials. You need protective gear, military grade if you can get it. Respirator, gloves, full coverage. You need weapons, preferably firearms with plenty of ammunition. because these things don't stop unless you destroy the brainstem or cause enough trauma to prevent motor function. And Marcus, you need to accept that this might be the end. If this fungus spreads beyond California, if it gets into the agricultural network nationwide, we're looking at a civilization-ending event. The military is already drawing up contingency plans for firebombing infected areas. Firebombing, I repeated. You mean they'd destroy entire cities? If necessary to prevent national spread, yes. High-temperature incendiary weapons are the only way to guarantee complete elimination of fungal spores. It's the nuclear option, literally, though they might use conventional weapons first. But Marcus, if they decide Napa Valley needs to be sterilized, they won't wait around for civilians to evacuate. You need to be prepared to get out at a moment's notice. We talked for a few more minutes, Sarah giving me technical details about the fungus and advice on infiltrating the Helix biotech facility. Then she had to go. I sat in my truck with the engine running, staring at my hands, looking for any sign of the white fungal growth. My skin looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was growing inside me, spreading through my bloodstream, reaching toward my brain with invisible tendrils. I drove back to the vineyard, my mind working through what I needed to do. First, gather supplies and weapons. Second, find a way into the Helix biotech facility. Third, get proof of what Victoria Sterling had done. And fourth, survive long enough to make sure that proof reached people who could do something about it. It was a simple plan, probably suicidal, but it was better than sitting around, waiting to turn into a mindless monster. The vineyard looked different when I got back, more threatening somehow. The white patches had spread even further, consuming entire rows now, and I could see that same web-like pattern in the soil between the vines, the fungus creating a network underground that connected everything together. It looked almost intentional, almost intelligent, like the fungus was building something. I parked near the main house and went inside, heading straight for my office and the footlocker I'd told myself I'd never open again. Inside the locker were the things I'd carried through 3 combat deployments: my tactical vest with armor plates, my boots, my combat uniform, my weapons. The Sig Sauer felt heavy in my hand, familiar, like shaking hands with an old friend you'd hoped never to see again. I checked the magazine, chambered around, and set it on my desk. 3 magazines, 15 rounds each, plus the 20 rounds in the box, 65 rounds total. It wouldn't be enough if things went really bad, but it was better than nothing. I spent the next hour gathering everything I thought I might need. A tactical backpack with water, energy bars, a first aid kit, zip ties, duct tape, a flashlight, and a portable radio. My old combat boots still fit, broken in and comfortable. The tactical vest went on over a black t-shirt, and I filled the pouches with spare magazines and other supplies. I looked at myself in the mirror and saw someone I'd thought I'd left behind in Afghanistan. Someone harder and colder and ready to do violence. My phone rang, and I saw it was Carlos. "Boss, you need to see the news," he said without preamble. "It's everywhere. The outbreak, I mean. They're saying it's spreading across Northern California. Sacramento has declared a state of emergency. There's something about evacuations and travel restrictions. Marcus, what's happening?" I turned on the TV in my office and flipped to a news channel. The anchor was a woman in her 40s trying to maintain her professional composure while delivering news that clearly terrified her. Confirms that the infection, which authorities are now referring to as acute necrotic encephalitis, has spread to at least 7 counties in Northern California. The CDC has established a command center in Sacramento and is urging residents to stay in their homes and avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms of infection. These symptoms include fever, confusion, violent behavior, and unusual aggression toward other people. The screen cut to footage of Sacramento's downtown, and what I saw made my stomach drop. The streets were packed with people running in all directions, cars abandoned in the middle of intersections, smoke rising from several buildings. And scattered throughout the crowd were figures moving with that distinctive jerky gait, chasing people, pulling them down, biting and clawing. The camera shook as whoever was filming started running, and then the feed cut back to the anchor. The governor has authorized the National Guard to establish quarantine zones and has urged residents to shelter in place. Travel is restricted on all major highways, and a curfew is in effect from sunset to sunrise. If you or anyone you know is showing symptoms of infection, please call the emergency hotline shown on your screen. Do not attempt to transport infected individuals yourself, as this increases the risk of transmission. I muted the TV and looked at the map they were showing. Little red dots marking confirmed outbreak locations. Napa had a cluster of dots, but so did Sonoma, Sacramento, Oakland, Stockton, and several smaller cities I didn't recognize. The dots were spreading, multiplying, following the pattern I'd expect if this thing was moving through agricultural workers and then into the general population. Carlos was still on the phone, waiting for me to say something. "Close up the winery," I told him. "Make sure all the doors and windows are locked. Then go home to your family and stay there. Board up your windows if you can. Get food and water that will last at least a week. And Carlos, if you see anyone acting strange, anyone with those symptoms, you run. You don't try to help them. You run and you lock yourself inside. Understand?" "Yes, boss. What about you? What are you going to do?" "I'm going to fix this," I said, knowing it was probably a lie but needing to believe it anyway. "Or I'm going to die trying." I hung up and stood there for a moment, looking around my office at all the books about winemaking, at the photos on the walls of harvest seasons and happy workers, at the life I'd built after the Army. It felt like I was saying goodbye to it, acknowledging that everything was about to change in ways I couldn't predict or control. Then I picked up my Sig Sauer, chambered around, and headed downstairs. The sun was starting to sink toward the western hills, that golden hour when Napa looked its most beautiful, when the light turned the valley into something out of a painting. But today, the beauty felt wrong, like a mask over something rotten underneath. I could see smoke rising from several locations to the south, toward the city, and even from here I could hear sirens, lots of them, all wailing in that distinctive pattern of emergency. I loaded my truck with supplies, including a bolt cutter and a crowbar I might need for getting into the Helix Biotech facility. I also grabbed a respirator from my workshop, the kind I used for spray painting, and a box of nitrile gloves. It wasn't military-grade protection, but it was better than nothing. As I was loading the last of my gear, I heard a car coming up the driveway too fast. Tires crunching on gravel, engine roaring. Jennifer's Honda Civic skidded to a stop next to my truck, and she got out looking like she'd aged 10 years in the few hours since I'd seen her at the hospital. Her scrubs were stained with blood and other fluids I didn't want to identify, and there were scratches on her arms. "Marcus, thank God you're here," she said, rushing over to me. "The hospital is overrun. We lost containment completely. There are infected people in the hallways, in the waiting room, everywhere. We're evacuating staff and patients who can be moved, but it's chaos. Half the security force is either dead or infected." I grabbed her shoulders and looked her over, checking for bites or scratches that might indicate infection. "Are you hurt? Did any of them touch you?" I'm fine, she said, though her hands were shaking. "I got out before things got really bad. But Marcus, the city is falling apart. There are roadblocks on the main highways, military checkpoints, and they're not letting anyone leave. They're containing us, trapping us here with these things." "Then we don't use the highways," I said. "We use back roads, fire trails, anything that gets us out of the valley." She shook her head. "I'm not leaving, Not yet. There are still patients at the hospital who can be saved, people who aren't infected but need medical care. I can't just abandon them. Jennifer, you can't help them if you're dead or turned into one of those things. And you can't help anyone by running away, she shot back. And I recognized that stubborn look in her eyes, the same look our mother used to get when she'd made up her mind about something. What are you doing with all this tactical gear anyway? Where are you going? I hesitated, then decided she deserved to know the truth. I told her everything about Helix Biotech, about the military research program, about Victoria Sterling and the weaponized fungus. I told her about my plan to infiltrate the facility and gather evidence, and I watched her face go through shock and anger and finally grim determination. I'm coming with you, she said. Absolutely not. This is going to be dangerous, possibly suicidal, and you'll need someone who understands the medical side of this, she interrupted. Someone who can identify what you're looking at in their lab, someone who can document everything properly for the CDC. Marcos, I'm a doctor. I know how to handle biohazards, and I know what we're looking for. You need me. I wanted to argue, but she was right. I could handle the tactical side of infiltration, but I had no idea what I'd be looking at in a biotech lab. I'd need someone who could identify the research data, who could understand the scientific evidence we'd need to prove what Helix Biotech had done. Okay, I finally said. But you do exactly what I say when I say it. This isn't a hospital, and those private security contractors won't hesitate to shoot us if they catch us. She nodded and went to her car, pulling out a go bag she'd apparently grabbed from the hospital. Inside were medical supplies, including some heavy-duty biohazard suits and respirators much better than my spray-painting mask. We keep these for handling infectious materials, she explained. If we're going into a contaminated facility, we'll need them. We spent the next 20 minutes preparing, Jennifer changing into tactical-style clothes she'd brought, and both of us going over the plan. The Helix Biotech facility was about 12 miles south of my vineyard, on the edge of American Canyon in an industrial area that had mostly gone vacant during the recession. According to satellite imagery Sarah had sent to my phone, the facility was surrounded by a high chain-link fence with razor wire, had a single main entrance with a security checkpoint, and appeared to have about a dozen buildings on the property. We go in after dark, I told Jennifer. Less chance of being seen. We find a section of fence away from the main entrance, cut through, and make our way to the main research building. That should be where they keep their data and samples. We get in, gather evidence, and get out. 30 minutes on site, maximum. And if we run into infected people? She asked. I patted the Sig Sauer on my hip. Then we do what we have to do to survive. The sun was setting behind the western hills, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that looked like the valley was already on fire. We got into my truck, and I drove down the hill away from the vineyard, away from everything I'd built over the last 7 years. In the rearview mirror, I could see the white patches spreading through the vines, glowing faintly in the dying light. And I wondered if I'd ever see this place again. The road toward American Canyon was surreal. We passed abandoned cars, some with their doors still open, like the drivers had just left them where they stopped. We saw fires burning in several buildings, black smoke rising into the darkening sky. And we saw people, or what used to be people, stumbling along the roadside with that distinctive jerky gait. Some of them turned toward the sound of the truck, tracking us with yellow eyes, but we were moving too fast for them to pursue. At one point, we came around a curve and nearly hit someone standing in the middle of the road. I swerved at the last second, catching a glimpse of a woman in a torn business suit, her face covered in the white fungal growth, her mouth opening in that terrible moan. Jennifer gasped beside me, and I saw her gripping the handle above the door, her knuckles white. "They used to be people," she whispered. "All of them. They had families, jobs, lives, and now they're just gone." "I know," I said, because what else could I say? "Try not to think about it. We have to focus on stopping the people who caused this." We reached the industrial area as full darkness fell, and I killed the truck's lights, navigating by memory and the faint glow from the Helix Biotech facility ahead. The place was lit up like a prison, massive floodlights illuminating the perimeter, and I could see figures moving inside the fence. Not infected people, I realized, but security contractors in tactical gear, carrying assault rifles. They were patrolling in pairs, following set routes, professional and alert. I parked the truck in an abandoned lot about half a mile from the facility, and Jennifer and I suited up in the biohazard gear she'd brought. The suits were uncomfortable, hot, and restrictive, but they'd protect us from spores and contaminated fluids. We also put on tactical vests, Jennifer wearing one I'd given her, and I made sure she knew how to use the knife I handed her, a fixed-blade KA bar that had seen me through 3 deployments. "Stay close," I told her. "Stay quiet. And if something goes wrong, if we get separated, you run. Don't wait for me. Don't try to be a hero. You run, and you get that evidence to the authorities. Promise me." She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. "I promise. But Marcus, the same goes for you. We both get out of this, or the evidence doesn't matter." We moved through the darkness toward the facility, using abandoned buildings and old equipment for cover. The air smelled like smoke, and something else. Something organic and wrong. That same hospital smell I'd noticed in the vineyard, but stronger now, more concentrated. As we got closer to the fence, I could hear sounds from inside the facility. Machinery running, generators humming, and underneath it all, that low moaning sound that made my skin crawl. I found a section of fence on the eastern side of the property, away from the main gate and the patrol routes I'd observed. The chain link was old here, less well-maintained, and I used my bolt cutters to snip through the metal slowly, trying to keep the noise to a minimum. Each cut sounded impossibly loud in the quiet night, and I kept expecting searchlights to swing toward us, alarms to start blaring. But we got through the fence without incident and slipped onto the property, moving from shadow to shadow toward the main research building. It was a modern structure, all glass and steel, completely at odds with the industrial decay around it. Through the windows, I could see lights on inside, computers running, equipment operating. Someone was still here, still working, even as the world fell apart outside. We reached a service entrance on the north side of the building, and I was about to try picking the lock when I noticed it was already open, the door standing slightly ajar. That was wrong. Security this tight didn't leave doors open. I drew my Sig Sauer and pushed the door open slowly, leading with the weapon the way I'd been trained, clearing corners and checking angles. The hallway inside was empty, but it looked like a war zone. Papers scattered everywhere, equipment overturned, dark stains on the floor that might have been blood. And on the walls, that same white fungal growth I'd seen in the vineyard, spreading in patches and patterns that looked almost deliberate. The growth seemed to pulse very faintly in the fluorescent lighting, like it was breathing. "This is bad," Jennifer whispered behind me. "Marcus, if the fungus is growing inside the facility, the contamination is much worse than we thought." We moved deeper into the building, following signs toward the research labs. Every room we passed showed signs of abandonment and violence. In one office, I saw a desk covered in dried blood with a chair knocked over beside it. In another, there were bullet holes in the walls, spent brass casings on the floor, and a smear of that white fungal residue leading toward a supply closet. I didn't open the closet, didn't want to know what we'd find inside. The research lab was on the third floor, and we took the stairs instead of the elevator, moving slowly and checking each landing before continuing up. The stairwell was dark, emergency lights providing just enough illumination to see by, and every shadow looked like it might be hiding something. When we reached the third-floor door, I heard sounds from the other side. Moaning, wet shuffling footsteps, something being knocked over. I looked at Jennifer, and she nodded, ready. I pushed open the door and immediately saw them. 3 infected people, or former people, stumbling around what had once been a high-tech research lab. One was wearing a white lab coat, the name Dr. Chen visible on a plastic tag even though the coat was stained and torn. Another was in security uniform, though without any weapons. The third was dressed in business casual, maybe a manager or administrator. All of them had that same waxy skin, those same yellow eyes, that same horrifying emptiness where a person used to be. They turned toward us at the sound of the door, and I saw their pupils dilate, saw their mouths open in anticipation. The one in the lab coat lunged first, moving with that unnatural jerky speed. I didn't hesitate. I'd made my peace with what I'd have to do before we entered the building. I raised the Sig Sauer and fired once, the shot echoing in the confined space like thunder. The bullet took Dr. Chen in the forehead, and he dropped like a puppet with cut strings, the fungus no longer able to animate the body once the brainstem was destroyed. The other 2 were coming at us now, and I fired twice more, both shots hitting center mass but not stopping them. Now Jennifer was backing toward the stairs, and I saw her pull out the knife I'd given her, holding it in a white-knuckled grip. I adjusted my aim and fired again, this time targeting the infected security guard's head. The shot was good, and he went down hard. But my slide had locked back, magazine empty, and the third infected was almost on top of me. I dropped the pistol and let it hang from its retention lanyard while I drew my KA bar, the same knife I'd carried through Afghanistan. The infected businessman grabbed at me with grasping hands, and I could smell the rot coming off him, could see the white fungus emerging from his nose and ears. I sidestepped his lunge and drove the knife into the base of his skull, angling upward the way I'd been taught in close-quarters combat training. He convulsed once and went still, and I pulled the knife free with a wet sound. "Jesus Christ!" Jennifer breathed, and I saw her staring at the bodies, at the violence I'd just committed so quickly and efficiently. "They weren't people anymore," I said, reloading the Sig Sauer with shaking hands. "The people they used to be died when the fungus took over their brains. All that's left is the infection looking for new hosts. You understand that, right?" She nodded slowly, though I could see the horror in her eyes, the understanding that this was what the world had become, what we'd have to do to survive. "I understand. Let's find what we came for and get out of here." The research lab was a treasure trove of evidence. Computer terminals were still running, displaying data and graphs that Jennifer immediately recognized as important. Filing cabinets stood open, papers scattered across desks and floors. And in one corner of the lab, behind thick glass walls, was what looked like a controlled environment chamber filled with that white fungal growth. The fungus had completely filled the chamber, creating structures that looked almost like a miniature city, branching towers and connecting bridges all made from the pale mycelium. "My God," Jennifer whispered, moving closer to the chamber. "This is the source. They were growing it here, studying it, trying to weaponize it. Look at these notes. They were testing different vectors for transmission, different methods of infection. They knew exactly how dangerous this was, and they did it anyway." I started gathering documents, stuffing papers into my backpack, while Jennifer worked on one of the computers, copying files to a thumb drive she'd brought. We worked in tense silence, both of us listening for any sound of approaching infected or security contractors. The minutes dragged by, feeling like hours. And I kept checking my watch, seeing our 30-minute window shrinking. That's when I found the file labeled Sterling Personal Research, Classified. Inside were documents that made my blood run cold. Victoria Sterling hadn't just been continuing the military research. She'd been actively seeking buyers for the weaponized fungus. There were communications with representatives from 3 different countries, detailed pricing structures for different quantities of the infectious agent, and shipping manifests showing that she'd already sent samples to at least 2 foreign locations. "She sold it," I said, feeling rage burning through the fear. "She sold this thing as a biological weapon. This isn't just negligence or a failed experiment. This is deliberate biological terrorism for profit." Jennifer came over and looked at the documents, her face going pale even in the dim light. "Marcus, if she's already shipped samples overseas, this could spread globally. The containment protocols won't matter. This thing could—" She stopped mid-sentence as we both heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Multiple people moving fast, voices calling out orders. Security contractors, and they were coming our way. "Time to go," I said, stuffing the stolen documents into my backpack. "Is there another way out of here?" Jennifer pointed to a window on the far side of the lab. "Fire escape, but it's a 3-story drop if the ladder's not working." We ran for the window, and I could hear the security contractors reaching the 3rd-floor landing. Could hear them calling out to each other. "Movement in the research lab! Multiple intruders!" I smashed the window with the butt of my knife and knocked out the remaining glass, then looked down at the fire escape. The ladder was intact, thank God, but I could see more security contractors on the ground level, responding to the commotion. "We're going down fast," I told Jennifer. "Don't stop for anything. We get to the ground and we run for the fence. Ready?" She nodded, and I could see the fear on her face, but also something else: determination and strength. She was a doctor, trained to save lives, but she was also my sister, and the Webb family didn't quit even when things looked hopeless. I went first, sliding down the ladder with my hands barely touching the rails, Jennifer right behind me. Above us, I heard the security contractors burst into the lab, heard them shouting, heard the distinctive sound of assault rifles being charged. Bullets started hitting the fire escape around us, sparks flying where rounds struck metal, and I felt a surge of adrenaline like I hadn't experienced since Afghanistan. We reached the ground level, and I pulled Jennifer toward the fence line, staying low, using abandoned equipment for cover. More security contractors were converging on our position, and I could see muzzle flashes in the darkness, could hear the supersonic crack of bullets passing overhead. I returned fire, not trying for precise shots, but just trying to make them take cover, give us a few seconds to reach the fence. My Sig Sauer barked 3 times, and I saw one contractor go down, saw another dive behind a concrete barrier. Then we were at the fence, and I was pushing Jennifer through the hole I'd cut earlier, covering her as she scrambled through. A bullet hit my tactical vest, right in the center mass, and I felt the impact like being punched by a heavyweight boxer. The armor plate stopped the round, but it knocked the wind out of me and nearly put me on my ass. I fired twice more, back through the fence opening, and then we were running through the darkness, Jennifer ahead of me, both of us sprinting like our lives depended on it, because they did. Behind us, I could hear the security contractors organizing, calling for backup, probably mobilizing vehicles to pursue us. But we had a head start, and we knew the terrain. We reached my truck, and I gunned the engine, not bothering with lights, just driving by instinct and memory through the industrial wasteland. Bullets pinged off the truck's body, and the rear window exploded in a shower of safety glass. But we were moving, getting distance, getting away. "Did we get everything?" Jennifer gasped, bent over in the passenger seat trying to catch her breath. "Did we get enough evidence?" I thought about the documents in my backpack, about the files she'd copied to the thumb drive, about the proof we now had of Victoria Sterling's crimes. "Yeah," I said. "We got it. Now we just need to survive long enough to give it to someone who can use it." We drove through the night, avoiding main roads, using fire trails and back roads that I knew from years of living in the valley. The world outside the truck looked like it was ending. Buildings burned without anyone trying to put out the fires. Cars lay abandoned across lanes. And everywhere, there were infected people stumbling through the darkness, hunting for prey. At one point, we had to stop because a group of about 20 infected people were blocking the narrow road ahead. And I realized with horror that they were moving together, almost coordinating their movements. Like the fungus was starting to network their behavior, creating some kind of hive mind. I put the truck in reverse and found another route, my hands sweating inside my gloves despite the cool night air. We made it back to the vineyard around 2 a.m, and I was shocked to see Carlos's truck parked near the main house. I told him to go home, to be with his family, but apparently he'd decided to wait for me. He came out of the house when he heard my truck, and I saw he was carrying a hunting rifle, an old Remington 700 that I'd loaned him for deer season a few years back. "Boss, thank God," he said, rushing over. "I couldn't just leave. This is my home too, you know. Figured if the world's ending, I'd rather be here helping you than sitting at home watching TV." I wanted to tell him he was an idiot, that he should be with his family, but the truth was I was grateful for his presence. "Where's Maria?" I asked. "And Juan, have you heard anything?" Carlos's face fell. "Maria's at her sister's house in Vallejo. Thought it would be safer away from the valley. And Juan," he trailed off, swallowing hard. "Hospital called earlier. He didn't make it. The infection took him completely, and then his heart gave out. They said he didn't suffer at the end, but I don't know if that's true or just something they tell families." I put my hand on his shoulder, not knowing what to say. Juan had been a good man, a hard worker, someone who'd always shown up with a smile and a willingness to help. And now he was gone, another victim of Victoria Sterling's greed and ambition. "I'm sorry, Carlos. He deserved better than this." "We all do," Carlos said quietly. "So what's the plan? What do we do now?" I looked at Jennifer, at Carlos, at the vineyard spreading out below us in the darkness, and I made a decision. We gather everyone we can trust. We prepare for the worst, and we make sure Victoria Sterling pays for what she's done. We spent the rest of the night fortifying the main house, boarding up windows, stockpiling supplies, turning my home into something that could withstand a siege. Jennifer set up a makeshift medical station in the dining room, organizing the supplies she'd brought from the hospital. Carlos worked on securing the perimeter, setting up motion-activated lights and noisemakers that would alert us if anything got too close. And I went through my old military gear, laying out every weapon and piece of equipment I had, preparing for a battle I knew was coming. By dawn, we had company. First, it was Tom and his family, the farm manager and his wife and 2 teenage kids, showing up in a beat-up minivan with everything they could carry. Then Miguel arrived with his elderly mother, saying their apartment building had been overrun by infected people, and this was the only place they could think to go. Within a few hours, we had 15 people sheltering at the vineyard, ranging in age from 8 to 75, all looking to me for leadership and protection. I gathered everyone in the tasting room, which had the best visibility of the approaches to the property, and laid out the situation as honestly as I could. The infection is spreading faster than anyone anticipated. The government is trying to contain it, but they're losing ground. Within days, maybe hours, this whole valley could be overrun. We have supplies for about a week if we're careful. We have weapons and people who know how to use them. Our goal is to survive until help arrives or until we can evacuate to somewhere safer. "And if help doesn't come?" asked Tom's wife, Sarah, a practical woman who worked as a school teacher. "What then?" "Then we keep surviving," I said. "One day at a time, 1 hour at a time if necessary." Jennifer stood up and added her medical perspective. "Anyone who shows symptoms of infection needs to be quarantined immediately. The incubation period ranges from hours to a couple days, and the only way to prevent spread is complete isolation once symptoms appear. I know that sounds harsh, especially if it's someone you love, but the alternative is everyone gets infected." The morning news confirmed our worst fears. Sacramento had fallen completely to the infected. The military had retreated to defensive positions outside the city, and there were reports of similar collapses in Oakland, Stockton, and Santa Rosa. Governor had declared martial law across the entire state, and the federal government was mobilizing military assets for what they were calling a containment and elimination operation. That's when my phone rang with a call from Sarah Chen. "Marcus, it's happening faster than we predicted. The fungus is spreading through agricultural networks just like Sterling planned. We're seeing outbreaks in farms across California, Oregon, Washington, Arizona, Nevada. Within a week, it'll be in every state that imports produce from California. Within 2 weeks, it could be global." "What's the military response?" I asked, though I already knew the answer would be bad. "They're drawing up plans for systematic elimination of infected zones. High-temperature weapons to destroy the fungus and its spores. Marcus, they're talking about firebombing Napa Valley within the next 72 hours. Complete sterilization. Anyone still in the area when they start won't survive." I felt the weight of that information settle on my shoulders like a physical thing. 3 days. We had 3 days to find Victoria Sterling, prove what she'd done, and somehow survive long enough for justice to be served. "Do you have any intel on Sterling's location?" "We think she's still at the Helix Biotech facility, barricaded in with her private security force. Satellite imagery shows heavy activity there, and we intercepted communications suggesting she's trying to evacuate with samples of the fungus. If she gets out of the valley with those samples, Marcus, this becomes unstoppable. She could sell them to the highest bidder, use them as leverage, or just release them out of spite. We need her contained before the military starts the burn." "Then that's what we'll do," I said. "We'll finish what we started last night." I hung up and turned to find everyone staring at me, having clearly heard at least my side of the conversation. Carlos spoke first. "You're going back there, aren't you? Back to that biotech place where all this started." "I have to," I said. "Victoria Sterling can't be allowed to escape. She caused this, and she needs to answer for it." "Then I'm coming with you," Carlos said. "You'll need help." "So am I," added Jennifer. "If we're going to stop her, we need to do it right." I started to argue, but Tom stepped forward. "Marcus, you saved my family by giving us a place to shelter. I was a Marine, 2 tours in Iraq. If you're going into a fight, you need experienced people watching your back. Count me in." Over the next hour, we organized our assault team. Me, Carlos, Jennifer, Tom, and Miguel, who'd been a SWAT officer in Mexico before coming to the United States. 5 people against however many security contractors Sterling had. It was crazy, probably suicidal, but it was also necessary. We armed ourselves with everything we had: rifles, shotguns, pistols, knives, whatever we could carry. Jennifer insisted on bringing her medical gear, saying we'd need it if anyone got hurt. We left the vineyard at noon, leaving Sarah and the others with instructions to barricade themselves inside if we didn't return by sunset. The drive back to the Helix Biotech facility took us through what looked like a post-apocalyptic hellscape. The infection had spread exponentially overnight. Whole neighborhoods were empty or burning. Bodies lay in the streets, some moving with that telltale jerkiness, others too damaged to reanimate. We saw a police barricade that had been overrun, officers' bodies scattered among the infected civilians they'd been trying to contain. At one point, we drove past a grocery store where hundreds of infected people had gathered, drawn by some instinct, or maybe by the fungal network connecting them. They milled around the parking lot like a grotesque parody of shoppers on Black Friday, occasionally attacking each other, but mostly just waiting, almost dormant. As we passed, every single one of them turned toward our truck, tracking us with those horrible yellow eyes. "Don't stop," Miguel said quietly from the back seat. "No matter what, don't stop." We didn't. We kept driving until we reached the industrial area where the Helix Biotech facility sat like a fortress. Except now the perimeter was even more heavily guarded, and I could see armored vehicles inside the fence, military-grade trucks, and what looked like an armored personnel carrier. Sterling was preparing to move, and she had the resources to do it. "How do we get in?" Tom asked, surveying the security. "That's not just private contractors anymore. Those are professional mercenaries, maybe even former military." I was thinking through options when my phone buzzed with a text from Sarah. "Helicopter just landed at Helix facility. Sterling is preparing to evacuate. If you're going to stop her, it needs to be now." "Change of plans," I said. "We don't go in through the fence. We go in through the drainage tunnels." During my reconnaissance the night before, I'd noticed storm drains running under the facility, old infrastructure from when this area was farmland. The tunnels would be dark, probably flooded in places, maybe even contaminated with the fungus. But they'd get us inside the perimeter without facing the security force head-on. We parked the truck a mile away and approached the nearest storm drain entrance on foot. The metal grate was rusted, but still secure, and it took Carlos and Tom working together with a crowbar to pry it open. The smell that wafted out was indescribable, decay and mold and that fungal scent all mixed together in a miasma that made us gag even through our respirators. "This is going to be fun," Tom said, pulling out a flashlight. "Just like old times." We descended into the tunnel, and immediately I regretted every decision that had led to this moment. The tunnel was about 5 feet high, forcing us to walk bent over, and the water that flowed through it was black and thick with fungal growth. The walls were covered in that white mycelium, glowing faintly with bioluminescence, creating patterns that almost looked like writing or diagrams. The fungus had colonized this entire system, spreading through the underground infrastructure like a fungal internet. We moved slowly, trying to keep our footsteps quiet, trying not to touch the walls where the fungus grew thickest. Every few yards, we'd pass side tunnels that branched off into darkness, and I'd have to resist the urge to explore them, to see where they led. Our goal was singular: reach the facility, stop Sterling, prevent her from escaping with the fungus samples. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes, we reached a vertical shaft that rose toward the surface. Above us, I could see daylight filtering through a metal grate, and through the holes I could make out the underside of one of the facility's buildings. We'd made it. Tom went up first, slowly and carefully, checking to make sure the way was clear before signaling us to follow. One by one, we climbed out of the tunnel into what looked like a maintenance area, pipes and electrical conduits running along the walls, the hum of machinery somewhere nearby. We were inside. The sound of the helicopter was louder here, the rotors spinning up, preparing for takeoff. We moved through the building toward the helipad, following the sound, weapons ready. And that's when we encountered them. Infected facility workers who'd been left behind when the evacuation started. They stumbled through the corridors in groups of 3 or 4, moaning and clawing at walls, and when they sensed us, they charged with that terrible, mindless aggression. What followed was brutal, close-quarters combat in confined hallways. I shot 2 infected people, both of them wearing Helix Biotech uniforms with name tags still pinned to their chests. Carlos took down another with his rifle, the shot echoing in the narrow space. Miguel used his experience from SWAT training to clear rooms efficiently, making sure nothing was waiting in ambush. And Jennifer stayed in the center of our formation, protected, holding her medical gear and a pistol I'd given her with white-knuckled determination. We fought our way to the second floor, following the sound of the helicopter, leaving bodies in our wake. Some of them had been security contractors, others had been scientists or administrators. All of them were victims of Sterling's ambition, people who'd been infected and abandoned when their usefulness ended. The thought of what Sterling had done, the casual cruelty of it, fueled my anger and kept me moving even as exhaustion began to set in. The helipad was on the roof, accessed through a final corridor that opened onto an outdoor platform. Through the windows, I could see the helicopter, a civilian model painted corporate black, its rotors at full speed. And standing near the helicopter, surrounded by a security detail of 6 heavily armed mercenaries, was Victoria Sterling herself. She looked exactly like her photos, impeccably dressed even in crisis, gray hair perfect, carrying a metal briefcase that I knew must contain samples of the weaponized fungus. She was talking on a satellite phone, gesturing emphatically, probably coordinating her escape to wherever she'd arranged to go. The mercenaries were scanning the area, alert and professional. Assault rifles at the ready. 6 shooters, all with automatic weapons and body armor, Tom assessed quietly. We're outgunned and exposed if we go out there. Then we don't go out there, I said, forming a plan as I spoke. We create a distraction, draw them inside, take them in close quarters where their numbers and firepower matter less. Miguel nodded. I'll make the distraction. Used to do this in tactical situations back in Mexico. You 3 get into position to ambush them when they come investigate. Before I could argue that we should find a less risky plan, Miguel was moving, heading back down the corridor to an electrical room we'd passed. I heard him kicking equipment, breaking things, generally making as much noise as possible. On the helipad, I saw the mercenaries react, 3 of them immediately moving toward the entrance to investigate, leaving 3 with Sterling. We positioned ourselves in a storage room adjacent to the corridor, weapons ready, waiting for the mercenaries to pass. I could hear their footsteps approaching, hear their tactical communication on radio headsets. 3 unknowns breaching perimeter, one of them said, moving to engage. They came through the corridor in a tight formation, professional and alert, but they weren't expecting an ambush from inside the building. We opened fire simultaneously, and in the confined space, the noise was deafening. 2 of the mercenaries went down immediately, caught in our crossfire. The 3rd managed to return fire, his bullets tearing through the storage room wall. But Tom got him with a precise shot to the head. The gunfire had alerted the remaining mercenaries and Sterling, and I heard the helicopter's engine pitch change, preparing for immediate takeoff. We sprinted down the corridor toward the helipad, bursting out into bright afternoon sunlight. The remaining 3 mercenaries had formed a defensive position around Sterling, and as we appeared, they opened fire. Carlos took a round in the shoulder and went down with a cry of pain. Jennifer immediately dropped to help him, while Tom, Miguel, and I returned fire, using a concrete planter for cover. It was a standoff, neither side able to advance without exposing themselves to overwhelming fire. And all the while, the helicopter was lifting off, Sterling climbing aboard with her briefcase, her expression cold and triumphant even in the middle of a firefight. That's when I made a decision that was probably insane, but felt right. I pulled a fragmentation grenade from my tactical vest, something I'd kept from my Army days, even though it was technically illegal for civilians to possess. "Cover me!" I shouted to Tom and Miguel. Then I was moving, running toward the helicopter, even as bullets tore up the ground around me. I pulled the pin and threw the grenade, not at Sterling or the helicopter, but at the mercenaries' position. They scattered, which was exactly what I wanted. In that moment of chaos, I got close enough to the helicopter to grab onto one of its landing skids as it lifted off. Sterling saw me and screamed something I couldn't hear over the rotor noise. But I was already pulling myself up, the helicopter gaining altitude, the ground falling away beneath me. One of the mercenaries tried to lean out and shoot me, but the pilot was fighting to stabilize the helicopter with my added weight, and the movement threw off his aim. I climbed higher on the skid, reached the cabin door, and wrenched it open. Sterling was inside, clutching her briefcase, her eyes wide with something that might have been fear or might have been rage. "You can't stop this," she shouted at me. "The fungus has already spread. It's in every major agricultural hub in North America. Even if you kill me, even if you destroy these samples, it's too late." I pulled myself into the helicopter cabin, and immediately the pilot tried to bank hard, trying to throw me off. But I was already inside, and I had my Sig Sauer drawn, pointed directly at Sterling's head. "Order him to land this aircraft," I said, my voice cold and flat. "Now!" She laughed, actually laughed, this high-pitched sound that bordered on hysteria. "You're going to crash us all! You're going to kill everyone in this helicopter!" "Then I guess you better tell him to land," I said. For a long moment we stared at each other, and I saw recognition in her eyes. She knew I was serious. She knew I'd follow through. Former Army intelligence, trained to do hard things, to make impossible decisions. She turned to the pilot. "Land on the roof. Now!" The helicopter descended back to the helipad, and the moment the skids touched down, I was moving. I grabbed Sterling and hauled her out of the helicopter, keeping my pistol pressed to her spine. The remaining mercenaries had been dealt with by Tom and Miguel, though I didn't know if they'd killed them or just driven them off. Jennifer had Carlos stabilized, applying pressure to his shoulder wound, and she looked up as I approached with Sterling. "Marcus, be careful," Jennifer warned. "We need her alive to testify." "Oh, I'm not going to kill her," I said, forcing Sterling to her knees on the helipad. "Not yet. First, she's going to tell us everything. Every buyer she sold the fungus to. Every location where she conducted field trials. Every secret about this weapon she helped create." Sterling spit at me, her composure finally cracking. "You're nobody. You're a failed soldier running a failing vineyard. You think you can stop me? You think you matter? I have connections in governments, in militaries, in intelligence services around the world. One phone call and you'll disappear. Everyone you love will disappear. Your connections can't help you now," I said. "The world is ending because of what you did. Within days, the military is going to firebomb this entire valley to stop the spread. Within weeks, this infection could be global. You've killed millions of people for profit, and you're going to answer for it." She stared at me, and for the first time, I saw real fear in her eyes. "You don't understand. I can stop it. I have research, information about how to kill the fungus, how to create an antidote. It's in my files, in my lab. If you kill me, that information dies with me." "You're lying," Jennifer said, walking over despite the danger. "If you had a way to stop this, you would have used it the moment the containment failed. You're not a scientist trying to save the world. You're a war profiteer who got caught by her own product." Sterling's mask slipped completely then, and I saw the monster underneath. "They were all just numbers," she said quietly. "Test subjects, acceptable losses. The buyers needed to see proof of concept, needed to see what the fungus could do at scale. So yes, I contaminated agricultural land. Yes, I knew it would spread to workers. Yes, I knew people would die. But the buyers needed convincing, needed to see real-world results." I felt something break inside me, listening to her talk about people like they were statistics, like Juan and all the others were just data points in her business plan. My hand tightened on the pistol, and for a moment I seriously considered putting a bullet in her head right there. But Jennifer was right. We needed her alive to testify, to prove what she'd done, to make sure the world knew exactly who was responsible for this catastrophe. That's when we heard the moaning. From below us, from inside the building, the sound of infected people rising through the stairwells, drawn by the noise of the helicopter and the gunfire. We'd lost track of time while dealing with Sterling, and now the infected facility workers were swarming toward us, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. "We need to move," Miguel said urgently. "The stairs are compromised. We'll have to go back through the tunnel." "We can't carry Carlos through that tunnel," Jennifer protested. "Not with his shoulder. He needs surgery soon or he'll bleed out." I looked around desperately, trying to find a solution, and my eyes landed on the helicopter. The pilot was still inside, hands raised, clearly wanting no part of this fight. "You!" I shouted at him. "Can you fly with 6 passengers?" He nodded quickly. Yeah, I can do that." "But where? Where are we going? Every airport is closed, every safe zone is overrun." "Just fly," I ordered. "Get us out of here and we'll figure out the destination." We hauled Sterling onto the helicopter, zip-tying her hands behind her back and securing her to one of the seats. Tom and Miguel helped Carlos aboard, Jennifer working on his wound even as the helicopter lifted off. Through the open door, I could see infected people pouring onto the helipad, reaching up toward us with grasping hands, their moans rising in a horrible chorus. The helicopter climbed rapidly, giving us a view of the entire valley spread out below. What I saw made me understand just how bad things had gotten. Napa looked like a city under siege. Fires burned out of control in dozens of locations. The streets were packed with infected people, thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands. And in the distance, I could see military vehicles and helicopters moving into position, forming a perimeter around the valley. "They're setting up for the burn," Tom said quietly, seeing the same thing I was. "They're going to turn this whole valley into an incinerator." I pulled out my phone and called Sarah Chen. "We have Sterling. We're airborne in her helicopter, heading—" "Where are we heading?" "Travis Air Force Base," Sarah said immediately. "I'll clear you for landing. Marcus, you need to get there before the burn starts. Military command is moving up the timeline. You have maybe 2 hours. 2 hours. We were 40 miles from Travis AFB, which should have been an easy flight, except the pilot was clearly terrified and the helicopter was struggling with the weight of 6 passengers. I moved forward to the cockpit and saw the fuel gauge was reading under a quarter tank. Sterling had been planning to refuel somewhere after leaving the valley, probably at a private airstrip she'd arranged in advance. "How far can we get on this fuel?" I asked the pilot. He did some quick calculations, his hands shaking on the controls. "Maybe Travis AFB, if we fly direct and don't encounter any headwinds. But it's going to be close. Really close." "Then make it happen," I said. "Because if we go down in the valley, we're dead anyway." The flight felt like it took forever, even though it was probably only 30 minutes. Below us, we could see the infection spreading in real time, see the chaos consuming everything. Sacramento was a burning ruin. Fairfield looked like a war zone. Even small towns that should have been spared were showing signs of outbreak, smoke rising, people fleeing in cars that clogged the highways. We passed over a National Guard checkpoint that had been completely overrun, infected civilians swarming over military vehicles like ants over a picnic. We saw a hospital where patients had broken out of quarantine and were attacking staff in the parking lot. We saw elementary school where someone had tried to establish a shelter, and now the playground was filled with infected children, small figures that moved with that same jerky aggression, their innocence stolen by Sterling's bioweapon. Jennifer was crying silently, watching the destruction below, probably thinking about all the patients she could have saved, all the lives that were being lost. Carlos was fading in and out of consciousness, his face pale from blood loss despite Jennifer's best efforts. Tom and Miguel were quiet, both of them wearing the expression of soldiers who'd seen combat and knew they were looking at something worse than war. And Sterling sat there with her hands bound, staring out the window at the chaos she'd caused, and there was nothing in her eyes. No remorse, no guilt, just a kind of clinical detachment, like she was observing an experiment's results, rather than witnessing millions of deaths. I wanted to push her out of the helicopter, wanted to make her pay right then and there, but I forced myself to stay calm, to think tactically. We were 10 miles from Travis when the fuel warning light came on. The pilot's voice was tight with stress. "We're not going to make it. We need to find somewhere to land now, or we're going to crash." I looked around desperately, scanning the ground below for anywhere safe. That's when I saw it. My vineyard, the white patches now covering almost the entire property, but the main house still standing, the helipad I'd built for aerial crop surveys still clear. "There," I said, pointing. "Webb Family Vineyards. Put us down on that helipad." "That's covered in the infection," the pilot protested. "And we're out of fuel," I snapped. "Land the damn helicopter, or we all die right here." He brought us down in a controlled descent that wasn't quite a crash, the helicopter bouncing hard on the helipad, rotors slowing to a stop as the last of the fuel ran out. We were home, but home had become ground zero for the infection that was destroying California. The irony wasn't lost on me. We got out of the helicopter fast, Tom and Miguel carrying Carlos between them, Jennifer staying close with her medical gear. I dragged Sterling out by her zip-tied hands, ignoring her protests. The afternoon sun was brutal, and the smell from the infected vineyard was overwhelming even through our respirators. The fungus had completely colonized the soil, turning the ground between the vine rows into a white carpet of mycelium. And growing from that carpet were structures that looked almost like fruiting bodies, mushroom-like towers that released clouds of spores into the air with each gust of wind. "Get inside the house," I ordered. "Now!" We ran for the main house, and I was relieved to see that Sarah and the others had followed our fortification plans. The windows were boarded up, the doors reinforced, and as we approached, I saw a face peek through a gun slit we'd cut in one of the boards. It was Sarah, Tom's wife, and she opened the door just long enough for us to get inside before slamming and barring it behind us. "Thank God you're alive," she said. Then she saw Carlos bleeding and immediately called for the first aid supplies. "What happened? Did you find her? Did you stop her?" "We found her," I said, pushing Sterling down into a chair. "And now we're going to make her pay for everything she's done." The house had become a fortress and a hospital and a shelter all at once. About 20 people were crowded into the main floor, families huddled together, children crying quietly, everyone wearing masks to filter the air. Jennifer took over the medical operation, working on Carlos's shoulder wound with supplies we'd stockpiled. Tom and Miguel set up defensive positions at the windows, watching for any sign of infected people approaching. And I sat down in front of Sterling with my phone, recording everything, documenting every word she said. "Tell me about the Cordyceps Enhancement Initiative," I started. "Tell me how a classified military program ended up creating the infection that's destroying California." At first, she refused to talk, but I had leverage. I showed her the documents I'd stolen from her lab, showed her that I had proof of everything she'd done. I told her that the military was planning to firebomb the valley, that she would die here with the rest of us unless she cooperated. And I appealed to the one thing I thought might still exist in her, the scientist's desire to have her work recognized, even if that recognition came in the form of infamy. Slowly, over the next hour, she told me everything. How the Cordyceps Enhancement Initiative had been developing biological weapons based on the parasitic fungus that infected insects, but modified to target human neurological systems. How the program had been shut down after test subjects showed that the fungus was too aggressive, too adaptable, impossible to control. How she'd stolen samples and founded Helix Biotech as a front for continued research. How she'd spent 5 years perfecting the weaponized strain, making it more infectious, more devastating, more profitable. The buyers needed proof, she explained with chilling matter-of-factness. They needed to see it work at scale, in a real population. So I conducted field trials using agricultural workers as unwitting test subjects. The plan was to contain the outbreak to small areas, document the results, then provide buyers with both the weapon and the supposed cure. But the fungus evolved faster than I predicted. It adapted to human hosts in ways we didn't anticipate. And once it reached critical mass in the agricultural community, there was no way to contain it. You killed thousands of people for a business transaction, I said, feeling rage building in my chest. You destroyed an entire region of California for profit. I gave the world a weapon that will revolutionize modern warfare, she countered. This fungus is more effective than any nuclear or chemical weapon ever created. It turns enemy populations into self-sustaining biological weapons systems. It spreads through the very infrastructure societies depend on. It's perfect. I stood up and walked away before I did something I'd regret. Jennifer was still working on Carlos, who was stable but weak. Tom and Miguel reported increasing activity outside, infected people drawn to the house by the sounds of human habitation. And through the boarded windows, I could see the sun setting, painting the valley in shades of red and orange that looked like hell itself. My phone rang. It was Sarah Chen. Marcus, the military is moving up the burn to tonight. They're deploying incendiary weapons at 2200 hours. That's 4 hours from now. You need to evacuate immediately. How? I asked. We're surrounded by infected. The helicopter is out of fuel and the roads are blocked. Then you hunker down and survive the burn, she said. Find somewhere underground, somewhere that can protect you from the heat and flames. The fire will consume everything for miles. But if you can shelter from it, you might make it through. I looked around at the 20 people depending on me for leadership, at Jennifer trying to save Carlos, at Sterling sitting there with that cold expression, and I knew what we had to do. The wine cellar, I said. It's 60 feet underground, built into solid rock, with its own ventilation system. It'll protect us from the flames. We had 4 hours to prepare. 4 hours to gather everyone, to move them down into the cellar, to stockpile food and water and medical supplies. 4 hours to say goodbye to everything I'd built, everything I loved about this place. The vineyard, the house, the tasting room where I'd hosted thousands of visitors. All of it would burn. Jennifer pulled me aside while we were organizing the evacuation. Marcus, what are we going to do with her? She gestured toward Sterling. We can't just let her die in the fire. Why not? I asked harshly. She's killed thousands of people. She deserves to burn. Because we're not murderers, Jennifer said firmly. Because we're better than her. Because if we want justice, we need her alive to testify, to face trial, to spend the rest of her life in prison knowing what she did. I knew she was right, but God, part of me wanted to leave Sterling upstairs when we went down to the cellar, wanted to let the flames take her, wanted her to experience just a fraction of the terror and pain she'd inflicted on so many others. But I was Army intelligence, trained to think tactically, to see the bigger picture. Sterling alive was more valuable than Sterling dead, at least for now. We moved everyone into the cellar as the evening darkened into night. The cellar was large, designed to hold thousands of bottles of wine on wooden racks that lined the walls. But it was still cramped with 20 people, plus all our supplies. I'd built this cellar myself, or rather supervised its construction, ensuring it had proper ventilation and climate control. Now those features would save our lives. Carlos was laid out on a makeshift bed, Jennifer monitoring his vital signs constantly. The families huddled together, parents trying to keep children calm, everyone trying not to think about what was coming. Tom and Miguel stood near the entrance with me, weapons ready, because we didn't know if infected people might try to force their way down here when the flames started. At 20:45 hours, we heard the first aircraft. High-altitude bombers, probably B-52s or B-1s, engines rumbling across the night sky. Then came the sound of something falling, a whistling that grew louder and louder until it culminated in a massive explosion somewhere to the south. The ground shook, dust falling from the cellar ceiling, wine bottles rattling in their racks. Then another explosion, closer this time, and another, and another. The military was carpet-bombing the valley with incendiary weapons, creating a firestorm that would consume everything. Through the ventilation system, I could smell smoke, could feel the temperature rising even down here 60 feet underground. The explosions continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes. Each one was a hammer blow to the earth, shaking the foundations of the cellar, threatening to bring the ceiling down on our heads. Children were screaming, adults praying, everyone huddled together in terror as the world above us turned into an inferno. Finally, the explosion stopped, replaced by a sound like wind, like the earth itself breathing. The firestorm had begun, a self-sustaining inferno that was consuming everything: the vineyard, the house, the infected people, the fungal growth, all of it burning at temperatures hot enough to sterilize the very soil. We stayed in the cellar for 3 days. The temperature remained dangerously high for the first 24 hours, hot enough that we had to wet towels and hold them over our faces to keep from burning our lungs. The ventilation system kept us supplied with air, but it was smoky and harsh, making everyone cough constantly. Carlos developed a fever on the second day, and Jennifer worked frantically to fight the infection in his shoulder wound. We ran out of antibiotics, and all she could do was keep him hydrated and comfortable. He died on the morning of the third day, quietly slipping away while Maria held his hand. She'd made it back from Vallejo somehow, fought through the chaos to be with her husband at the end. We wrapped Carlos in a clean sheet and laid him in the corner of the cellar, and I said a few words about what a good man he'd been, how much he'd meant to all of us. It wasn't enough. Words would never be enough. On the third day, the temperature dropped to something approaching normal, and I decided to risk opening the cellar door to see what remained of the world above. Tom and Miguel came with me, all of us wearing respirators against the smoke and ash. We climbed the stairs and pushed open the heavy metal door, and what we saw stopped us in our tracks. The valley was gone. Everything was gone. Where my vineyard had stood, where my house had been, where a thriving wine country had existed, there was nothing but ash and blackened earth. The landscape looked like the surface of the moon, gray and dead and barren, stretching as far as I could see. The air was thick with smoke even 3 days after the burn, and through the haze I could make out the twisted skeletons of burned buildings, the melted remains of cars and equipment. We walked through the destruction, and it felt like walking through the end of the world. The heat had been so intense that it had fused sand into glass in some places, creating puddles of crystallized earth. Nothing moved, nothing lived, nothing remained of the beautiful valley I'd called home. The military had sterilized the area completely, and in doing so they'd killed everything, good and bad, innocent and infected. "Jesus Christ," Tom whispered, and I heard tears in his voice. "It's all gone. Everything." We stood there in the ruins for a long time, trying to process the totality of the destruction. Then we went back down to the cellar and told everyone what we'd seen. Some people broke down crying. Others just sat there in shock. Sterling remained expressionless, though I thought I saw a flicker of something in her eyes, maybe satisfaction that her creation had warranted such an extreme response. Over the next week, we survived on the food and water we'd stockpiled, rationing carefully, knowing that help might not come for a long time. The military had established a perimeter around the burn zone, and we could see helicopters and drones flying overhead. But no one came to investigate survivors. Maybe they thought no one could have survived. Maybe they didn't care. Maybe they were too busy trying to contain outbreaks in other parts of the country, because the burn hadn't stopped the spread. Sarah Chen managed to get a message to me through a crackling radio connection on the 5th day. The fungus had already spread to Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Arizona. Agricultural shipments had carried it to distribution centers across the western United States. Cases were being reported in Texas, Idaho, Montana, even as far east as Colorado. The burn had eliminated the Napa Valley outbreak, but Sterling had been right. It was too late to stop the spread entirely. The government is implementing a scorched earth policy, Sarah told me. They're burning every outbreak zone, trying to create fire breaks. But the fungus keeps jumping the barriers. It's spreading through the agricultural network exactly like Sterling planned. Within a month, it could be nationwide. Within 2 months, global. What about other countries, I asked. Are they taking precautions? Some are. Others are still in denial. And Sterling's buyers, the ones she sold samples to, they're using this chaos as cover to deploy their own versions of the weapon. We're picking up reports of outbreaks in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, in Southeast Asia. This isn't just an American catastrophe anymore, Marcus. This is the end of civilization as we know it. I hung up and sat in the darkness of the cellar, trying to accept what she'd told me. The world was ending. Not quickly, not in a nuclear flash, but slowly, piece by piece, as the fungus spread through the very systems humanity depended on. Food distribution, agriculture, supply chains, all of it was becoming a vector for infection. And once enough people were infected, once the fungus reached critical mass in enough locations, there would be no way to stop it. On the 10th day, I made a decision. We can't stay here, I told the group. There's no food left, no clean water, and no indication that rescue is coming. We need to move, to find other survivors, to try to reach somewhere safe. Where? Asked Sarah, Tom's wife. Where is there to go? The whole country is falling apart. The military bases are still holding, I said. Travis Air Force Base is only 40 miles from here. If we can make it there, if we can get through the quarantine checkpoints, we might be able to find shelter and supplies. It's our best chance. We spent the rest of that day preparing to leave. We fashioned makeshift weapons from tools in the cellar, pipes and hammers and anything that could be used to defend ourselves. We filled containers with the last of our water and divided up the remaining food. And we faced the terrible decision of what to do with Sterling. She comes with us, I said firmly. We don't leave her to die, and we don't execute her. She faces justice, real justice, in a court of law if such things still exist. Some people argued, said she deserved to be left behind, but Jennifer backed me up, and eventually everyone agreed. We bound Sterling's hands and attached a rope leash to her, treating her like the dangerous animal she was. We left the cellar on the morning of the 11th day, stepping out into the dead valley. The smoke had mostly cleared by now, revealing the full extent of the devastation. Everything was gone, burned down to bare rock in some places. We walked through the ruins of what had been my vineyard, and I couldn't even tell where the rows had been, where the house had stood. It was all just ash and twisted metal and scorched earth. The journey to Travis was 40 miles of hell. We traveled during daylight, hiding at night in whatever shelter we could find, always watching for infected people or other survivors who might be desperate enough to attack us for our supplies. The roads were choked with abandoned vehicles, some of them containing bodies, others empty as if their occupants had simply evaporated. We saw signs of other survivors, but most of them fled when they saw our group, too scared or too traumatized to trust strangers. We passed through towns that had been burned like Napa, through others where the infection was still active, infected people wandering the streets in groups hunting for prey. We fought when we had to, running when we could, losing people along the way. Maria died on the third day of walking, simply giving up after losing Carlos and her sister's family in Vallejo. She stopped walking one morning, sat down by the side of the road, and refused to move. We tried to convince her to continue, but she just shook her head and smiled sadly. "It's okay," she said. "I'm tired. I want to rest. I want to be with Carlos." We left her there with water and a blanket, knowing we'd probably never see her again. 2 of the children got sick on the 5th day, fevers and confusion, and we had to make the terrible decision to leave them with their parents in an abandoned house. We couldn't risk the infection spreading to the rest of the group, and the parents understood, held their children, and told us to go on without them. I think about those parents sometimes, wonder if they fought until the end, or if they chose a faster way out. I hope they didn't suffer. By the time we reached Travis Air Force Base, our group had shrunk from 20 to 11. We were exhausted, starving, and nearly out of water. But the base was still operating, military personnel in full hazmat gear manning the perimeter, armored vehicles and machine gun nests creating a defensive line against the infected hordes that occasionally wandered too close. They almost shot us when we approached, taking us for infected at first. But I managed to communicate who we were and that we had Victoria Sterling in custody. That got their attention. Within minutes, we were being escorted through decontamination procedures, stripped, scrubbed, examined for any sign of infection. Then we were separated, taken to different areas of the base for debriefing. I spent 6 hours in an interrogation room telling my story to a succession of officers and intelligence analysts. I gave them everything. The documents I'd stolen from Helix Biotech, the video recording of Sterling's confession, the details about her buyers and field trials. They listened with increasingly grim expressions, and I knew they were calculating just how bad this situation had become. A colonel named Patterson was the last to interview me. He was maybe 50, with iron gray hair and the kind of tired eyes that said he'd seen too much in recent weeks. "Mr. Webb, or I should say Captain Webb, since you still hold a reserve commission, I need to be straight with you about what's happening. The infection has spread to 43 states. Canada and Mexico are implementing border closure and shoot-on-sight policies. Europe is seeing outbreaks in agricultural regions. Asia is on lockdown. The President has authorized the use of strategic nuclear weapons on American soil if necessary, to contain the spread." "Nuclear weapons," I repeated, feeling the weight of those words. "You mean you're willing to nuke American cities?" "If the alternative is global extinction, yes," Patterson said flatly. "The fungus is unlike anything we've ever faced. It's not like a virus where you can develop a vaccine. It's a living organism with its own intelligence, its own ability to adapt and evolve. Every person it infects becomes a vector for further infection. Every contaminated area becomes a breeding ground for new spores. Within 6 months, based on current models, the fungus will have infected over 60% of the global population. Within a year, human civilization, as we know it, will effectively cease to exist." I sat there trying to process the scale of what he was telling me. The end of the world, not in a dramatic nuclear holocaust or asteroid impact, but in a slow fungal apocalypse where humanity was consumed piece by piece, turned into mindless vectors for spreading an organism that didn't even need us to survive. "What about Sterling?" I asked. "What happens to her?" "She's being held in maximum security," Patterson said. "She'll be tried for crimes against humanity, assuming we still have functioning courts in a few months. But Captain Webb, between you and me, I don't think she'll live long enough to see trial. There are a lot of people who want her dead, people who've lost families, friends, entire communities, and the military isn't immune to that anger." He was right. Victoria Sterling was found dead in her cell 3 days later, officially from suicide, though the guards swore she'd been alone and under constant surveillance. Her body showed signs of exposure to concentrated fungal spores, the same weapon she'd helped create turning against her in the end. I'd like to say I felt satisfied, that justice had been served, but the truth is, I felt nothing. Her death didn't bring back Carlos, didn't restore my vineyard, didn't save the millions of people who'd been infected. I spent the next month at Travis, which had become a hub for military operations against the infection. I watched as the burn zones expanded, as more valleys and cities and regions were sacrificed to stop the spread. I listened to reports of outbreaks in other countries, watched the world shrink as nation after nation fell to the fungus. And I worked with intelligence analysts, sharing everything I knew about the Cordyceps Enhancement Initiative, about Helix Biotech, about the buyers who'd purchased samples from Sterling. That information led to military strikes against terrorist organizations and rogue states that had acquired the weapon. Precision bombing runs that leveled laboratories, that killed researchers, that tried to prevent further spread. But it was too little, too late. The fungus was out there, spreading through the global agricultural network, adapting to new climates and new hosts, becoming more efficient with each generation. Jennifer worked in the base hospital, trying to help infected patients, even though we all knew there was no cure. She watched people die by the hundreds, their minds consumed by the fungus, their bodies reduced to vehicles for spreading spores. She lost weight, stopped sleeping, pushed herself to exhaustion, trying to save people who couldn't be saved. I finally convinced her to take a break, and we sat outside one evening watching the sunset over the burn zone that had once been Napa Valley. "I keep thinking about Juan," she said quietly. "About how he was one of the first people we saw get infected, how fast it took him, and I wonder if there was something we could have done differently, some way we could have stopped this before it got so bad." "There wasn't," I said firmly. "Sterling planned this for years. She had resources, connections, expertise. Even if we'd figured it out sooner, even if we'd gone to the authorities immediately, I don't think we could have stopped her." "But we could have tried," Jennifer said, and I heard the guilt in her voice, the doctor's burden of feeling responsible for every death. "We could have done more. We did everything we could," I told her. "We stopped Sterling. We got evidence. We survived when millions didn't. That has to be enough, because it's all we have." The military finally made the decision to use nuclear weapons on American soil in December, 4 months after the initial outbreak. They targeted Seattle, which had become completely overrun by infected, and detonated a tactical nuclear warhead over the city center. The mushroom cloud rose into the winter sky, and I watched it on a video monitor in the intelligence center, watched the shockwave flatten everything for miles, watched the fireball consume a city that had stood for over a century. "How many people were still alive in there?" someone asked quietly. "About 50,000, an analyst answered. "Most of them infected, but still. 50,000 lives ended in an instant." They nuked Portland 2 days later, then Sacramento, then Phoenix. Each one a calculated decision to prevent the infection from spreading further, each one a wound to the nation's soul that would never heal. The president gave a speech about sacrifice and necessity. about saving the human race, even if it meant destroying American cities, but his words rang hollow. We all knew we were losing. The infection spread to Europe in January, carried by infected refugees who'd somehow made it across the Atlantic. Paris fell within a week, London shortly after, Berlin, Rome, Madrid, all of them succumbing to the fungus despite their best efforts at containment. The European Union collapsed as nations turned inward, closing borders, implementing martial law, doing whatever it took to survive just a little longer. Asia fared slightly better, with authoritarian governments implementing brutal containment measures that would have been unthinkable in peacetime. China welded apartment buildings shut with infected people inside. North Korea executed anyone showing symptoms. Russia firebombed entire provinces. These measures slowed the spread, but couldn't stop it. The fungus found ways around every barrier, every defense, every desperate attempt to contain it. By spring, the world had changed beyond recognition. Global communication networks were failing as infrastructure collapsed. The internet was spotty at best, often down completely. Power grids were failing, one region after another going dark as infected people overran power plants or operators simply abandoned their posts. Supply chains that had once moved goods across continents now barely functioned, with trade reduced to local barter and military convoys. I spent those months working with military intelligence, analyzing reports from the field, trying to identify patterns in the fungus's spread. We discovered that it was evolving, adapting to human immune responses, developing new methods of transmission. The spores could survive longer in the air. The infection could progress more rapidly. The infected were becoming more coordinated, almost like they were developing a collective intelligence. "It's learning," Sarah Chen told me during one of our calls. She'd been transferred to Fort Detrick, where scientists were studying the fungus in sealed containment facilities. The fungus is actually learning from each infection, adapting its strategy. It's not just parasitic anymore. It's becoming its own ecosystem, with infected humans as nodes in a larger fungal network. "That's not possible," I said. "Fungi don't have intelligence." "This one does," she insisted, "or something close to it. The mycelial network it creates underground acts like a neural network, sharing information between infected hosts. We've seen infected people coordinate complex activities, working together in ways that suggest communication, beyond what individual organisms should be capable of. Marcus, this thing isn't just killing humanity, it's replacing us." That revelation changed our entire approach to the infection. We weren't just fighting a disease anymore. We were fighting an intelligent adversary, one that was using humanity's own biology and infrastructure against us. And we were losing. The president died in March, killed when infected Secret Service agents turned on him during an evacuation. The vice president took over but was also infected a week later. The chain of succession broke down completely as government officials either died or disappeared into secure bunkers. By April, there was no functioning federal government, just scattered military commands trying to maintain order in whatever regions they still controlled. Travis Air Force Base held out longer than most installations, but even we couldn't hold forever. The infection crept closer day by day, requiring larger and larger burn zones to maintain a safe perimeter. We could see infected people gathering in the distance, thousands of them standing at the edge of the burned zones, just waiting, almost like they were planning something. In May, they attacked. It wasn't a mindless zombie horde, but a coordinated assault. Infected people came at the base from multiple directions simultaneously, overwhelming our defenses through sheer numbers. They climbed over burned barriers, threw themselves on a razor wire, used their own bodies as bridges for others to cross. We fought them with machine guns and flamethrowers and everything else we had, but there were too many, and they kept coming. Colonel Patterson gave the order to evacuate. We had 3 hours to gather supplies and personnel before the base would be destroyed to prevent the infected from accessing military equipment and vehicles. I found Jennifer in the hospital, still treating wounded soldiers, refusing to leave her patients. "We have to go," I told her. "The base is being overrun." "I can't leave them," she said, gesturing at the 30 or so wounded men and women lying on cots. "They need medical care. They'll die if I abandon them." "They'll die anyway," I said harshly. "And so will you if you stay." "Jennifer, please. We've lost enough. I can't lose you too." She looked at me with tears in her eyes, then at her patients, and I saw the moment she made her choice. She grabbed her medical bag and followed me out of the hospital, leaving those soldiers to whatever fate awaited them. I know that decision haunted her. Know that she carried the guilt of that abandonment for the rest of her life, however long that would be. We evacuated on one of the last helicopters, lifting off as infected people poured over the base's walls. I watched through the open door as Travis burned, the place that had sheltered us for months consumed by flames. The colonel had given orders to destroy everything, to leave nothing the infected could use. As we flew away, I saw the first nuclear detonation, a small tactical warhead placed to ensure complete sterilization of the area. We flew to the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado, one of the last major military installations still functioning. The complex had been designed to withstand nuclear war, built deep inside solid granite with enough supplies to sustain thousands of people for years. It had become the de facto capital of what remained of the United States government, a fortress where the military and civilian leadership tried to coordinate the survival of the human race. Life in Cheyenne Mountain was surreal. We lived hundreds of feet underground, in tunnels and chambers carved from the mountain, breathing recycled air and eating rationed food. There were about 5,000 people in the complex, a mix of military personnel, government officials, scientists, and refugees like Jennifer and me, who'd been deemed valuable enough to evacuate from overrun positions. I continued my intelligence work, analyzing reports from the few outposts that still maintained communication. The news was universally bad. Africa had fallen completely, the fungus spreading through the continent's agricultural regions with terrifying speed. Australia had quarantined itself as an island nation, but was seeing outbreaks in its major cities. South America was fragmenting into isolated communities as infrastructure collapsed. Antarctica was the only continent still infection-free, but that was mostly because there weren't enough people there to sustain an outbreak. Jennifer worked in the medical wing, treating radiation sickness, malnutrition, and the psychological trauma that affected nearly everyone. The suicide rate was climbing as people lost hope, lost families, lost any reason to keep fighting. The complex command staff tried to maintain morale with talk of eventual victory, of rebuilding civilization once the infection burned itself out. But everyone knew the truth. This was the end. We were just prolonging our extinction. In July, we lost contact with the last European outpost, a French military base in the Alps. In August, the final Asian command center went silent. By September, Cheyenne Mountain was one of only a handful of secure facilities still functioning globally, islands of humanity in a world consumed by fungus. That's when we started seeing the really disturbing changes in the infected. They were no longer just mindless predators. They were building things. We got satellite imagery of infected people, constructing structures from debris, creating shelter, almost like they were forming settlements. The fungus was using human knowledge and capabilities, directing infected people to create infrastructure for spreading spores more efficiently. "It's becoming a civilization," Sarah said during one of our briefings. She'd been working on the fungus project nonstop, looking for any weakness, any way to fight back. The fungus is creating its own civilization, using human bodies as tools. It's learning agriculture, learning construction, learning to manipulate its environment. In another year, in 5 years, in 10, it might create something we can't even imagine. A post-human society built on fungal consciousness. Then we need to stop it now, said the ranking general, a 3-star named Morrison, who'd become the de facto military leader after the chain of command collapsed. We need to use everything we have, every nuclear weapon, every chemical weapon, every option on the table. That would end all life on Earth, Sarah protested. The fallout alone would... Better dead than infected, Morrison interrupted. Better to leave Earth as a sterile rock than as a breeding ground for that thing. They argued for hours, scientists versus military leadership, ethics versus pragmatism. In the end, Morrison prevailed. He had the launch codes, had the authority, and he was willing to use it. The decision was made to launch a coordinated nuclear strike against every major outbreak zone globally, using everything in America's arsenal, plus whatever remained of Allied nations' weapons. It would be the end of the world as we knew it, but at least it would be our ending, humanity's choice, rather than slow consumption by the fungus. The launch was scheduled for October 1st, giving time to coordinate with other surviving installations and to attempt contact with any remaining pockets of uninfected humanity. Those final weeks were strange, filled with a kind of fatalistic energy. People wrote letters to loved ones who were probably dead, recorded video messages to an uncertain future, tried to make peace with the end. Jennifer and I spent a lot of that time together, talking about our lives before the outbreak, about our parents and our childhood in Napa. She cried about the patients she couldn't save, about the medical knowledge that would die with humanity. I talked about the vineyard, about making wine, about the simple satisfaction of growing something beautiful. It felt important to remember these things, to acknowledge that humanity had been more than just violence and survival, that we'd created art and culture and beauty, even if it was all about to end. On September 30th, we got an unexpected transmission. It was from a group calling themselves the Remnant, survivors who'd established a settlement in the Canadian Arctic, far enough north that the infection hadn't reached them yet. They were begging us not to launch, arguing that humanity still had a chance, that we couldn't give up hope. General Morrison listened to their plea, then said the words that would define our species' final act. Hope won't save us. This is mercy, not murder. We're ending it on our terms. The launch was scheduled for 0600 hours on October 1st. I was in the control room at F500 watching the countdown when the alarm started blaring. The complex was under attack. Somehow, impossibly, infected people had found a way inside, breaching the outer defenses, pouring into the tunnels. How? Morrison demanded. This facility was designed to withstand anything. They've been digging, an analyst reported, pulling up seismic data. For weeks, maybe months, creating tunnels through the rock, connecting to our ventilation systems. General, they knew we were here. They've been planning this. The fungus had learned strategy. It had learned to dig, to burrow, to infiltrate the last stronghold of human resistance. And now we were fighting for our lives in the corridors of Cheyenne Mountain, trying to hold long enough to complete the launch sequence. I grabbed a rifle and joined the defense. Jennifer came with me, despite my protests, saying she'd rather die fighting than wait for the end. We formed defensive lines at key choke points, trying to slow the infected long enough for the missiles to launch. The fighting was brutal. Close quarters combat in confined spaces, infected people throwing themselves at our lines without fear or hesitation. I saw Morrison go down, torn apart by infected soldiers who'd once served under his command. I saw Sarah sacrifice herself to seal a corridor, triggering explosives that brought tons of rock down on both her and the infected horde pursuing us. One by one, our people died, and one by one, sections of the complex fell to the infection. But we held the control room. Through discipline and desperation and sheer stubborn refusal to let the fungus win, we held that one critical location long enough for the missiles to launch. At 06:02 hours, 6 minutes late but not too late, the first ICBMs lifted off from their silos. Within 20 minutes, thousands of nuclear warheads were arcing across the sky toward every major population center, every outbreak zone, every place where the fungus had taken root. Jennifer and I stood in the control room watching the tracking display, watching those missiles reach their targets, watching the world burn. Through the complex seismic sensors, we felt the impacts, felt the Earth itself shuddering as nuclear weapons detonated across the globe. The display showed bloom after bloom of destruction, cities vaporizing, continents burning, the atmosphere filling with dust and radiation that would block out the sun for years. "We did it," Jennifer whispered. "We killed it. We killed everything." "Yeah," I said, holding her hand, as the alarms continued to blare, as infected people pounded on the control room door. "We did." The door wouldn't hold much longer, and we both knew it. We'd completed our mission, ended the infection along with most life on Earth, but we wouldn't survive to see the result. The infected would break through, would consume us, would spread the fungus through the complex, even as the world outside burned in nuclear fire. I thought about making it quick, about using my last bullet on Jennifer and then on myself, but she shook her head when I suggested it. "No," she said firmly. "We don't give up. We fight until the end. That's who we are. That's who humans are." So we fought. When the infected broke through the door, we met them with bullets and determination. We killed them by the dozens, by the hundreds, watching their bodies pile up as we retreated deeper into the control room. And when we ran out of ammunition, we fought with knives and broken equipment and our bare hands, refusing to surrender, refusing to go quietly into extinction. I don't remember the exact moment I was infected. Maybe it was when one of them bit my arm. Maybe it was from breathing spores in the close confines of the control room. Maybe it was inevitable from the moment the fungus first emerged from Sterling's lab. All I know is that at some point I felt the fever start, felt the confusion creeping into my thoughts like fog rolling into the valley. Jennifer was infected too. I could see it in her eyes, see the yellowing of the whites, the dilation of her pupils. We stood together in the ruins of the control room, surrounded by bodies, and we held each other as the infection progressed. "I love you," she said, her voice already slurring. "You're a good brother. You did everything you could." "I love you too," I managed to say, fighting to hold on to myself, to stay human for just a few more moments. "Tell Mom and Dad I'm sorry I couldn't save the vineyard." Then the fungus took us, and we were gone. I don't remember much after that. Fragments, images, sensations filtered through the deteriorating remnants of my consciousness. Walking through tunnels filled with other infected. Standing in the ruins of Cheyenne Mountain as the nuclear winter began, as snow started falling from radioactive clouds. Wandering with a horde of infected across a landscape that had been scoured clean by fire and fallout, looking for prey that no longer existed. The fungus had won, but it had won a Pyrrhic victory. It had consumed humanity, but in doing so, it had inherited a dead world. The nuclear strikes had killed most complex life. The radiation would persist for centuries. The climate had been disrupted so severely that agriculture would be impossible for generations. The fungus could survive, could persist in its infected hosts, but it had nothing left to conquer. Sometimes I think I'm still there, my consciousness trapped in a fungal-controlled body, watching helplessly as the organism pilots my corpse through an endless winter. Sometimes I think I died in that control room, and this is hell. Reliving our extinction on an eternal loop. Sometimes I think none of this was real, that I'm still back in Napa before the outbreak, and this is all just a nightmare brought on by too much wine and too many war movies. But I know the truth. The world ended because one person decided that profit was more important than millions of lives. Victoria Sterling created a weapon and sold it without regard for consequences, and humanity paid the price. We fought back, we tried to stop it, but in the end, we destroyed ourselves rather than let the fungus win completely. Napa Valley burned, then California, then America, then the world. And in the ashes of everything we'd built, the fungus grew, spreading its spores across a lifeless planet, waiting for something new to infect, something new to consume. Humanity's last legacy was nuclear winter and fungal apocalypse, a warning to whatever species might evolve next about the dangers of weaponizing nature. I was Marcus Webb, winemaker, soldier, survivor. I tried to save the world and I failed. But at least I tried. Well, at least I fought until the end. Well, at least I made Victoria Sterling pay for what she'd done, even if that payment came too late to matter. The vineyard is gone now, burned to nothing. The wine I made will never be tasted again. The life I built after the army exists only in memories that are fading as the fungus consumes what's left of my brain. But I hold on to one thing, one final truth that the infection can't take from me. I was human once, and I mattered. We all mattered. And even though we lost, even though we're gone, for a brief moment in cosmic history, humanity stood against the darkness and refused to surrender. That has to mean something. It has to. The snow continues to fall on the ruins, and somewhere in the dead landscape, my infected body walks on, carrying the fungus that destroyed everything I loved. This is the end of my story, the end of humanity's story. The zombies prevailed, the world burned, and in the silence that follows, there is only the whisper of spores on the wind and the empty echo of what we used to be. Now let's move on to the next story. The shift supervisor, a thick-necked guy named Morrison, who'd been riding us hard lately about productivity quotas, came through barking orders and checking the schedule. "Listen up," he said, his voice cutting through the chatter. "We got a full load today, 3 pours scheduled, and the brass is breathing down my neck about output numbers. I don't want any fuck-ups. I don't want any delays. Chen, you're on Furnace 3. Mendez, you're with Jackson on Furnace 2. Mike, you're running crane operations. Everybody else, you know your assignments. And for Christ's sake, if anybody's feeling sick, go home. We've had 6 guys call in this week with this flu thing, and I can't afford to lose any more bodies." I glanced at Dwayne, who shrugged. 6 guys calling in sick was unusual, especially all in the same week. The mill had a reputation for having a tough workforce, guys who came to work unless they were literally on their deathbeds, because missing shifts meant missing pay, and nobody could afford that. But I didn't think much of it as we headed out onto the floor, through the doors that separated the locker room from the main production area, and suddenly the temperature jumped 40 degrees, and the noise became deafening. The blast furnaces were massive steel structures that rose up 3 stories, fed by conveyor belts carrying coke and iron ore, the interiors burning at temperatures over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. My job, along with Dwayne's, was to monitor the tapping process, watching the molten iron pour from the furnace into massive ladles that would then be transported to the refining area. It was dangerous work. One mistake could kill you instantly. And I'd seen 2 men die in my 6 years here, both from getting too close to a ladle that tipped and spilled its contents. The floor was a maze of machinery, catwalks, pipes carrying steam and water, overhead cranes moving loads of steel, everything painted in fading industrial colors, yellow and orange and red, warning stripes everywhere. The air was thick and hard to breathe, even with the ventilation systems running, and within minutes of starting work, I was already sweating through my coveralls. Dwayne and I took our positions on the platform overlooking Furnace 2, checking gauges and monitoring the pour, making sure the clay plug at the bottom of the furnace was properly positioned. The iron inside was liquid fire, glowing white-hot, and even from 20 feet away I could feel the heat baking my face through my safety visor. "You see the news this morning?" Dwayne asked, his voice muffled through his respirator mask. "Something about Virginia," I said. "Some kind of flu." "Yeah, but it's spreading. They were talking about cases in Maryland now, and maybe Pennsylvania. My wife was saying we should stock up on food and water, just in case." "In case of what? It's just the flu." "I don't know, man. Something feels off about it. The way they're talking about it on the news, like they're trying not to panic people, but you can tell they're worried. And 6 guys calling in sick here? When's the last time that happened?" I didn't have an answer for that. We worked in silence for a while, watching the temperature gauges climb, waiting for the signal to tap the furnace. Around us, the mill was a symphony of industrial noise, the roar of the furnaces, the clang of metal on metal, the hiss of steam, the grinding of conveyor belts, voices shouting over the din. I'd gotten used to it over the years, learned to tune it out and focus on my work. But sometimes I still thought about the desert, about the different kind of noise there, gunfire and explosions and the screaming of wounded men. I'd done 2 tours, seen friends blown apart, killed men whose faces I still saw sometimes when I closed my eyes. Coming home and working in a steel mill had seemed like a good idea at the time. Honest work that didn't involve shooting anyone. But there were days when the heat and the danger and the noise brought it all back. The morning wore on. We tapped Furnace 2 without incident, watching the molten iron pour into the ladle in a stream of liquid light, the heat so intense that the air itself seemed to shimmer. The crane operator, Big Mike, lifted the ladle and transported it to the refining area, a process that required perfect timing and coordination. One wrong move, and tons of molten metal could spill across the floor, incinerating anyone in its path. I'd seen it happen once, years ago, a guy who got caught when a ladle chain snapped. There wasn't enough left of him to bury. We took a break around 8 o'clock, heading to the break room for coffee and to get out of the heat for a few minutes. The break room was a dingy space with vending machines and metal tables, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, everything coated in the same rust-colored dust that covered everything else in the mill. Tommy Chen was already there, looking pale and sweating more than usual. "You okay?" I asked him, grabbing a cup of coffee from the machine. "I don't know," he said. "I feel like shit. Headache, fever maybe. I think I'm coming down with whatever everyone else has." "You should go home," Dwayne said. "Morrison said anyone feeling sick should bail." "Can't afford to," Tommy said. "My kid needs braces, and my wife's hours got cut at the hospital. I need every shift I can get." "It's not worth dying over," I said. But I understood. We all understood. The mill paid decent money, better than most jobs in Pittsburgh these days, but it wasn't enough to get ahead, just enough to keep your head above water. Missing a shift meant missing rent money, or grocery money, or the electric bill. So guys worked through injuries and sickness, pushed themselves until they literally couldn't stand anymore, because the alternative was worse. The rest of the shift passed without incident, though I noticed more guys looking sick as the morning went on. Pete Rodriguez threw up in a trash can near Furnace 3. Another guy I didn't know as well, an older worker named Harris, had to sit down on the floor because he was dizzy. Morrison was getting increasingly agitated, barking at people to keep working, threatening to dock pay for anyone who couldn't pull their weight. By noon, when the shift change was scheduled to happen, There were maybe a dozen guys who looked seriously ill, pale and sweating and shaking, and Morrison finally called for the plant nurse to come check on them. The nurse, a middle-aged woman named Susan, who'd been working at the mill almost as long as Jimmy the security guard, took one look at the sick workers and immediately got on the phone. I was close enough to hear part of her conversation, though I couldn't make out all the words over the noise of the furnaces. She looked worried, more worried than I'd ever seen her, and when she hung up, she went straight to Morrison, and they had a heated discussion, both of them gesturing and raising their voices. Then Morrison got on the plant-wide intercom. All personnel were implementing a temporary medical hold on shift change. The day shift is required to remain at their stations until further notice. Repeat, no one is to leave the facility until we get clearance from the county health department. That got everyone's attention. Guys started shouting questions, demanding to know what was going on, why we were being held here. Morrison didn't have good answers, just kept saying it was a precaution, probably nothing serious. They just needed to check everyone who was feeling sick to make sure it wasn't something contagious. But I saw the way Susan was looking at the sick workers, saw the way she was staying back from them, keeping her distance, and my old military instincts kicked in. Something was wrong, really wrong, and we were all trapped in here with it. Dwayne caught my eye, and I could see he was thinking the same thing. We drifted away from the main group, moving toward the edge of the production floor where we could talk without being overheard. "This doesn't feel right," he said quietly. "Whatever this flu thing is, it's bad enough that they're locking us in. That doesn't happen for regular flu." "I know," I said. "You think we should try to leave? And go where? If this thing is spreading, it's probably all over Pittsburgh by now. At least here we've got walls and security." He had a point, but I didn't like it. Being locked in anywhere reminded me too much of Fallujah, of being pinned down in buildings while insurgents fired RPGs at us, of not knowing if we'd make it out alive. I was about to say something else when I heard shouting from across the floor, near where the sick workers were gathered. I turned and saw Tommy Chen on his feet, stumbling forward, his face twisted in pain. Susan was backing away from him, her hands up, telling him to stay back. Then Tommy collapsed, hitting the concrete floor hard, his body convulsing. Several guys rushed forward to help him, including Pete Rodriguez. Susan was screaming at them to stay back, not to touch him, but Pete was already kneeling next to Tommy, trying to turn him over, check if he was breathing. Then Tommy's eyes opened, and I knew immediately that something was horribly wrong. His eyes were bloodshot, completely red, and his face had gone gray, the color of old meat. He grabbed Pete's arm with both hands and pulled himself up, and before anyone could react, he bit down on Pete's neck, his teeth sinking into the flesh, blood spraying everywhere. Pete screamed and tried to pull away, but Tommy's grip was impossibly strong. Other workers rushed forward to pull them apart, and for a few seconds there was a confused mass of bodies, men shouting and fighting to separate them. When they finally got Tommy off Pete, the kid was bleeding badly from his neck, the wound deep and ragged. Tommy was making sounds that weren't human, a kind of wet growling from deep in his throat, and he was trying to bite anyone who came near him. It took 4 guys to hold him down, and even then he was thrashing and snapping his teeth, completely feral. Then Harris, the older worker who'd been feeling dizzy earlier, let out a scream and fell to his knees. I watched in horror as his body went through the same convulsions, the same transformation, his eyes turning red, his skin going gray. And then 2 more of the sick workers started convulsing, and I knew we were in serious trouble. This wasn't the flu. This was something else entirely, something that turned people into animals, into predators, into things that wanted to kill and eat. "We need to get out of here," I said to Dwayne. But before we could move, Morrison's voice came over the intercom again, this time high and panicked. "Security locked down. All personnel evacuate to the administrative building. This is not a drill. Move, move, move." The floor erupted into chaos. Men were running in all directions, some toward the exits, some toward the administrative building, some just running blindly. The transformed workers, 5 of them now, broke free from the guys trying to hold them down and started attacking anyone nearby. I saw one of them tackle a crane operator and start tearing into his stomach with bare hands, pulling out loops of intestine while the man screamed. Another one grabbed a worker by the head and bit into his face, taking off a chunk of cheek. The blood was everywhere, splashed across the concrete, dripping from the catwalks above, and the screaming was worse than anything I'd heard in Iraq. Dwayne and I ran toward the nearest exit, a service door that led to the storage yard. But we weren't the only ones with that idea. A dozen other workers were trying to push through the same door, creating a bottleneck. And behind us the infected were coming, moving with that same shuffling gait but faster than you'd expect, driven by some primal hunger. I grabbed a pipe wrench from a nearby toolbox, the heavy metal comfortable in my hand, and when the first infected worker came at us, I swung it with everything I had, connecting with his skull. There was a wet cracking sound, and he went down. But he didn't stay down, immediately trying to get back up, even with blood pouring from the wound in his head. "Go for the head," I shouted at Dwayne, who'd grabbed a length of rebar. "You have to destroy the brain." We fought our way toward the door, Dwayne and I forming a rear guard while other workers pushed through. I hit another infected in the face, the wrench caving in his nose and eye socket, and this time he stayed down. Dwayne impaled one through the throat with the rebar, but it kept coming until he levered the bar upward and it went through the thing's skull. We finally got through the door and slammed it behind us, but I could hear the infected throwing themselves against it, pounding on the metal with their fists. The storage yard was a maze of shipping containers and steel coils and machinery, the sky overhead gray and threatening rain. We ran through it, trying to put distance between us and the production building, but the screaming and sounds of fighting were everywhere now, echoing off the metal walls. Other workers were running too, some heading for the main gate, some hiding between containers. And then I saw Big Mike, still up in his crane cabin 3 stories above the ground, and he was waving his arms frantically, pointing toward the main building. I looked and saw dozens of figures pouring out of the building, workers who'd been infected, moving in a mass toward those of us who'd escaped. There were too many of them, way too many, and I realized with sick certainty that this wasn't just happening in our mill. This had to be everywhere. The whole city, maybe, because there was no way this many people had gotten infected just from a few sick workers showing up for their shift. This was planned, deliberate. Someone had done this on purpose. "The gate!" Dwayne shouted, and we changed direction, running toward the main security gate where Jimmy's booth was. But when we got there, we found Jimmy dead, his throat torn out, slumped in his chair, with blood pooled on the floor of the booth. The gate itself was closed, chain-link fence topped with razor wire, electronic lock blinking red. Dwayne tried the controls, but nothing happened. We were locked in. Behind us, the infected were getting closer, maybe 30 or 40 of them now, and scattered groups of uninfected workers were being run down and torn apart. I saw Pete Rodriguez go down under 3 of them, his screams cutting off abruptly as they fed. I saw Morrison trying to climb a chain-link fence and falling back when one of them grabbed his leg, pulling him down into their midst. The air was filled with smoke now. Something must have caught fire in the production building, and the smoke combined with the overcast sky was making it hard to see more than 100 yards. "We can't stay here," I said, looking around for options. "We need to find a defensible position, somewhere with walls and a door we can lock." "The fabrication shop," Dwayne said, pointing to a low building near the edge of the yard. "It's got steel doors and only one entrance. We can hold out there." We ran for it, our boots pounding on the concrete, lungs burning from the smoke and exertion. Other workers had the same idea, and we converged on the building from different directions, maybe 15 of us total. One of them was Tommy's younger brother David, who worked in the maintenance department. Another was a woman named Maria, who operated a rolling mill. There were faces I recognized and faces I didn't, but we all had the same look in our eyes, the same terror and disbelief. The fabrication shop was full of tools and partially completed steel structures, cutting torches and welding equipment, heavy machinery that took up most of the floor space. We got everyone inside and barricaded the door with a forklift, then started looking for weapons. I found a nail gun and a box of powder-actuated fasteners. Not much, but better than nothing. Dwayne found an acetylene torch. Others grabbed hammers, crowbars, anything that could be used to fight. "What the fuck is happening?" David Chen asked, his voice breaking. "What happened to my brother?" "I don't know," I said, though I had theories. "Some kind of disease, maybe a biological weapon. It turns people into those things, makes them attack anyone who's not infected." "We have to get out of here," Maria said. "We have to get to a hospital, find help." "The hospitals are probably overrun," I said. "If this is happening here, it's happening everywhere. We need to stay put, wait for the military or the police to establish control." But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. My gut told me this was beyond control. This was the end of everything, and survival was going to come down to who was smart enough and ruthless enough to do what needed to be done. I thought about my house, about the neighborhood, wondered if my neighbors were going through the same thing, wondered how many of them were already dead. I thought about my ex-wife Maria, who lived across town with her new boyfriend, hoped she was somewhere safe. I thought about my squad in Iraq, about how we'd survived by trusting each other and never giving up, and I knew that's what we'd have to do here. The infected reached the building and started pounding on the door. The forklift we'd used to barricade it was heavy, several tons of steel, but the door itself was starting to buckle under the assault. There were so many of them, their combined weight and strength overwhelming, and I realized we couldn't stay here long. We needed a better plan, needed to think strategically instead of just reacting. "Listen up," I said, raising my voice to be heard over the pounding. "We can't stay here. That door won't hold forever. And even if it does, we don't have food or water. We need to get to somewhere with supplies, somewhere we can defend long term." "Like where?" someone asked. "The administrative building," I said. "It's 4 stories, concrete construction, fewer entry points. There's a cafeteria with food, bathrooms with water. And it's got a good view of the whole mill complex so we can see them coming." "How do we get there?" Dwayne asked. "There's probably 100 of those things between us and there." I thought about it, looking around the shop, taking inventory of what we had. Acetylene tanks, oxygen tanks, cutting torches, welding equipment, a half-dozen vehicles in various states of repair. And then I saw it, an old dump truck that had been brought in for engine work, big and heavy with a reinforced steel bed. "We drive," I said. "That dump truck. We load everyone in the back, I drive, we ram straight through them. They can't stop something that weighs 10 tons moving at full speed." It was a crazy plan, but no one had a better one. We spent the next 10 minutes getting the truck ready, hot wiring the ignition because we didn't have keys, checking the fuel tank, clearing debris from the bed so people could fit. The infected were still pounding on the door, and I could see it starting to crack, could see gray hands reaching through the gaps. We were running out of time. "Okay, everyone in the back," I said. "Dwayne, you're riding shotgun with me. Once we start moving, don't stop for anything. If you fall out, we can't come back for you." They loaded into the truck bed, 15 terrified people huddled together, and I climbed into the cab and turned the key. The engine coughed and sputtered and then roared to life. diesel smoke belching from the exhaust. Dwayne got in beside me, the nail gun in his hands, and I put the truck in gear. There was a garage door at the back of the shop, and I aimed for it, hitting the gas, the truck lurching forward and smashing through the thin metal with a sound like thunder. We burst out into the storage yard, and immediately the infected turned toward us, dozens of them, their faces twisted and bloody, their clothes torn and stained. I aimed the truck at the thickest part of the crowd and accelerated, the heavy vehicle picking up speed, and then we hit them. Bodies flew in every direction, some crushed under the wheels, some bouncing off the front bumper, blood spraying across the windshield. I kept my foot on the gas, steering around shipping containers and steel coils, heading toward the administrative building, which I could see in the distance through the smoke. More infected appeared, drawn by the noise, and I plowed through them without slowing down. Behind me, I could hear screaming from the truck bed, and I hoped it was screams of fear rather than pain. Hoped no one had fallen out or been pulled off by the infected. The administrative building got closer, a squat concrete structure with rows of windows, and I could see people inside, faces pressed against the glass, watching us come. The main entrance had a set of double doors at the top of a short flight of stairs, and I aimed for it, praying the doors would give way. We hit the stairs with a bone-jarring impact, the truck's front wheels lifting off the ground for a moment, and then we smashed through the doors in an explosion of glass and twisted metal. The truck came to rest in the lobby, the engine still running, steam hissing from the radiator. I killed the ignition and jumped out, Dwayne right behind me, and we started pulling people out of the truck bed. Most of them were okay, shaken and bruised, but alive. One guy had a broken arm from getting thrown around in the back. Maria had a cut on her forehead, blood running down her face. The lobby was full of office workers, maybe 40 of them, who'd barricaded themselves inside when the outbreak started. They stared at us in shock, at the truck lodged in their lobby, at the blood and bodies visible through the shattered entrance. And then the infected started coming through the broken doors, climbing over the wreckage of the truck, and everyone started screaming again. "Barricade the entrance," I shouted. "Use desks, filing cabinets, anything heavy. Move!" We worked fast, dragging furniture from nearby offices, stacking it in front of the entrance, creating a makeshift wall. The infected were climbing over each other to get in, a mass of bodies driven by mindless hunger. But the barricade held. For now. I knew it wouldn't hold forever. Knew we'd eventually have to find another way out. But at least we'd bought ourselves some time. I found Morrison, the shift supervisor, huddled in a corner with some of the office staff. "We need to secure this whole building," I told him. "Every entrance, every window on the ground floor. And we need to do a head count, figure out who's infected and who's not." Morrison just stared at me, eyes wide and empty, in shock. So I turned to Dwayne instead. "You were infantry, right? You know how to set up a defensive perimeter?" "Yeah," he said. "Let's do it." We organized the survivors, breaking them into teams, sending them to secure different parts of the building. I took a group to check the back entrance, found it already barricaded by some smart office workers who'd had the same idea. The windows on the ground floor were small and high, designed to let in light but not really meant for entry, but we reinforced them anyway with desks and chairs. The second floor had larger windows, and we could see infected gathering in the street beyond the mill's fence. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, a horde that seemed to grow larger every minute. Someone found a radio and tuned it to the emergency broadcast system. The voice that came through was strained, barely controlled panic. "Orders to shelter in place. Do not attempt to leave your homes. The National Guard has been mobilized and is establishing safe zones throughout the city. If you are in immediate danger, call 911, though response times may be delayed due to high call volume. Repeat, This is an emergency. A widespread outbreak of violence has been reported in multiple neighborhoods. The cause is unknown, but appears to be transmitted through bodily fluids. Avoid contact with anyone displaying aggressive behavior or signs of illness. The broadcast went on, but I'd heard enough. This wasn't just our mill. This was the whole city, maybe the whole state or country. And if it was spreading through bodily fluids, that meant everyone who'd been bitten or scratched was going to turn, which meant our group of survivors was probably going to get a lot smaller very soon. I pulled Dwayne aside. "We need to check everyone for bites," I said quietly. "Anyone who's been exposed needs to be quarantined." "You mean isolated," he said. "Because there's no cure for this, is there?" "I don't think so, but we can't tell people that. If they think they're going to die anyway, they might panic, might try to run or fight. We need to be smart about this." We went through the building, checking people one by one. 3 of the steel workers from the production floor had bites, including the guy with the broken arm. 2 of the office workers admitted they'd been scratched while trying to escape. That was 5 people, out of about 55 total survivors. We told them we were taking them to the top floor for medical treatment, that there was a first aid station up there. They believed us because they wanted to believe, because the alternative was too terrible to contemplate. The top floor was mostly conference rooms and executive offices, plush carpet and wood paneling, a different world from the industrial hell below. We got the 5 infected people into one of the larger conference rooms, told them to wait, that a doctor was coming. Then we locked the door from the outside and put guards on it. 2 guys with makeshift weapons who understood what would happen if those people got out. "How long do we have?" Dwayne asked. "Based on what we saw downstairs, maybe a few hours." Tommy Chen turned in less than an hour, but he was showing symptoms before that. These people were just exposed, so it might take longer. And then what? We just leave them in there to turn? To die? What choice do we have? We can't cure them. And if they turn while they're mixed in with the rest of us, more people will get bitten, and we'll all end up like them. Dwayne looked sick, but he nodded. He understood the math, understood that in a survival situation, you had to make hard choices. It was the same calculation we'd made in Iraq, deciding which wounded to carry and which to leave behind when the medevac helicopter couldn't take everyone, deciding which buildings to clear and which to blow up with everyone inside. The military had trained us to think tactically, to prioritize the mission over individual lives, and I hated that I was using those skills now, but I didn't see another way. Night fell, and the building became a fortress surrounded by the dead. We could hear them outside, moaning and shuffling, an endless sea of bodies pressing against the fence. The power went out around 8 o'clock, plunging us into darkness, and we had to use emergency lights and flashlights scavenged from offices. The temperature dropped, and without heat, the building quickly became cold. We gathered in the main conference room on the 2nd floor, 50 people huddled together for warmth, sharing whatever food we'd found in the cafeteria and vending machines. I tried to sleep but couldn't. My mind kept replaying the day. The moment when Tommy Chen's eyes went red. The screams of men being torn apart. The wet crunch of bones breaking under the truck's wheels. I thought about the 5 people locked in the room upstairs. Wondered if they'd started to turn yet. Wondered what they were thinking as they felt their humanity slipping away. I thought about my ex-wife, about whether she was still alive, whether she'd made it somewhere safe, or whether she was out there in the dark, one of them now. Around midnight, the screaming started from upstairs. The 5 infected had turned, were throwing themselves against the locked door, trying to get out. The sound echoed through the building, horrible and inhuman, and I saw terror on the faces of the other survivors. Some of them were crying, some were praying, some just sat in silence, staring at nothing. "We should kill them," someone said. An older man, one of the office workers, with gray hair and a suit that was torn and stained with blood. "Put them out of their misery." "And how do we do that?" another voice asked. "Open the door and fight them? Get ourselves bitten?" "We could start a fire," the first man said. "Burn them." "And burn down the whole building with us in it?" I said. "No. The door will hold. We just have to endure." But the screaming went on for hours, punctuated by the sound of bodies slamming against the door, and I wasn't sure how much more any of us could endure. This was only the first day. How long could we last like this? How long before we ran out of food and water? How long before more people got infected? Before the barricades failed? Before we all ended up as mindless predators feeding on each other? Dawn came slowly, gray light filtering through the windows, revealing the horror of our situation. The fence around the mill complex had collapsed during the night, crushed under the weight of infected bodies, and they'd poured into the yard by the thousands. Looking out the second-floor windows, all I could see was a sea of them, packed so tightly they could barely move, all pressing toward the administrative building where we'd taken shelter. The noise they made was constant, a low moaning punctuated by shrieks and howls, and it set my teeth on edge. The conference room door upstairs had started to crack during the night, splinters of wood showing where the infected had been pounding on it. I went up with Dwayne and two other guys to reinforce it, dragging a heavy filing cabinet against it, but I could hear them on the other side, could hear their fingers scrabbling at the wood, and I knew it was only a matter of time before they broke through. David Chen found me while I was working on the door. "That's my brother in there," he said quietly. "Tommy, I can hear him." "I know," I said. "I'm sorry. Is there really no way to save him? No cure?" "Not that I know of. Once they turn, they're gone. The person they were doesn't exist anymore." David was quiet for a long moment, and then he said, "I want to be the one to do it. When the door breaks, I want to be the one to put him down." I looked at him, saw the pain in his eyes, the guilt. "You sure about that?" "He's my brother. It should be me." I nodded. "Okay, when the time comes." But the time didn't come that day. The door held barely, and we reinforced it further with more furniture, buying ourselves another day, maybe two. The real problem was supplies. We'd inventoried everything in the building, and it wasn't good. Maybe 3 days' worth of food if we rationed carefully. Water for a week if we were careful about waste. No weapons except makeshift ones, pipes and tools, and broken furniture. And no way out because the horde outside had grown so large that attempting to leave would be suicide. On the second day, one of the office workers named Karen tried to organize an inventory and rationing system, splitting everyone into groups and assigning tasks. She was good at it, efficient and calm, and it gave people something to focus on besides the horror outside. But I could see the strain on everyone's faces, see the way people were starting to crack. There were arguments over food. Someone accused someone else of hoarding water. A fight almost broke out between two steel workers over a blanket. Dwayne and I spent most of our time on watch, rotating through the building, checking barricades, watching for any change in the situation outside. On the third day, we saw a military helicopter fly over, a Black Hawk, and everyone rushed to the windows, waving and shouting, hoping to be rescued. But the helicopter just circled once and flew away, heading north toward the city center. No one came for us. That night there was a terrible crash from upstairs, and we all knew what it meant. The infected in the conference room had finally broken through the door. I grabbed my pipe wrench and ran up the stairs with Dwayne and David and 4 other guys, and we found them in the hallway, 5 of them, gray-skinned and red-eyed and ravenous. They rushed at us immediately, and we fought them in the narrow hallway, swinging our makeshift weapons in the dim light from our flashlights. I hit the one closest to me, a woman I didn't recognize from the office staff, caught her in the side of the head with the wrench. She went down but immediately started getting back up. Dwayne was fighting one with his rebar, driving it back with repeated strikes to the head and chest. David was facing his brother, Tommy Chen, and I saw him hesitate, saw the conflict in his eyes. Tommy lunged at him, hands outstretched, teeth bared, and David swung the crowbar he was holding, connecting with Tommy's skull with a sickening crack. Tommy fell, and David hit him again and again, tears streaming down his face, until Tommy stopped moving. We killed all 5 of them, but not before one of our guys got bitten on the arm, a young steelworker named Eddie who'd been trying to flank them. We saw the bite immediately, a deep wound that was already starting to show signs of infection, the flesh around it turning gray. Eddie saw it too, and he knew what it meant. He backed away from us, holding his arm, his face gone white. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." "It's okay," I said, though it wasn't. "We'll take care of you." "You mean you'll lock me up like them? Wait for me to turn." "We don't have a choice." Eddie looked at his arm, at the bite, and then he looked at us, and I saw him make a decision. Before anyone could stop him, he ran for the window at the end of the hall, a big plate glass window that looked out over the yard below. He hit it at full speed and crashed through, glass exploding outward, and then he was falling, 4 stories down into the mass of infected below. We heard him scream once, a short cry that was cut off abruptly, and then nothing. "Fuck," someone whispered behind me. "Oh, fuck." We went back downstairs in silence, and I could see that Eddie's suicide had broken something in people. The fragile hope we'd been maintaining, the belief that we could outlast this, that help would come, was starting to crack. People were starting to understand that we were trapped, that we were going to die here, either from starvation or infection or madness. On the 4th day, the food ran out. We'd rationed carefully, but there simply wasn't enough. And now we had nothing left, except some stale crackers and warm soda. The water was holding up better, but I knew that wouldn't last much longer either. People were getting desperate, and desperate people do desperate things. That night there was a fight in one of the offices. 2 men beating each other over a candy bar someone had hidden. We broke it up, but I could see the situation was deteriorating fast. Dwayne pulled me aside. "We need to make a move," he said. "Get out of here before everyone goes crazy." "And go where? There's 10,000 of those things outside." "Then we find another way. There's got to be tunnels or sewers or something. Some way out that doesn't involve going through that horde." He was right. Staying here was slow death. We needed to take action, even if it was risky. I remembered seeing maintenance tunnels during my years working at the mill, underground passages that connected different parts of the complex for steam pipes and electrical conduits. If we could get into those tunnels, maybe we could move beneath the horde, get to somewhere safer. I found Morrison, who was still technically the ranking supervisor, though he'd barely spoken since the outbreak started. "The maintenance tunnels," I said. "Where's the access point?" He blinked at me, trying to focus. "What?" "The maintenance tunnels, the ones that run under the complex. How do we get into them?" "Basement," he said. "There's a hatch in the basement near the boiler room, but you can't go down there. It's probably flooded. We'll take that chance. Better than starving up here." I gathered a group of volunteers, people who were willing to risk it, who understood that staying meant dying. Dwayne was in, of course. David Chen wanted to come, said he had nothing left to lose. Maria, the rolling mill operator, volunteered, tough as nails and unwilling to give up. Big Mike, who'd survived the initial outbreak by staying in his crane cabin until the horde moved past, came down and joined us. That made 5, plus me. 6 people willing to venture into the unknown. We geared up with whatever we could find, flashlights and weapons and whatever supplies we could carry. I told Karen to keep everyone else calm, to wait for us, that we'd come back or send help if we found a way out. She didn't believe me. I could see it in her eyes. But she nodded anyway. We said our goodbyes and headed down to the basement. The basement was dark and damp, water dripping from pipes overhead, the air thick with the smell of mold and rust. We found the hatch Morrison had mentioned, a heavy steel circle set into the concrete floor, and it took all 6 of us to lift it. Below was a ladder leading down into darkness, and I could hear water sloshing around down there, could feel cold air rising up from the depths. "Fuck this," Big Mike said. "I'm not going down there." "You want to stay up here and starve?" Dwayne asked. "I want to not drown in a fucking tunnel full of sewage." "It's not sewage," I said. "It's just runoff from the steam condensers. And if it's flooded, we'll come back up. But we have to check." I went first, climbing down the ladder, my flashlight clenched between my teeth. The water was about 2 feet deep, cold and murky, flowing sluggishly in one direction. The tunnel itself was about 6 feet high and 8 feet wide, concrete walls covered in mineral deposits and rust stains. Pipes ran along the ceiling, some of them still hot from carrying steam, others cold and inactive. I waded forward a few steps, testing the depth, and it seemed stable. "It's clear," I called up. "Come on down." They came down one by one, each of them cursing when they hit the cold water. We gathered at the bottom, and I oriented myself, trying to remember the layout of the mill complex. If we headed north, we should end up under the rolling mills, which were on the far side of the property, away from the main horde. From there, maybe we could surface and find a vehicle. Get out of the industrial district entirely. "Stay close," I said. "Watch for deep water or collapsed sections. And if you see or hear anything that sounds like those things, you let me know immediately." We started walking, our flashlight beams cutting through the darkness, the sound of water splashing around our legs echoing off the walls. It was claustrophobic and terrifying, every shadow potentially hiding something horrible, every sound making us jump. But it was better than staying in that building, better than waiting to die. We walked for what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes, moving slowly and carefully, checking every junction and side passage. The tunnels branched and intersected, a maze beneath the mill, and I started to worry we'd get lost down here. Then we heard it, a sound that made my blood freeze, a wet shuffling noise coming from somewhere ahead of us in the darkness. "Lights out," I whispered, and we all killed our flashlights, plunging into absolute blackness. The shuffling continued, getting closer, and then I saw movement in the darkness ahead, a pale shape moving through the water. It was one of them, an infected, down here in the tunnels. How the fuck had it gotten down here? We stayed perfectly still, holding our breath, praying it wouldn't notice us. It shuffled past, maybe 10 feet away, its face tilted up toward the ceiling like it was smelling the air. In the faint light from above, from grates in the street overhead, I could see it was missing an arm, the shoulder torn and ragged. It let out a low moan that echoed through the tunnel, and then it kept moving, disappearing into the darkness behind us. We waited a full minute before turning our lights back on, and when we did, I saw everyone's faces were pale and terrified. "Keep moving," I breathed. "Quietly." We encountered 3 more infected in the tunnels, each time having to hide and wait for them to pass, each time coming closer to being discovered. I realized they must have fallen through grates or manholes, gotten into the tunnel system that way, and now they were wandering down here in the dark, as dangerous as they were above ground. Maybe more dangerous, because down here, we couldn't see them coming. Finally, we reached what I thought was the northern section of the complex, under the rolling mills. I found a ladder leading up to another hatch, and we climbed up one at a time. The hatch opened into a storage room full of steel coils and spare parts, dusty and dark, but blessedly empty. We climbed out and secured the hatch behind us, then took stock of our situation. "Where are we?" Maria asked. "Rolling mill number 3, I said. "This is the north end of the complex. If we can get to the street, we might be able to find a working vehicle and get out of here." We made our way through the building, moving carefully, checking every room before entering. The rolling mills were silent and empty, the massive machinery sitting idle. No signs of infected. We reached a loading dock that faced the street, and I carefully opened the door and looked out. The street was a nightmare. Abandoned cars blocked both lanes, many of them crashed or burned out. Bodies lay everywhere, some torn apart, some starting to move as they reanimated. Infected wandered in groups, moving aimlessly until something caught their attention. And in the distance, back toward the administrative building where we'd left the other survivors, I could see the horde, thousands of them, still surrounding the building. "We need a car," Dwayne said quietly. "Something that can push through the blockage." I scanned the street and saw a possibility. A fire truck parked about 50 yards away, probably abandoned by first responders when they were overrun. Fire trucks were built to push through obstacles, and they'd have supplies, maybe even weapons. "That fire truck," I said. "If we can get to it and get it started, we can break out of here." "That's a long 50 yards with those things out there," Big Mike said. "You have a better idea?" No one did. So we prepared ourselves mentally, checked our weapons, and then we ran for it. We burst out of the loading dock and sprinted for the fire truck, and immediately infected turned toward us, drawn by the movement and noise. I could hear them shrieking behind us, could hear their footsteps slapping on the pavement, and I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, my knee screaming in protest, but adrenaline keeping me moving. We reached the fire truck, and I tried the driver's door, locked. I smashed the window with my pipe wrench and reached in to unlock it, then climbed up into the cab. The keys were still in the ignition. I turned them, and the engine roared to life, diesel smoke belching from the exhaust. Everyone else piled into the back, hanging on to grab handles, and I put the truck in gear and hit the gas. The truck lurched forward, plowing into an abandoned sedan, pushing it aside. Infected were running at us from all directions now, and I could see them bouncing off the front bumper, getting crushed under the wheels. I accelerated, weaving between wrecked cars, using the truck's size and weight to force my way through. Behind me, I could hear Big Mike and the others shouting, fighting off infected that had managed to climb onto the truck, kicking them off or beating them with whatever they had. We broke free of the immediate area and I headed north toward the river, where I thought there might be less congestion. But the whole city was in chaos, every street blocked, every intersection jammed with abandoned vehicles and bodies. I saw infected everywhere, some standing still, some running after anything that moved. I saw survivors on rooftops and in windows, people who'd barricaded themselves in and were now trapped. I saw military vehicles burning, soldiers dead in the streets, their weapons scattered. I saw helicopters crashed into buildings, bridges collapsed, entire neighborhoods on fire. This wasn't just an outbreak. This was the end of the world. I drove for an hour, trying to get out of the city, but it was impossible. Every route was blocked, and every detour just led us deeper into infested areas. We were burning through fuel fast, and the truck was taking damage from all the collisions, the engine starting to overheat, steam pouring from the radiator. Eventually, I had to admit defeat, and we pulled into a parking garage, driving up to the top level where we'd have a view and some protection. We got out of the truck and assessed our situation. We were alive, which was more than most people could say, but we were trapped in a dying city with limited supplies and no plan. The fire truck had some equipment, fire axe and pry bars, a few medical kits, but no food or water. We had the weapons we'd brought from the mill, but ammunition was a concern. I had maybe 20 nails left in the nail gun. Dwayne had his rebar. Everyone else had crude melee weapons that would break or dull with use. From the top of the parking garage we could see for miles, and what we saw was terrifying. The entire city was in flames, massive fires burning out of control in a dozen different neighborhoods. The bridges were collapsed or blocked, cutting off escape routes. And everywhere, there were infected, a sea of bodies filling the streets, moving in massive herds. I'd seen crowds in Iraq, thousands of people packed into city squares. But this was different, this was worse, because these weren't people anymore. They were monsters, and they were multiplying. "We're fucked," Big Mike said flatly. "We're completely fucked." "Not yet," I said, though I wasn't sure I believed it. "We just need to adapt. Find somewhere defensible, a place with supplies and water, somewhere we can hold out until help arrives." "Help isn't coming," Maria said. "Look at this. This is everywhere. The military can't stop this. The government can't stop this. We're on our own." She was right, but I couldn't afford to admit it. Couldn't afford to lose hope. The moment you give up is the moment you die. That was one of the first lessons I learned in the Marines. So I kept thinking, kept planning, trying to figure out our next move. And then I remembered something I'd heard years ago when I first started working at the mill. "Viktor Petrov," I said suddenly. Everyone looked at me. "Who?" Dwayne asked. "Viktor Petrov. He's a Russian industrialist, owns a competing steel company. There was talk at the mill, rumors that he'd been trying to buy Monongahela, that he'd offered stupid money for it, but the board turned him down because they didn't want to sell to a foreign company. What if this wasn't an accident? What if someone did this deliberately? You think this Petrov guy released a fucking zombie virus to destroy American steel production?" David Chen asked. "That's insane." "Is it? Think about it. This outbreak started at our mill, specifically among the workers on my shift. 6 guys called in sick with the same flu, all at the same time. That's not natural. And if you wanted to cripple American manufacturing, what better way than to release a bioweapon that turns workers into mindless killers? You destroy the workforce, destroy the facilities, and when it's over, you can swoop in and buy up everything for pennies on the dollar." "Even if you're right," Maria said, "what does it matter? The damage is done. The city is overrun. Petrov, or whoever did this, has already won. It matters because if I'm right, Petrov is still in Pittsburgh. He'd want to watch his plan unfold, make sure it works. And if he's here, he'll have resources, security, supplies, maybe even a way out of the city. We find him, we find a way to survive." It was a long shot, but it was something, a goal to work toward. I pulled out my phone, which still had some battery left even though the cell network was down, and I accessed the offline map of Pittsburgh I kept for navigation. I tried to remember where Petrov's company had offices. And then I found it, a building in the Strip District, a revitalized industrial area near the river. It was maybe 3 miles from our current position, 3 miles through hell. "That's where we're going," I said, showing them the map. "Petrov's offices. We get there, we find him, and we make him pay for what he did." "And if he's not there," Big Mike asked, "then we loot his building for supplies and find somewhere else to hole up. But at least we'll have tried." We rested for a few hours, taking turns on watch, trying to conserve our strength. When the sun started to set, I decided we should move, because darkness would make it harder for the infected to spot us. We loaded back into the fire truck, and I drove down from the parking garage, heading toward the Strip District, using side streets and alleys where possible to avoid the main herds. It was slow going. The streets were treacherous with debris and bodies, and twice we had to backtrack when we found roads completely impassable. We saw terrible things in the failing light, families torn apart in their homes, children turned into monsters, elderly people being devoured while still alive. Every block was a horror show, and I could see it wearing on everyone's mental state, could see the way their eyes went distant and empty. Around midnight, we reached the Strip District and found Petrov's building, a modern glass and steel structure that looked out of place among the old warehouses and industrial buildings. It was dark, no lights showing, but it was also relatively clear of infected, suggesting that someone had fortified it. I parked the fire truck a block away, and we approached on foot, moving carefully, watching for threats. The main entrance was barricaded from the inside, heavy furniture visible through the glass doors. But the loading dock in back was open, a steel door propped ajar, and that seemed like an obvious trap. I signaled for everyone to be cautious, and we crept toward it, weapons ready. The loading dock led into a storage area full of crates and equipment. It was dark inside, but I could hear sounds, machinery running, voices speaking in a language I didn't recognize. Russian, maybe. We moved deeper into the building, following the sounds, and eventually we found a stairwell leading down to a basement level. The basement was a command center, full of computers and monitors, generators providing power, a dozen men in tactical gear moving around purposefully. And in the center of it all, standing at a large table covered in maps and documents, was a man I recognized from news articles and business magazines. Viktor Petrov, mid-50s, silver hair. Expensive suit, even in the middle of the apocalypse. We burst in with our weapons raised, and immediately the tactical guys went for their guns. But I shouted, "Don't move!" And they hesitated, uncertain. Petrov looked at us with mild surprise, like we were unexpected dinner guests rather than armed intruders. "Gentlemen," he said, his English heavily accented but clear, "I must say I did not expect visitors. Most people are having difficulty surviving on the streets. How did you find me?" "I worked at Monongahela Steel," I said. "I know what you did. You released the virus, infected our workers, killed thousands of people just to destroy the competition." Petrov smiled, cold and reptilian. "I see. You are cleverer than most. Yes, you are correct. I commissioned the development of what your media is calling the Walker virus, and I arranged for its release at several American industrial facilities. Monongahela Steel, automotive plant in Detroit, aerospace factory in Seattle. The goal was to cripple American manufacturing capacity, to create chaos that would allow Russian and Chinese interests to dominate global markets. It was quite brilliant, really." "You killed thousands of people," Maria said, her voice shaking with rage. "Millions, eventually," Petrov said, shrugging. "But that was inevitable once we deployed the weapon. Biological agents are difficult to control. Still, the outcome will be favorable for my investors. When this is over, when America has torn itself apart, we will be there to rebuild, under our terms." "You're insane," David Chen said. "You've destroyed the world." "Not the world, just America. Russia and China prepared for this, sealed their borders when the outbreak began. Europe may fall as well, but the New World Order will rise from the ashes. I will be remembered as the architect of this transformation." I'd heard enough. I raised my nail gun and pointed it at Petrov's face. "You're not going to live long enough to see that." His tactical guys raised their weapons, but Petrov held up a hand. "Wait. Before you kill me, consider your situation. You are trapped in a dead city, surrounded by millions of infected. I, however, have a way out. A helicopter, fueled and ready on the roof of this building. Kill me, and my men will kill you, and no one benefits. But if you let me leave, I will take one of you with me. One person, your choice. The rest will have to fend for themselves. That's bullshit, Dwayne said. You'll kill us all anyway. Perhaps, but perhaps not. You will never know unless you take the chance. So what will it be? Revenge or survival? I looked at my companions, saw the desperation in their eyes, the temptation. A helicopter could get us out of the city, away from the infected, to somewhere safe. But it could only take one of us, and that meant leaving the others behind. It meant trusting a man who'd murdered millions, a man who saw us as nothing more than insects to be crushed. No deal, I said. Even if you did take one of us, it wouldn't be to safety. You'd kill them once they were no longer useful. You're a liar and a mass murderer, and the only way this ends is with you dead. Petrov's smile faded. So be it. Kill them. His men opened fire, and we dove for cover behind storage crates, bullets chewing through wood and plastic. I fired back with the nail gun, the projectiles designed for construction work but deadly at close range, and I saw one of the tactical guys go down with a nail through his throat. Dwayne charged forward with his rebar, using it like a spear, driving it through another guy's body armor and into his chest. Big Mike picked up a crate and threw it at two more, knocking them off balance, and Maria grabbed a fire axe from an emergency station and went to work. The firefight was brutal and close quarters, no room for tactics, just violence and survival instinct. I took a round in my left shoulder, pain exploding through me, but I kept fighting, smashing my pipe wrench into a guy's face, feeling bones break under the impact. David Chen got shot in the leg and went down hard, but he kept firing with a pistol he'd taken from a dead guard, emptying the magazine into anyone who came close. Big Mike got hit multiple times in the chest and collapsed, blood pouring from his wounds, and I knew immediately he was gone. Then it was just me, Dwayne, David, and Maria against the remaining guards and Petrov, who'd pulled his own pistol and was firing wildly, more interested in escape than accuracy. I saw him moving toward a door at the back of the command center, and I knew if he got through it, we'd lose him. I charged across the room, ignoring the bullets cutting through the air around me, and tackled him just as he reached the door. We went down hard, grappling on the floor, and Petrov was stronger than he looked, wiry and vicious, clawing at my eyes and throat. I headbutted him, breaking his nose, blood spraying everywhere, and then I got my hands around his throat and started squeezing. He thrashed and fought, but I had the advantage of position and rage, and I squeezed harder, feeling his windpipe collapse, watching his face turn purple. "This is for everyone you killed," I growled. "This is for my city." Behind us, the firefight was winding down, the last of Petrov's guards falling to Dwayne and Maria. David was still alive, but bleeding badly from his leg wound, his face pale. Big Mike was definitely dead, his eyes staring at nothing, and Petrov was dying in my hands, his struggles getting weaker, his eyes starting to glaze over. But then there was a sound from above, from the floors overhead, a massive roaring like thunder, and the building shook violently. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and I heard the distinct sound of structural supports failing. And I realized with horror what was happening. Petrov had rigged the building to blow, probably as a final fuck you if things went wrong, and we'd triggered it somehow during the fight. "We need to get out," Dwayne shouted. "Now!" I let go of Petrov, who lay gasping and twitching on the floor, and ran for the exit. We grabbed David, Maria, and Dwayne, supporting him between them, and we raced for the stairs. The building was coming apart around us, walls cracking, windows shattering, entire sections of floor collapsing. We made it to the loading dock just as the main structure started to fold in on itself, a controlled demolition that would bring the whole thing down. We ran into the street and kept running, putting distance between us and the collapsing building. And behind us, I heard Petrov screaming, still alive in there somewhere, trapped in the rubble of his own trap. The building went down with a roar, like the end of the world, a cloud of dust and debris billowing out in all directions. And when it settled, there was nothing left but a pile of twisted metal and concrete. Petrov was dead, crushed under tons of wreckage, and I felt a moment of savage satisfaction. But it was short-lived, because the noise had attracted every infected in the area, and they were converging on us from all directions, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. "The fire truck!" I yelled, and we ran for it, David screaming in pain as his wounded leg dragged behind him. We reached the truck and piled in, and I fired up the engine and took off, plowing through infected bodies heading for the river. I didn't have a plan anymore, didn't have a destination, just knew we had to keep moving, keep surviving. We drove through the night, through streets that were increasingly impassable, through neighborhoods that had become graveyards. David died sometime around 3 a.m, blood loss too severe, and we had to dump his body out the back of the truck before he turned. Maria was crying silently, tears streaming down her face, and I knew she was thinking about Tommy and Eddie and Big Mike and all the others we'd lost. As dawn broke, we found ourselves near the riverfront, and I saw something that made my blood run cold. Military vehicles, dozens of them, pulling back from the city, abandoning it, and behind them formations of aircraft, bombers, and fighters circling in the sky. I'd seen this before in Iraq, the prep work before a major bombing campaign. "They're going to nuke it," Dwayne said quietly. "They're going to nuke the whole fucking city." I pulled out my radio and tried to find a military frequency, scrolling through static until I found voices. "Yes, UE. Evacuation complete. Repeat, evacuation complete. All personnel are clear of the target zone. Authorization confirmed for tactical nuclear strike on Pittsburgh metropolitan area. Time on target 15 minutes. God help us all." 15 minutes. We had 15 minutes to get out of the city, to get beyond the blast radius, or we were dead. I floored the accelerator, the fire truck's engine screaming, and headed for the nearest highway. But the highways were blocked, the bridges were down, and everywhere we turned there were more infected, more obstacles, more delays. 10 minutes. We crashed through a barricade and got onto Route 28, heading north along the river. The truck's engine was overheating badly now, smoke pouring from under the hood, and I knew we weren't going to make it much farther. 5 minutes. I could see the aircraft now, high overhead, contrails marking their passage, and I knew they were positioning for the strike. I pushed the truck harder, weaving through abandoned cars, hitting speeds that were insane, given the road conditions. 2 minutes. The engine died, just seized up and quit, and we coasted to a stop about 5 miles outside the city limits. I looked at Dwayne and Maria, saw my own terror reflected in their eyes. We weren't far enough. We were still too close. "Get down!" I yelled, and we threw ourselves out of the truck and into a drainage ditch beside the road, covering our heads with our arms. The world ended in light and sound. I felt the heat wash over me, felt the shockwave hit like a physical blow, felt the air itself ignite. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed my face into the dirt and prayed to a God I wasn't sure I believed in. The roar went on, impossibly loud, a sound that seemed to come from the earth itself, and then suddenly it was over, replaced by an eerie silence. I opened my eyes and looked back toward Pittsburgh. The city was gone, replaced by a rising mushroom cloud, black and gray and shot through with fire. The buildings, the mills, the neighborhoods I'd known my whole life, all of it was gone, vaporized in an instant. Millions of infected, killed in a moment, and everyone else who'd been trapped there. All the survivors in their barricaded buildings, All the people hiding in basements and attics, all dead too. We lay in that ditch for hours, too shocked to move, too traumatized to speak. Eventually, we got up and started walking, heading north, away from the radioactive crater that used to be Pittsburgh. We passed other survivors, shell-shocked and burned, people who'd been caught on the edges of the blast radius. We passed military checkpoints where soldiers in hazmat suits turned us away, telling us to keep moving, that there were refugee camps being set up in Erie and Cleveland. But when we reached Cleveland 3 days later, we found it was already overrun. The virus had spread beyond Pittsburgh, carried by workers who'd fled the initial outbreak, by National Guard units who'd been exposed during evacuation operations, by desperate people who didn't know they were infected. The whole region was falling, city by city, and the military was falling back, abandoning everything east of the Mississippi. We kept walking, kept surviving, but I knew it was only a matter of time. The virus was spreading faster than anyone could contain it, mutating maybe, adapting, becoming more efficient. The infected were everywhere now, not just in the cities, but in the suburbs and small towns and rural areas. America was dying, maybe the whole world was dying, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. I sit here now in an abandoned farmhouse somewhere in Ohio, writing this down on paper because the electricity is long gone and the internet is dead, and I want someone someday to know what happened. To know that this wasn't natural, that it was deliberate, that a man named Viktor Petrov created this nightmare because he wanted to make money and gain power. I want people to know that we fought, that we tried, that we didn't go quietly into the night. Dwayne is dead. He got bitten 2 weeks ago while we were scavenging for food, and I had to put him down myself, had to look my friend in the eyes while I drove a knife through his skull. Maria's still with me, but she's running a fever now, has a cut on her arm that looks infected, and I know what that means. Soon I'll be alone, the last one left from our group, and I don't know how much longer I can keep going. The infected are everywhere now. I can hear them outside, moaning and shuffling through the fields, an endless sea of the dead. Sometimes I think about joining them, about just walking outside and letting them take me, because at least then the fear and pain would stop. But something in me, some stubborn core of survival instinct that got me through Iraq and through the fall of Pittsburgh, keeps me going. I don't know if anyone will ever read this. I don't know if humanity will survive this plague. All I know is that we tried, we fought, and we lost. The zombies won. America is gone, consumed by the virus that Viktor Petrov unleashed. Pittsburgh is a radioactive crater. Cleveland and Youngstown and Detroit and dozens of other cities have fallen. The military has retreated to defensive positions, but I don't think they can hold. The infected just keep coming, keep spreading, keep multiplying. This is how the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a bite. Not from aliens or asteroids or nuclear war, but from human greed and hubris and the weaponization of disease. We did this to ourselves. We created the monster, and now it's devouring us. I can hear Maria in the next room, her breathing getting labored, her fever spiking. Soon I'll have to make another impossible choice, have to kill another person I care about before they turn into one of those things. I'm so tired of killing. I'm so tired of surviving. I'm so tired of being afraid. But I'll keep going as long as I can, because that's what soldiers do. We keep fighting even when the war is lost. Keep moving even when there's nowhere left to go. And maybe, somewhere out there, someone is working on a cure. Someone has a plan to stop this nightmare. Maybe humanity will find a way to come back from this. But I don't think so. I think this is the end. I think the infected will inherit the earth, will spread until every human is dead or transformed. until our cities are empty ruins and our civilization is forgotten. Future generations, if there are any, won't remember us as we were, won't remember the steel mills and the factories and the life we built. They'll only remember the plague, the fall, the end of everything. The sun is setting now, casting long shadows across the fields, and I can see infected silhouettes moving through the cornstalks, hunting for prey. They'll find us eventually, they always do. And when they do, I'll fight until I can't fight anymore, and then I'll die like everyone else has died, torn apart by the mindless hunger of creatures that used to be human. This is Carlos Mendez, steelworker and Marine, signing off. If you're reading this and you're still alive, stay safe, trust no one, keep moving. And remember what happened here, remember what we lost, remember that this didn't have to happen. God help us all. God help what's left of humanity. God help the world that's coming, because it won't be anything like the world we knew. The infected are at the door now. I can hear them scratching and moaning. Maria is calling my name, her voice weak and wrong, and I know she's turned. I pick up my pipe wrench, the same one I've carried since the first day at the mill, and I prepare for my last fight. This is how it ends. This is how we all end. Not with hope or salvation, but with blood and iron, with the sound of breaking glass and approaching footsteps, and the knowledge that we fought and lost and died for nothing. The door is breaking. They're coming in. I'm out of time. And a narrative, approximately 42,000 words, 230,000 characters, including spaces.